Good afternoon. My name is Joe Krasinski, and I am privileged to be chairman of the American Cancer Society Telethon. It's August 1st. I have not had the chance to speak to you about the life-saving mission of the American Cancer Society for almost 500 days. That is the biggest pause between telethons in our more than 40-year history. I am speaking to you from the Blue Ridge TV 13 studio, and I have not had the opportunity to do anything on air from here in probably about 20 years. We are living in unusual times. This is not what we had planned, but we are determined, and we think we have put together, in the final analysis, a show that will excite you and motivate you to get involved with your American Cancer Society. When George Taylor, my teacher, a long time ago, more than 40 years ago, when we contemplated the first program to raise money for the American Cancer Society, we were doing the program in black and white. Videotape was literally tape on open reels. And we could never have put together sentences like, well, we'll bring in the talent from Stroudsburg on Zoom, and we will be live from Pottsville in the afternoon. But the weird circumstances we find ourselves in this world where we all must be distanced has really allowed a lot of people to rise to the challenge. And so I like to think of a phrase that was used over and over again by Jerry Lewis when he did his storied telethon. He spoke of a love network. And for this year, for Telethon 2020, we have put together the 21st Century Love Network. We will be live from Lehighton and from Lansford and from Pottsville and from Stroudsburg and from Bethlehem and from places all over central eastern Pennsylvania. And wherever you can see this program, wherever you can hear my voice, this is your American Cancer Society Telethon. This is the way you have to get involved with our life-saving mission. We are not going to talk about what is not possible. We are going to focus entirely on what is possible. We made a decision, with a little bit of a delay in the schedule, not to have a zero this year for the Cancer Society Telethon. We are going to do what we can. I think what we can do with your help is impressive. Telethon 2020 begins right now.
Singing Italian songs. Hey, come on, hey, Signore, can you dig it? Yes, I can. I've been waiting such a long time. Saturday. depression, waiting for a song. If we want it, really want it, can you dig it? Yes, I can. I've been waiting such a long time for today.
All right, it's exciting to have our wonderful 24-hour house band for the American Cancer Society Telethon. If you're just joining us, good afternoon once again. My name is Joe Krasinski, and I am pleased to be with you as part of the Love Network that we have put together. You know, cancer hasn't stopped. With everything going on in the world, cancer hasn't taken a break, hasn't gone in lockdown. Cancer is still doing the bad, evil things that it has done for decades. And so cancer hasn't stopped. Neither can we. Neither have we. And so we are here. We have put together a 24-hour live show as we do each year. This time we happen to be doing it in the summer. And this time we happen to be all over Central Eastern Pennsylvania to put together the talent. I've always said that this program is a celebration of the talent, compassion, and generosity of our region. And I think you are about to see, as the next 2 days unfold, that that hasn't changed a bit. Cancer hasn't stopped. Neither have we. I would like to say hello and welcome some of my co-hosts. And I think I would like to talk with Buddy first. Buddy Weishulis, you there? Buddy, you're there and you're with Maureen, and these guys are sitting over in our volunteer office in Lansford, live from Lansford. Buddy, I'm overwhelmed because number one, Pat Houghton, who was around when we started the telethon 40 years ago, she would be amazed and so pleased that we're doing something live from the volunteer office there in Lansford. And then to get right to the heart of the matter,
sure.
You did not expect to be here with us this year. And we did not have you on the program last year. And damn, here you are.
You know what, Joe? It broke my heart not to be able to be here last year. But I'm so grateful to be here again this year. I'm overwhelmed with the people, you as the chairman, especially what you've gone through to make this happen. And George Taylor and the whole committee and Blue Ridge Cable TV 13. I'm just flabbergasted. I just pray that we don't have any goof-ups here, because this is so new for us, a bunch of amateurs doing this show for 24 hours. But I'm confident that we got everything under control. And I'm just grateful to be here. Now, I want you to know, though, that Maureen is here with me, but she can't hear you. So,
well, you tell Maureen.
That's okay. I don't really listen anyway to him. George
Yeah.
knows that. So.
All right, well,
Go ahead,
hey, is the phone number up? Okay, it's coming. All right. So in a moment,
I see
we're
it
going to
smiling,
get to
though.
the heart of the matter for a program like this. We're going to put your phone number up so that you can start calling in pledges. But Bud, you just tell Maureen that I said that she is to give you a hug on our behalf. I'm here in the studio in Lehighton with George Taylor. And welcome to Maureen, and please let Maureen now give her opening remarks. We're going to make mistakes. We're going to learn as we go through this program, but I'm just grateful we've been able to put it together. Maureen?
I could just put
Joe?
this back on.
no, it's okay, Maureen. Joe wanted me to tell you to give me a hug, but we can't do that.
No, we can't hug.
I
and
wish we
that's-
could, but
I
he wants
do.
you to give your opening remarks.
Oh, my opening remarks. Well, you know what? Hope springs eternal. And I think that's probably Joe's theme, and he doesn't even know it, because when everyone else said no, everybody just, hey, hope, hey, we can do this. We can do this, and there's a
Amazing.
reason. I mean, we have to do it. Maybe some people think their world has stopped, but it really hasn't. And we need to be hopeful all the time. And this is one way, I think, for for all of us, for us to be with you, for us to see people
Yes.
who are fighting a lot of different fights every day,
Yeah,
not
for
just
sure.
the obvious ones.
Well, and you know, cancer hasn't stopped, and neither
No.
can we, right?
No, so
A-
here we
and-
are.
And even though we don't have our masks on while we're on camera, I assure
We
you
are.
that we are following social distancing, we are wearing masks, we're doing our part to prevent COVID, and we're just grateful that we can get this show on the air this year, right?
We are, and it's going to be great, and it's going to be great. So all of you out there, but you've got a responsibility too, those that are
Absolutely.
watching. They've got to make that phone call.
I want to give them the
Got
number.
to make the phone call. Give them the
I'm
number.
going to give them the number, 1-800-883-2109. Our operators are here, and they're standing by to take your call now. So give them a call, 1-800-883-2109. Please give us a call.
Please, and it's social distancing. You don't have to come down. You don't have to do anything. You just pick up the telephone and then use your hand sanitizer. It's all good.
Right here.
There it is.
There's my sanitizer, there's my mask.
I know.
And as soon as we get
We're
off the
set.
air, my mask will be right back on my face.
I'm ready. I'm set.
So what do you think, Joe?
All right, thank you. Thank you there from Lansford. I want to bring in one of our other co-hosts. He'll be joining in Lansford later in the schedule, but right now he's working from the comfort of his home. Jason DeMarco, glad to have you on board.
Yeah, you said comfort from my own home, and let's not call it quite comfort, but we're working on it, and I think that's going to be the theme here for a little bit, and we all get accustomed to this little format, or new format, I should say. But granted, I'm excited to be here. I'm excited about what we can do, and technology and I are not best of friends, but what I see technology doing this year is completely amazing. So excitement is here. It's a great vibe, and I look forward to the entire weekend.
All right, Jason, we're going to be checking in with you, and it's good to have you and Maureen and Buddy on board for the first segment of this program. I would like to draw the viewers' attention over here to the screen so that I can acknowledge some of the featured sponsors for the telethon here. And we'll go ahead and begin acknowledging our featured sponsors with, okay. All right, we'll get back to that a little bit later. Okay. No, all right. So instead of doing the featured sponsors right now, we're going to have a word for you from the American Cancer Society.
Hi.
Hola.
Hey, fighters.
Hi, my name is Katie, and this is Charlie.
I'm Steve Shue.
I'm Shelley Arnold, and I'm a proud ACS volunteer.
Pediatric cancer doctor.
Four-time cancer survivor.
Vice President of Diversity and Inclusion for the American Cancer Society.
Well, my workspace has changed a bit over the past few weeks. The work that I'm doing has not.
To anyone struggling with cancer right now, just know that we will not stop.
Even though we're working from home and maintaining social distance, we are still here for cancer survivors, their families, patients, every single day.
Tratemos de juntarnos más cercanamente, espiritualmente e emocionalmente.
I'm here. We are here.
We're all thinking about you.
We're all in this together.
Your American Cancer Society has not gone away.
Call us anytime. 1-800-227-2345.
24 hours a day, 7 days a week.
Or visit us online at cancer.org.
Cancer won't stop.
Cancer won't stop.
Cancer won't stop.
And neither will we.
And neither will we.
And neither will we.
And all you need to do to get in on the action is call that number, 800-883-2109, or pledge online at cancertelethon.org. Lots and lots of pledges in recent years have come in on the website, www.cancertelethon.org. Everything you need to know about what's going on today, a full performer schedule for the telethon, special information about our luminary service that is going to take place in Jim Thorpe this evening at 9 o'clock, and how you can put a luminaria bag with a candle personalized to be in memory or in honor of someone at that ceremony tonight at 9. That's a ceremony that you can attend and drive by or walk around, and a portion highlight will be televised a little bit later in the program. But the point is, get active. CancerTelethon.org or 800-883-2109. I should tell you that at the stroke of noon, as we went into this, we had $2,756 in hand. We are on our way. I had a lot of conversations over the last 5 or 6 months, as you can imagine, and they kind of broke down initially into two groups. I had people who said, don't worry about it, you can just do everything the way you've always done it. And that was the wrong conversation. I had another conversation, and that was, shut it down, don't do a thing, better luck in 2021. And that was not the right conversation either. So we took our time, we took a break, we postponed the April telethon, we brought it into August, and we figured out how we can do this together. And with enough thinking and with enough time and effort, guess what? The talent community came through, the business community came through. So I'm pleased to introduce for the first time some of our featured sponsors for the telethon. And we begin with All Care Home Care in Hazleton. Thank you very much for being a featured sponsor. The Black Diamond Parrot Head Club, thanks so much. Bowmanstown Perryville Lions Club. Broadheadsville Eye Care Center, thank you so much. Dance with Kim, a featured sponsor. The Getz Personal Care Home, thank you. Lehigh Anthracite Coal, a featured sponsor for the weekend. Take advantage of the opportunity to patronize and say thanks to any of these businesses anytime you can. They're coming through. You'll be learning about many other sponsors as time goes on. But now it's my privilege to reach out once again across our love network for the American Cancer Society and introduce you to co-host DJ Ruby and some others who are holed up in Stroudsburg. So hello to you, and thanks for allowing us to be present in Stroudsburg, and for the very first time for the telethon to be live from up there in the Poconos. Go. All right, well, you know that they're there. She just didn't know that we were here, but it's very exciting to know that they are there, and we'll be catching up with them. They have a number of local people that they're going to talk to there, and it's going to be a new dimension to the program, and we're very grateful that we are able to be live over the course of this weekend from up there by the Sherman Theater, also over in Pottsville, I believe at the Historical Society. We'll be on location in Bethlehem tomorrow. And so wherever you are, this is your American Cancer Society, and you're making a difference by calling 800-883-2109 or going to that website, www.cancertelethon.org. Now let's acknowledge some more of our major sponsors.
The American Cancer Society thanks our principal sponsor, Lehigh Valley Cancer Institute, the region's leader in advanced and compassionate cancer care. When you want personalized cancer care and a partner in your health, choose Lehigh Valley Cancer Institute. Our hope sponsor, Silverline Manufacturing in Lansford and hometown. Silverline's products dramatically enhance the visual appeal of coatings, paints, inks, plastics, and textiles. Our major sponsor, Hiles Brothers Plumbing, Heating, and Fuel Company, located at the top of the hill in Summit Hill, serving the Panther Valley and surrounding areas for nearly 40 years. Hiles Brothers is an EFM franchise dealer with certified oil burner technicians and 24-hour emergency service. Hiles Brothers also offers construction services. Call for a free estimate. Our Chairman's Club sponsors, Cool Breeze Imaging, Professional DJ, MC, voiceover, and audio production services since 1990 by Anne-Marie Calabrese. Get a professional sound at an affordable price. Hope and Coffee Tamaqua, a coffee shop with a mission to support recovery, created to be a social gathering place for those under 21, families, and for those in recovery to connect with others in a substance-free environment. Lehighton Outdoor Center, Lehigh Drive, Lehighton. Rafting, kayaking, biking, open 7 days a week from 9 until 6. Get outdoors and have some fun. The historic Lakeside Ballroom Barnesville, now under new ownership. Available for classes, workshops, special events, weddings, or parties. Contact Chrissy at 570-778-9949 or email thelakesideballroom@gmail.com. Zoo Stock 2020. It is back to normal with a new zoo crew for the 21st annual free concert, Labor Day, Monday, September 7th, from noon until 8 on the grounds of the Halftime Bar and Grill at the Zoo, Lansford. Bring a lawn chair and enjoy food and entertainment for the whole family. The Creative Services Department, LLC. Magic 105.5 WMGH, a better mix of music, now streaming on www.wmgh.com. WLSH, AM 1410, the music you grew up with. And WGPA Bethlehem, sunny1100.com. Wrapped Against Cancer 2020, the signature regional event in support of the American Cancer Society, is back on Monday, September 7th for fun on and along the Lehigh River. For more information, go to cancertelethon.org/raft. Our patron sponsors include the following: Banning Orthodontics, PC, Tamaqua, for smiles that last a lifetime. Brace yourself. Jim Thorpe Neighborhood Bank, a real community bank with offices in Jim Thorpe, Lehighton, Nesquehoning, and Lansford. Strubinger Law, PC, Palmerton. Tamaqua Lions Club, serving our community for over 70 years. Joseph Volitsky Esquire, of Volitsky and Fricklin Law Offices, Summit Hill. United Brotherhood of Carpenters, Local 167. Schaefer's Pharmacy, Center Street, Tamaqua, a telethon sponsor every year since 1980. Turpac Insurance, Claremont Avenue on Route 309 in Hometown. Call 570-668-2788. Ted's Used Cars, LLC, Stroudsburg, family owned and operated since 1949.
All right, we acknowledge those great sponsors. As I promised, the business community has come through. And the question is, what can you do? And listen, here's what we have no imagining about setting any kind of a record this year. We just didn't want to let 2020 go by without a zero. And that was our pitch to the business community. And as you can see, they came through in fine fashion. What can you do? I hope that if you can do better than zero, that you'll do that by calling the number you see on your screen, 800-883-2109, or pledging online at cancertelethon.org. Because when you do what you can, rather than having us focus on what is not possible right now, we think we're going to turn out just fine here with the telethon. So that's our message. That's the spirit of the message. And now over in Lansford, speaking to us live is Maureen Donovan. Go, Maureen.
Add all the program for you. I sent Zach a message to add the programs from all the other sites to you if it's possible. I don't know if it is.
I don't know. Now I lost it.
We're on.
All right, they're there. They didn't know we went to them, so we're going to get that communication issue situated. And I will tell you that, George, are they good to go? You let me know when they're good to go. Otherwise, do you want me to introduce the performance?
Yeah, I guess we better.
All right. So, Michaela Kester is coming up. Enjoy this performance right now from Michaela Kester.
I will leave my heart at the door. I won't say a word. They've all been said before, you know. So why don't we if I never love again.
I like the way a sparkling earrings lay against your skin so brown. I'm gonna sleep with you in a desert tonight with a million stars all around. Got a peaceful, easy feeling. I know you won't let me down. Already standing on the ground. And I found out a long time ago what a woman can do to your soul. Yeah, but she can take you anywhere. Don't already know how to go. Got a peaceful, easy feeling. I know you won't let me down. Already standing on the ground. I get this feeling I may know you as another and a friend. This voice keeps whispering in my other ear, tells me I may never see you again. Got a peaceful, easy feeling. I know you won't let me down. Already standing. Well, I'm already standing. I'm already standing on the ground. Ooh, oh, oh, yeah. Ooh, oh, oh, yeah.
Two, one.
Welcome back to the Lansford office. I'm here with Maureen Donovan, and we have some pledges to read. And before we begin, the pledges that I have in my hand. Maureen has some special ones we want to read.
I have some. You know, there's so many changes going on this year, and they say the winds of change. One of the biggest changes I think that we are feeling as a group this year is that whenever we would come to the telethon, we were greeted by the smiling face of Carrie Sinclair. We would walk in, she would be so excited to see us, she would tell me my lipstick wasn't bright enough, go change it. She would do all the things that made you feel comfortable before the show started, and she's not here with us this year. But we know her memory is here with us because I checked my lipstick at least 3 times. But people, of course, are making pledges in her honor, and I have the privilege of reading some of them. I have a $100 pledge here, and it's the Dorothy Ryder Pool Healthcare Trust in memory of Carrie. Jay Coughlin from West Hollywood, California.
Wow.
Wow, we're getting all the states covered. Carrie was universal.
Absolutely.
She was a universal lady.
What a sweetheart.
Lawrence Botsman, and he is from Somerset, New Jersey. We have a $100 pledge. We have a $50 pledge from Cecilia Castrava in Allentown. We have a $20 pledge from George Yaneshik and family from Phoenixville, Pennsylvania. I have a $25 pledge in memory of Carrie from David and Marion Sipko of Tamaqua. I have a $25 pledge from Jill Cressford of Auburn. A $100 pledge from Virgil Chemis of Auburn. And we're sorry Carrie's not with us, but we still feel her.
Yes, she's been a part of this telethon forever.
Ever.
I mean, you may not have seen her on camera very often, but she was always there for us who were.
Yes.
So we're going to read some more. We have a lot of pledges here. I'm assuming these were all sent in on our website. Yeah. So
or called in. Some of them were called in too.
Oh,
and
were they?
We do have the
Okay.
number. We should give them the number
yeah, let's
again.
give you the number. 1-800-883-2109. Make that pledge now, or you can go to cancertelethon.org and just hit the donate button, and you can donate there.
Yeah.
But we have operators right here waiting for your call, and feel free to call as soon as you can, because it's going to be a tough year for all of us. So I got $25 from Mom Madden, and it's in our Tom Swoop, in honor of Mom Madden. Go ahead, you got it.
Want one? Okay, sure. I have a $50 pledge here, and it's in memory of Anna Stout, and it's from Annette Arner.
$50 from Donna Chorney, and it's in memory of Anna Stout in Lehighton.
Anna Stout in Lehighton, another one in memory of her, and it's $100 from Michael and Joan Casco.
So let me just say, well, a $100 pledge. We have, you can see the red board behind Maureen here, maybe. We have, we'll honor you with a $100 pledge. We'll put a daffodil on the board with your name on it. For $250, we'll put a sword on the wall with your name on it. And $500, you get, if I can get it apart here, a rainbow. Right there it is. So that $100 pledge will go on our board directly. I have a $25 pledge by Anne-Marie Fritzinger, and it's not in honor or memory of anyone. Thank you for that pledge.
Okay, I have a $50 pledge, and it's in memory of Ann Stout from Beth and David Oswald and family from Lehighton.
$20 pledge from Sandra Myers in Lehighton.
Bill and Jackie Fegley of Bluebell give a $100 pledge in memory of Joyce Ann Hood.
I have a $475 pledge, and it says by a community donation in honor of social distancing. Thank you so much for that.
We better really be careful now. I have a $25 pledge, and this is in memory of Anna Stout from Donald and Dorothy Stoll.
Here's a $250 pledge by Elizabeth and Paul Dombrowski. And it's not in honor of anybody. They're from Andrews, PA. Thank you.
Okay, Dan and Nancy Walsh send a $25 pledge.
$100, Friends of Amatec Plastics. And it's in memory of FPP Workforce in Nescahoning.
Yeah, Amatec is a big Nescahoning company, employs a lot of people in this area.
Absolutely, and they're going to get a daffodil on the wall for them.
Good. And the Women's Club of Nescahoning pledges $50. Thank you, ladies.
You know, I'm pretty floored right now. the amount on some of these pledges. And I just want to mention to everyone that if you gave $100 last year and you can't do that this year, we understand that. But don't make it a zero. Maybe you could call 25 in or 50. We could really use the help this year. And this is a good example, $250 by Neil Kirshner. And Neil, thank you so much from Tamaqua.
A Mr. and Mrs. Hall from Lehighton pledged $25.
$50 pledge by Dr. Richard Kwastiak. I can never say that.
Kwasniak.
Thank you so much for that.
Andra Merkel from Northampton pledges $30.
Arlene Sheese, $20 from Lansford. Thank you.
Marianne and Robert Davis, $25.
The Picklemans from Tamaqua, $100. You're going up on the board. And that's Joe and Maureen Pickleman, and they're good friends of mine for a long time, and I hope you're feeling good, Joe.
Frank and Cindy Calabrese, a $100 pledge from, they live down in Drums, so we're hitting all different
That's
areas.
Great. $50 from Bill, Jamie, and son Vince in honor of Barbara Yates. How do you say that?
Venick. V-I-N-C.
Oh, is it V?
I think it's a V.
Okay.
I think it's
Well,
a
if I
V.
mispronounce your name, I
Okay.
apologize, but we do appreciate your pledge.
Okay. Ernest Fisher, and this is by the Poker Buddies. And they must have had a good night. Somebody won because we got a $40 pledge.
Oh, all right. $50 pledge by Loving Husband in honor of Jamie Solomon from Jim Thorpe.
Joe and Sandra Bonner, $20 pledge.
Gina Rang, this is in $20 pledge, and she's from Frackville. That's nice to hear from Frackville. Oh, it's in memory of Gabe Ginal.
Okay, in memory of Leon and Olga Gombert, from Debbie, Randy, Kim, and Jeannie from Lehighton, a $50 pledge.
$20 pledge from Carol Cast, and it's in memory of Lynn Fidos. Thank you from Summit Hill.
That's it.
I got $100 by Brian and Valerie Sowers, and it's in memory of Lynn Fidos. And I have one more here. Oh, I have two more here. You want to take one of these here?
Yeah, I just found.
Oh, okay, go ahead.
Okay, I've got a $100 pledge here.
Nice.
By Mr. and Mrs. Jaraka from Jim Thorpe.
$50 by Donald and Linda Wortman. Hi, Linda. And it's
changing things up a bit, but listen, we are going to acknowledge our two-day sponsors, if that's okay. Let's take a walk over here to the screen, and I believe I'm going to give you the two-day sponsors here. These are businesses that have stepped up to support both days of the telethon. And we begin with Bobby O'Gurick, Web Design and Services. Bobby, you are a special guy, and you never miss. And in fact, this is an example of a sponsor who reaches out to us, and he did back in February, saying, you know, is it time for me to go online and do my sponsorship? And so he always comes through, and we're very grateful, and he does great work. The Carbon Oral Surgery, thank you very much for coming in as a two-day sponsor. Community Bank of Lehighton, we're very grateful. Katner Coal and Oil Incorporated, a two-day sponsor of the telethon. Magic Touch Floor Covering, thanks so much. Mauch Chunk Trust Company, a two-day sponsor for the telethon this year. Mountain Vista Realty, LLC. Palmerton Lions Club coming in for a two-day sponsor. Panther Valley Irish American Association, thanks so much for participating. Paul Wanslyak, Home Improvements, and we're really grateful for everything that Paul does to support us through the year. Perfect Balance Boutique, RA Honor Furniture, a two-day sponsor, and Reb's Pallet Company, also a two-day sponsor. Thanks to Doyle Heffley, Representative Heffley, consistent in his support of the American Cancer Society Telethon. Rock Hill Concrete, appreciate it. Summit Hill Lions Club, a two-day sponsor. Wagner Industries Incorporated. Yvette's Property Management has come on board in recent years, and we're very grateful. Thanks to these two-day sponsors. So they've shown what they can do. And, you know, in some cases, and we're not going to go into particulars, but in some cases, some of the businesses increased their contribution. Some of them said, we want to be with you, but we can't quite do what we did last year, and they adjusted. And let's figure out how that applies to you. Bud made a great point. There are some people who are going to say, whew, I did $100 last year. I might have to back that off to 50. We embrace that. We love that. That is going to make this program a success. And then there are some people who say, you know what? I know that this is going to be a struggle, and I actually can do a little bit more than I did last year. And that's going to make a difference too. I have every confidence, because what I'm talking about is my confidence in you. I believe that you are going to come through. I believe that in the end, when we get to tomorrow night, we are going to have a very good showing of support for the American Cancer Society's life-saving mission. And why wouldn't we? Because you know what? Cancer hasn't stopped during this pandemic, and so neither can we. Let me tell you just briefly, and I want to dwell on this, but maybe it's the thought with everything going on in the world, you haven't had 30 seconds to think about this. A primary fundraiser for the American Cancer Society for years are the Relay for Life events, and they're all over the country. Everywhere, dotted all over the map, all over America. Relays constitute the lion's share of fundraising for the American Cancer Society. Well, guess what about 2020? Wiped out, no relays. So what do you think that means? There could be as much as a $200 million shortfall for the American Cancer Society simply based on the disappearance of relays. So what are we going to do about that? Here's what we're going to do. We're going to do the best we can. We did not have to get rid of the telethon. And over here in our central eastern Pennsylvania region, we kept one element of the relay. I want to talk to you about that. One of the favorite parts of the relay experience is that very moving luminary service, where out in the darkness, right about 9 p.m., there's an array of white bags. Each one has a candle in it, and each one is marked in memory or in honor of someone who has been affected by cancer. This could be in honor of a caregiver. This could be in honor of a volunteer. This could be in honor of a survivor. It could be in memory of a relative or a friend or a coworker who was lost to cancer. And for $10, you can personalize one of those luminary bags. So today I'm asking you not only to consider making a pledge for the telethon using the telephone number you see on your screen, 800-883-2109, or online at cancertelethon.org. I'm also asking you to consider going online to cancertelethon.org, click the word relay, and you will go right to the place where you can create your own luminary bag in honor or in memory of someone special in your life. And a volunteer will immediately make up that bag, and it will appear at a luminary service this evening in Jim Thorpe at Memorial Park at 9 o'clock. You are welcome to come to Memorial Park and to be part of that service. You can drive by and see all the luminary in their display, or you can walk by and see the individual names. That's going to happen in place there in Jim Thorpe at 9 o'clock. We'll grab some video highlights of that and share it with you later on the television program. My point is, this is another way that you can participate safely with social distance, and we're keeping the spirit of the relay alive, even though we couldn't have a big all-out walking event. So there's a lot going on. There are a lot of volunteers with a lot of ingenuity getting a lot done for the American Cancer Society, and now we turn to you. What can you do? Can you I've seen orders come through for 5 or 10, in some cases 15 luminary bags. Can you do 1? Can you do 50? Can you do some number in between? Just go to cancertelethon.org, click on relay, and you're right there where you need to be to make up your own luminary bags for the service at 9 o'clock tonight. Or you can just call the number you see on your screen, 800-883, and say, I want to give some money to the American Cancer Society Telethon and ACS Life-Saving Mission. Do what you can. It's very important that you do. And now we're going to go back to Lansford for Maureen.
Hi, well, you know that every year we have wonderful dance groups that come and join us, and they have followers. And the followers may not be with them this year, but the followers of the Dance Factory from Tumaco can still call in and support this great dance group and the American Cancer Society. They just need to call 1-800-883-2109 and let the Dance Factory from Tumaco know that you're still supporting them. And now, here's their dance for you.
Hi everyone, my name is Barbara Kester and I'm here today to represent the Dance Factory under the ownership and direction of Suzanne Jones. I'd like to introduce you to our dance queen. This is Olivia Miller. And Olivia, you certainly are a beautiful dance queen, but let's tell everybody about yourself, okay? How old are you today?
7.
7 years old. Now Olivia is the daughter of Lindsay Kunkel and Nathan and Jess Miller. So Lindsay, what type of dance do you do at the studio?
I do tap, ballet, and jazz.
Oh, and what grade are you in?
First.
First?
I'm going to first
Grade. Oh, and what school do you go to?
West Penn.
Oh, are you ready to go back to school?
No.
No, you want to have some fun. So each year at the Dance Factory, we do a raffle, and the winner of the raffle, which has been selected by Olivia a little while ago, receives free tuition for the following year. They have their choice of 2 group classes, or they could pick private individual classes. Suzanne would like to thank everyone. This has been a crazy year with COVID, and the studio has been closed since March, but it hasn't stopped Dance Family from supporting and contributing to the raffle and to the American Cancer Society. So I believe you have something for us today, right?
Yeah.
So for the proceeds of the raffle, Olivia has a check. And how much is the check for?
$500.
$500, that's fantastic. I'll take that. And Olivia picked the name a little while ago for the raffle, and let's see who our winner is going to be next year. So the name is Katie Buhan. It's B-E-H-U-N. I apologize if I mispronounced that. But Katie, I wanted to thank you very much, Olivia, for coming today, and thank her mom for bringing her today. And you're a beautiful dance queen, and we look forward to seeing you dancing. All right. Our first routine today is a jazz routine to the song Maniac, being performed by some of the specialty group Toxic. Today's performers are Sky Klauser, Michaela Kester, and Hannah Zoba.
Just a steel town girl on a Saturday night, looking for the
to the song Ashes. Instructors from the Dance Factory, Kira Lush and Jillian Hartraff.
What's left to say? These prayers aren't working anymore. Every word shut down in flames. What's left to do with these broken pieces on the floor? I'm losing my voice, calling on you, 'cause I've been shaking, I've been bending backwards till I'm broke, watching all these dreams go up in smoke. Let beauty come out of ashes. Let beauty come out of ashes. And when I pray to God of my excuse, can beauty come out of ashes? Can you use these tears to put out the fires in my soul? 'Cause I need you here. Whoa, whoa. 'Cause I've been shaking, I've been bending backwards till I'm broke, watching all these dreams go up in smoke. Let beauty come out of ashes. Let beauty come out of ashes.
Hi, before our next performance, I'm going to read some pledges from the Dance Factory. We have a $50 pledge from the Pinky and Bean family in memory of George Pinky. $25 pledge from Susan, Thomas, and Courtney Rickert in honor of their dad and grandfather, Mike Gaeta, and in memory of their mother and grandmother, Betty Gaeta. A $50 pledge by Michaela Kester in honor of all cancer survivors, Keep on Fighting, and a $50 pledge from Michaela Kester in memory of all loved ones lost to cancer. You are never forgotten. And also a $100 pledge by Suzanne Jones and Kenny Heffelfinger in honor of the Dance Factory instructors, the dance family, and the Dance Factory. Our next performance is going to be a modern lyrical routine to the song Pray. Performing are instructors at the Dance Factory, Haley Arnold, Sky Klauser, Hannah Zoba, and Sarah Zoba.
I'm young and I'm foolish, I made bad decisions. I block out the news, turn my back on religion. Don't have no degree, I'm somewhat naive. I made it this far on my own, but lately that ain't been getting me higher. I lift up my head and the world is on fire. There's dread in my heart and fear in my bones. I just don't know what to say. Maybe I'll pray, pray. Maybe I'll pray. I have never believed in you, no, but I'm gonna pray. find me in church, reading the Bible. I am still here and I'm still your disciple. I'm down on my knees, I'm begging you please. I'm broken, alone and afraid. I'm not a saint, I'm more of a sinner. I don't want to lose, but I fear for the winners. When I try to explain the words right away, that's why I am stood here today. And I'm gonna, won't you call me? Can we have a one-on-one, please? Let's talk about freedom. Everyone prays in the end. Everyone prays in the end. Oh, won't you call me? Can we have a one-on-one, please? Let's talk about freedom. Everyone prays in the end. Everyone prays in the end. Oh, I'm gonna pray. I'm gonna pray. I'm gonna pray. Pray for a glimmer of hope. Maybe I'll pray.
All right, we're into the second hour of your American Cancer Society Telethon for 2020. And we're very encouraged by the response we've seen so far. And I want to reflect on what we have seen in some of the recorded talent performances that from the dance school. Not only does it show all kinds of generosity because you heard them read pledges, I just want to point out what might be obvious to some and not to everyone. Some of these performers really went out of their way to find a place, to find a format, and to record some quality video performances so that they can participate, and when they found they couldn't participate live. So we have a great mix of current live performances, and we'll be going over to our house band in a little bit of time, and I want to thank Dave Freeman and everyone he's working with there for all of the wonderful work that they have done, and you will see unfold over the next couple of days. So we have live performances, we have groups that have recorded performances, and you just saw an example of that with the dance group. And we have some who have said, let's pick something from a recent year's telethon that we're going to bring back. And even when they do that, they tend to join us by Zoom to talk about this year's pledges and their ongoing commitment to the American Cancer Society. So it's a very special and very different kind of program that we've put together. And you may see that we're learning as we go along, and we're working out the situations that we encounter as we encounter them. But this is not about making pretty TV as much as it is about making a difference in the lives of people affected by cancer. My friends, that is the only point at the end of the day. Cancer hasn't stopped during this pandemic time, neither will we. And you see the phone number on your screen, 800-883-2109. I also want to point out the website, because this is increasingly important, and many of the pledges that we've read today have come in on the website. So take note of this. It's very easy to remember. cancertelethon.org. cancertelethon.org. When you go there, everything you need to know about this program is before your eyes. A full schedule of the performers that are going to appear today and tomorrow, it's right there. There are links which would enable you to watch the program on YouTube. If you step away from your television and you go somewhere else, you'll be able to call up the program and watch it live as it happens on YouTube. All the channel designations are there. So if you have a friend who lives in Pottsville and they say, what channel is it on in Pottsville? Well, it's on Comcast Channel 15. And down in the Lehigh Valley, where would I find the program here in Bethlehem? Well, that would be on Service Electric dial position 900. And how about up in Hazleton and in Tamaqua? Well, it's on the Service Electric system that serves there, and it's on channel 90. And of course, here it's on Blue Ridge TV 13. And all of that information, you didn't have to write it down as I'm saying it, because it's all there at cancertelethon.org. And what else is there is the big red donate button, which would enable you to make your $20, $25, $50, $100, dare I say it, $500 contribution. You've heard lots of large and small amounts mentioned already. We're grateful to each and every one. Taken together, we think it's going to score quite a success in this life-saving mission of the American Cancer Society. While I try to learn what it is that we're doing next, I'm going to sneak over here and quickly tell you about our Saturday sponsors, because I didn't get to them in the first hour. Here we go. Saturday sponsors include Amatech, thanks so much for being part of the telethon. Beaver Run Gun Club, a Saturday sponsor. Blue Ridge Auto Service and Tire. George T. Schleicher Trucking. Lengel's Restaurant. Kathy Lengel is a super volunteer and a cancer survivor, and we're grateful that the family there at Lengel's Restaurant came on board. Pencore Services, they do so much more than this, but they include a sponsorship as well for Telethon Saturday. Rotet Motors, thanks so much for staying with us. Thanks to these Saturday sponsors, we are going to enjoy some performance right now from Sky Klauser.
Excuses for all of these goodbyes. Call me when it's over, 'cause I'm dying inside. Wake me when the shakes are gone and the cold sweats disappear. Call me when it's over and myself has reappeared. I don't know why I do it every time. It's only when I'm lonely. Sometimes I just wanna cave and I don't wanna fight. I try and I try and I try and I try and I try. Just hold me. I'm lonely. Mama, I'm so sorry, I'm not sober anymore. And Daddy, please forgive me for the drink spilled on the floor. To the ones who never left me, we've been down this road before. I'm so sorry, I'm not sober anymore. I'm sorry to my future love, for the man that left my bed, for making love the way I say it for you inside my head. And I'm sorry for the fans I lost, who watched me fall again. I wanna be a role model, but I'm only human. I don't know why I do it every time. It's only when I'm lonely. Sometimes I just wanna cave and I don't wanna fight. I try and I try and I try and I try and I try. Just hold me. I'm lonely. Mama, I'm so sorry, I'm not sober anymore. And Daddy, please forgive me for the drink spilled on the floor. To the ones who never left me, we've been down this road before. I'm so sorry, I'm not sober anymore. I'm not sober anymore. I'm sorry that I'm here again. I promise I'll get help. It wasn't my intention. I'm sorry to myself.
we're back live in the studio. We were very pleased to bring you Sky Klauser, and I hope that that performance will have motivated you. She did what she could, and now we're asking you to do what you can to support the life-saving mission of your American Cancer Society. Use that phone number, please, 800-883-2109. I have an update for you. I can't show it to you on the screen, but I'm going to tell you where we stand right now. So we have gone through the first full hour of the program, and our total right now is $7,001, 7001. We are really excited by that total. I think people are getting the idea. Cancer hasn't stopped, and neither will we. We're $7,000 into something. I don't know how this is going to turn out. And really, this is, you know, people have been pestering me. Well, what's the goal? The goal is to do everything that we can. And I don't know what that number will be. But I know that you have a big part in that. That big part can be $20 that you call in right now at 800-883-2109. That big part can be your $250 pledge that you do online at cancertelethon.org. You know what else could happen? You could become part of the luminary service at Jim Thorpe Memorial Park tonight by spending $10 for as many of these luminary bags as you want. So you just go to cancertelethon.org, click on Relay, you're right there, and it says, what do you want on the first $10 luminary bag? And you can say, I want it to be in honor of. And what do you want on the second one? Well, the second one is going to be in memory of someone. And then when you get to the end of the form, you get to fill those names in honor of this person, in memory of that person. And standing by immediately, as soon as you hit submit, is a volunteer who's going to make up that bag and put it on the display, the luminary display, at Memorial Park tonight at 9 o'clock. And you are invited to go there and see these luminaries. Or you can stay tuned and watch some video highlights from it later in the program. So this is the way that we've held on to the spirit and the highlight of the Relay for Life this year as we bring you a delayed American Cancer Society telethon. And instead of being in one giant performance venue, which is not appropriate for the times that we're in right now, we have distributed ourselves at points all over central eastern Pennsylvania. And I am going to borrow proudly terminology that I recall Jerry Lewis used to use in his historic telethon. He called it the Love Network. And sometimes he would switch out to New York, and Tony Orlando was standing by. And sometimes he would switch out to other places, and there were other hosts and other performers in other places. Well, guess what? I have people standing by in Stroudsburg, in Bethlehem, in Pottsville, in Lansford. Wherever you are, the American Cancer Society is there, and chances are not too far away, someone involved in this telethon is broadcasting live. We think it's a different kind of approach. We're going to make some mistakes. We're going to learn from it, but you know something? The evidence so far, with 1 hour behind us and $7,000 on the board, is that some of this is going to really actually work. And the question only remains, what will you do? Will you call that number, 800-883-2109? Will you go to the website? I hope you will, because that's so easy. Cancertelethon.org. Cancertelethon.org is the way to make that work out. And now we're going to acknowledge some of our major sponsors.
The American Cancer Society thanks our principal sponsor, Lehigh Valley Cancer Institute, the region's leader in advanced and compassionate cancer care. When you want personalized cancer care and a partner in your health, choose Lehigh Valley Cancer Institute. Our hope sponsor, Silverline Manufacturing in Lansford and hometown. Silverline's products dramatically enhance the visual appeal of coatings, paints, inks, plastics, and textiles. Our major sponsor, Hiles Brothers Plumbing, Heating, and Fuel Company, located at the top of the hill in Summit Hill, serving the Panther Valley and surrounding areas for nearly 40 years. Hiles Brothers is an EFM franchise dealer with certified oil burner technicians and 24-hour emergency service. Hiles Brothers also offers construction services. Call for a free estimate. Our Chairman's Club sponsors, Cool Breeze Imaging, Professional DJ, MC, voiceover, and audio production services since 1990 by Anne-Marie Calabrese. Get a professional sound at an affordable price. Hope and Coffee Tamaqua, a coffee shop with a mission to support recovery, created to be a social gathering place for those under 21, families, and for those in recovery to connect with others in a substance-free environment. Lehighton Outdoor Center, Lehigh Drive, Lehighton. Rafting, kayaking, biking. Open 7 days a week from 9 until 6. Get outdoors and have some fun. The historic Lakeside Ballroom Barnesville, now under new ownership. Available for classes, workshops, special events, weddings, or parties. Contact Chrissy at 570-778-9949 or email thelakesideballroom@gmail.com. ZooStock 2020. It is back to normal with a new zoo crew for the 21st annual free concert, Labor Day, Monday, September 7th, from noon until 8 on the grounds of the Halftime Bar and Grill at the Zoo, Lansford. Bring a lawn chair and enjoy food and entertainment for the whole family. The Creative Services Department, LLC. Magic 105.5 WMGH. A better mix of music, now streaming on www.wmgh.com. WLSH AM 1410, the music you grew up with. And WGPA Bethlehem, sunny1100.com. Raft Against Cancer 2020, the signature regional event in support of the American Cancer Society, is back on Monday, September 7th for fun on and along the Lehigh River. For more information, go to cancertelethon.org/raft.
One, you're up.
And all of you groupies out there that follow Dance Extremes, now's your time to show that you're still out there supporting them by calling Cancer Society at 1-800-883-2109. Show Dance Extreme that you're still supporting them. Now, for your entertainment, Dance Extreme.
Performing is Kira Hetler.
Talk to me more.
time we touch, it's like the last time. Holding on to something when it's not right. Tell me to my face that you are all mine. You don't know what I'm feeling. Maybe that thing you said under your breath for me. Holding on to thin lines till we just walk between. Getting so loud I can't pretend that I don't hear you. Maybe that thing you said under your breath to me. I don't know what you mean. Do we let go? Are we too far gone? I know what we started. Guess I don't know. Where we took a wrong turn, everything got harder. Every time we touch, it's like the last time. Holding on to something when it's not right. Tell me to my face that you were all mine. You don't know what I'm feeling. Maybe that thing you said under your breath for me. Holding on to thin lines till we just walk between. Getting so loud I can't pretend that I don't hear you. Maybe that thing you said under your breath for me. I know what you mean.
Miley and Kira.
If I'm just somebody that you're gonna leave, and you don't feel something when you look at me, you're holding my heart, what you say, just let me out slowly, I'll be okay. If you're just some habit that I gotta break, I can clear my sins on in 90 days. You're holding my heart, what you say, just let me out slowly. We're driving fast, going fast, going. We're driving all night. If I'm just somebody that you're gonna leave, and you don't feel something when you look at me, you're holding my heart, what you say, just let me out slowly, you'll be okay. If you're just somebody that I gotta break, I can clear my sins on in 90 days. You're holding my heart, what you say, just let me out slowly.
All right, back here in the studio as part of the 2020 American Cancer Society Telethon. Better late than never. This is a program that would normally happen in April. We find ourselves doing it in August for all the reasons that I don't need to explain to you. And I hope I don't have to explain that even though the world has changed in many ways, unfortunately, one thing is still true. Cancer hasn't stopped. So it took us some months, but we figured out how we can proceed with what we have to do to support the life-saving mission of the American Cancer Society. So we are here with you live, and performers are scattered about all over central eastern Pennsylvania. We have co-hosts at various vantage points all over the region. We're going to be bringing them to you, and you are there at home or watching on YouTube, wherever you are, and this Telethon belongs to you. I hope you will do what you can. We have a special way of acknowledging some of the larger pledges. You might have seen Maureen Donovan seated in the Lansford studio right now, and she has a red background, and that's what we're using this year as our wall of honor. And so when you make a $100 pledge, we will add your name to one of these daffodil icons, and it will go on that red wall, that wall of honor behind where Maureen is seated. And we're pleased to acknowledge that $100 pledge if you are able to make that right now. At the same time, we have a $250 opportunity where we will put your name next to an American Cancer Society sword. This is called the Sword of Hope, and appropriately so, because the sword is the symbol and part of the logo of the American Cancer Society, and this is an organization that has meant so much to so many people, and it does bring hope to those individuals and families affected by cancer. $250 is that. At $500, we'll put your name here with, hope you can see the rainbow on this icon. And many years ago, those who have been watching the telethon for the longest amount of time might remember we used to play Somewhere Over the Rainbow, imagining a time when we would not have to fight cancer anymore because it was defeated. That's where this rainbow icon came from. And that's your $500 pledge that we will acknowledge on the Wall of Honor. We think if you make a $1,000 contribution, that kind of makes you a star of the show, and we'll put that on the Wall of Honor. And of course, in the past, I don't know what will happen this year, but in the past, we've had contributions even more than $1,000, and we'll find some special icon to put on the wall. We'll get creative when you get extra generous with your contribution, which you can make right now, by the way, at 800-883-2109 or online at cancertelethon.org. I want to mention that website again because this is the quickest and easiest way for you to get your pledges through, and I do see pledges are coming through nicely, but at the moment I know that you can't see the website on your screen, so I'm going to say it again. It's really easy to remember. cancertelethon.org. cancertelethon.org. The reason I want you to remember that, and the reason I want you to go to that site, even if you plan to make a telephone call to make your contribution, is because there's so much good information there. There's information that you might even want to share with neighbors and friends. Did you know that if you have a relative or a friend who used to live in the area, who's familiar with the telethon, but now say they live in Missouri? Well, if you go to cancertelethon.org, you're going to be able to grab the YouTube link for today and show your relative in Missouri, hey, you can watch the telethon live right along with me just using this YouTube link. If you have a neighbor who you know is not in the Blue Ridge TV 13 service area, but they live over in Pottsville in that greater vicinity, they have Comcast television, you would find out at cancertelethon.org that they can watch the program on Comcast 15. Down in the Lehigh Valley, where we will be broadcasting live from tomorrow, you can watch on Service Electric in the Lehigh Valley system on dial position number 900. And then in the Tamaqua area and up into Hazleton, where the telethon really got started, that's on the Service Electric system where channel 90 is your way to watch the telethon. We have a luminary service. Even though the Relay for Life had to go away, as it has all over the country because of COVID, we kept the luminary service, and we're going to do it tonight. We're going to do it in Jim Thorpe at Memorial Park. And you can still put a luminary bag, one of those candles in the white bag, and personalize it in memory or in honor of someone special to you. That's happening at 9 o'clock tonight. You can go visit it and see it live, or you can watch highlights on television later in the evening. The point is, by going to cancertelethon.org, you can create a luminary bag online right now, and as soon as you hit submit, a volunteer will write out that bag and get the candle prepared, and it will be on the display this evening. So we have tried to make it as easy as possible for you to find your favorite way of supporting the American Cancer Society. If it's the old-fashioned way of getting a phone call and making a pledge, we love it. If you're willing to go online and make a pledge that way using the easy form to pick up one of these perhaps one of these icons to go on the wall of honor behind Maureen, we're ready. If you want to do it as a part of Relay for Life through the Luminary Service, the form is there at cancertelethon.org. In that case, just click on the Relay button. It's all there. It's all very easy. And speaking of Maureen in front of the wall of honor, let's go to Lansford right now, where Maureen is standing by in front of that red wall.
I'm hoping that by the end of the day, this whole red wall behind me is all covered. But in the meantime, someone who has pretty much grown up on this telethon is Sophia Semolinsky. I always like to try and pronounce her name correctly. Great young woman. We always enjoy seeing her. And we always know that the telephones, 1-800-883-2109, ring an awful lot when Sophia is on. I just heard one of the telephones going now. So, for your entertainment, Sophia.
Some people live for the fortune. Some people live just for the fame. Some people live for the power, yeah. Some people live just to play the game. Some people think that the physical things define what's within, and I've been here before, and that life's a bore so full of the superficial. Some people want it all, but I don't want nothing at all. If it ain't you, baby, if I ain't got you, baby. Some people want diamond rings, some just want everything, but everything means nothing if I ain't got you. Some people search for a fountain. The promise is forever young. Some people need 3 dozen roses, and that's the only way to prove you love them. Hand me the world on a silver platter, and what good would it be with no one to share, with no one who truly cares for me? Some people want it all, but I don't want nothing at all. If it ain't you, baby, if I ain't got you, baby. Some people want diamond rings, some just want everything, but everything means nothing if I ain't got you, yeah. If I ain't got you with me, baby, oh, say nothing in this whole wide world don't mean a thing if I ain't got you with me, baby.
Wow, Sophia Semolinsky. Great work, great vocal work, great fundraising work, just great commitment to the American Cancer Society. And we're we're so impressed and we're so grateful, and I just kind of hope you'll take this in the spirit in which it's intended. We just knew it. We just knew it, that if we gave you and we gave this community an opportunity to respond, that you would do it. Now, I'm a little bit of a mess right now, and I hope I can tell you this because it's heartfelt, and I just want to say it because it's so uplifting. I have my cell phone here, and I got a call during that song, and I don't know if people, except those who are watching in Hazleton up there on the Service Electric system, I don't know who would necessarily recognize this name, but anyone involved with the American Cancer Society certainly will recognize the name of Clemmy Yamona. You know, last year this telethon celebrated its 40th anniversary. And something that we had intended to do, and we will do in part, but I think we're going to continue next year, what we had intended to do for 2020 is to acknowledge, okay, that was great that we celebrated our 40 years doing the telethon, but there's a place and a person who's been at this for more than 40 years. Her name is Clemmy Yamona. She is the chair of the American Cancer Society telethon that began 1 year earlier than ours in Hazleton. And like me and like George Taylor, Clemmy knew Pat Houghton, and they got involved in some of this stuff together. Well, I just got a call from Clemmy, and I guess I don't think she would mind my mentioning that she is at the youthful age of 90, I believe, or thereabouts, 89 or 90. And she just called to say that she's watching and that she's impressed with what she sees and that she appreciates the commitment. And then she asked me to remind her of the pledge number so that she could make her own call. It's a special day. She's a special lady. If things had gone the way we had hoped for 2020, I would have Clemmy here on our show because we wanted to celebrate the people who thought of this first. And she is one. Yeah, do we have a picture of Clemmy that we can show? I would love that. And we'll talk more about her later, and we're going to talk with one of her great volunteers, her right-hand person, at the Hazleton Telethon. That's Jane Doherty, and that's coming up later in the show. But right now I would love to see Clemmy. And that picture is when I still had my 55 pounds, so that's a little embarrassing. But yeah, there you go. That's Clemmy, and I went up to visit her at the telethon a couple of years ago, and that's where that picture came from. And it's a special time. We are all united in this fight against cancer. Cancer hasn't stopped, neither will we, and I hope that you will do your part right now at 800-883-2109. You are watching the 2020 American Cancer Society Telethon.
There goes my baby with something new. Sure looks happy, I sure am blue. She was my baby till he stepped in. Goodbye to romance that might have been. Bye bye love, bye bye happiness. Hello loneliness, I think I'm gonna cry.
right, loving the wonderful house band situated there at in Weisport, I guess. And Dave Freeman, thanks for putting all of that together. Thanks for hanging in with us as we work through some of the logistics of trying to do this socially distanced American Cancer Society telethon. Am I ready to talk to Jamie, Mr. Taylor? Is that what's going on? Am I ready to talk to Jamie? Mr. Taylor doesn't hear me. I will be pleased to introduce you to a colleague, a member of the American Cancer Society staff, and okay, and it is that'll be coming up as soon as we have it ready. Meanwhile, your job is to call 800-883-2109 and make the most generous pledge that you can make, or go to cancertelethon.org and make that pledge as well. We have we saw Sofia Samolesky not only perform, but there's a lot of wonderful pledges that she gathered for us. And coming up, we're going to have Levels Dance Studio ready to go. We may or may not see a little bit from Dance with Kim. We're going to do some retrospective stuff too. If you ever imagined what did Danny Farrell look and sound like when he performed on the very first American Cancer Society telethon back in 1980, we're going to give you a glimpse of that if time permits. So there are lots of ways that that we are trying to entice you, keep your attention, motivate you to do what you can. We're doing what we can, and we won't always get it right this weekend because it's all so very new and so very complicated. But one message is simple, and that is cancer hasn't stopped, neither have we. So now let's check in one more time with Maureen, and then I'll try to get back with that conversation with Jamie.
Yeah, Joe, I'll tell you, we're really being able to handle all of the little trials that we're facing. But you know what? That's part of all the people out there, too, that have these trials that are suffering with cancer. So we're counting on you. We're handling these trials and tribulations we have as far as technical difficulties and things like that. But we need your help so that we can help other people through their trials of fighting cancer. So please call 1-800-883-2109. And now we have another great dance group for you, and it's called Level Studios.
Hello, I'm from Levels Dance Studio. My name is Alyssa Knoll. We are going to perform 3 dances today.
Watch me throw it back and flip it. They love how I do it. I'm the truth, you
All right, great job. That was our hip hop pro elite team. Next, we're gonna have our elite soloist, Haley Unger. She didn't get to perform at recital, so we are glad to have her perform her solo tonight. Great job, Haley. All right. For our last performance today, we're going to have our elite jazz team. They won first place overall at their competition last year. Well, actually 2020, so this year, before all the COVID happened. So I'm so glad that the American Cancer Society Telethon had us on today. Thank you so much. And everyone watching at home, please call in to donate, okay? So much for having us today. Level Dance Studio in Brownheadsville, Pennsylvania, Group 209. We're starting our summer classes in August and our competition tryouts also in August. Thank you.
Now, how wonderful is that? You know, as these performances come across, and by the way, that group is in Broadheadsville, and we're glad to have them on board. But George and I are marveling here because none of these folks had to do any of this, and this was not easy. You know, some of these groups have not been necessarily been in full rehearsals. They didn't necessarily know when this event was going to happen. They're not necessarily in the habit of creating videos. But look what happens. People get creative. People understand the importance, and they do what they can. And you know what? That's what we're asking you to do. We can't do everything as we normally do right now, but we can do something. And you're watching it, warts and all, right now as we approach the beginning of the third hour of the American Cancer Society Telethon for 2020. All we're asking you to do is consider what you can do. And maybe you can still contribute something, maybe not as much as last year. It's going to be great. Maybe you think you know the challenges that we're facing this year, and you have the capacity to consider the same or even a little bit more than you did last year. Please go forward with that. And I think this is based on the idea that in the end, we're going to have a success here for 2020 at the ACS Telethon. The number is 800-883-2109, and pledges are coming in too at cancertelethon.org. And now you see that website going by on your screen. Everything there you need to know. How to mail in your payment if you're doing it that way, how to get to the website, 800-883-2109, and the website cancertelethon.org. I want to show you something. This is fun, and Danny Farrell has, when he comes in tomorrow night and performs, this will be his 40th appearance out of 41 telethons. Tomorrow night will be 40 out of 41. You might wonder, if you've been watching, what did that look and sound like when Danny performed on the very first show? We don't have a lot of it, but we have a little bit of it. I want to share that with you right now. Let's take a look at Danny, 1980. All right, so there you go. It is remarkable, is it not, that it looks and sounds quite a bit like it does 40 years later. Danny is very consistent. He is a pillar of this program, and I protect those old tapes from 1980 like they're gold. We don't have much to show, but we can look back and see what it looked like then. And Danny Farrell will be in the house tomorrow evening in his traditional time slot, and then we're going to go back over to Lansford right now with Maureen Donovan. Go ahead.
Take your mask off.
Okay, all righty. I must say, Joe, that I thought Danny's feet his little feet were still moving the same way now as they used to many years ago. So our next entertainer is somebody you're all going to remember, Riley Bauer. She's been with us many, many times, and we're so happy that she's here again with us today. Riley Bauer.
Hi, my name is Riley Bauer. I'm 16. I'm from Lansford, Pennsylvania, and I will be singing 2 songs. The first song will be Reflection from the Lawn. Look at me, I will never pass for a perfect wife or a perfect daughter. Can it be? I'm not meant to play this part. Now I see that if I were truly to be myself, I would break my family's heart. Who is that girl I see staring straight back at me? Why is my reflection someone I don't know? Somehow I cannot hide who I am. No, I tried. When will my reflection show who I am inside? When will my reflection show who I am inside? The next song will be A Change in Me from Beauty and the Beast. There's been a change in me, a kind of moving on. Though what I used to be, I still depend upon. For now I realize that good can come from that. That may not make me wise, but oh, it makes me glad. And I never thought I'd leave behind my childhood dreams, but I don't mind. For now I love the world I see. No change of heart, a change in me. For in my dark despair, I slowly understood my perfect world out there had disappeared for good. But in its place I feel the true life began. And it's so good and real, it must come from within. And I never thought I'd leave behind my childhood dreams, but I change of heart, a change in me.
Hey everybody, we'd like to thank everybody for calling in today and donating, and just want to take a real quick moment to introduce everybody because it's a new house band this year. Unfortunately, Damien and Ivan couldn't be here, but they'll be back again next year, I'm sure, and we miss them, and we're really sorry that they couldn't be a part of it. But all the way on the other side, from Long Pond, Pennsylvania, playing clarinet, saxophone, and singing is my good friend Mark Mecca. And from Copley, Pennsylvania, playing guitar and singing today is Amber Pierce. And from Stroudsburg, Pennsylvania, playing the drums is my good friend John Sampson. And of course, my name is Dave Freeman, the student of the Budweiser Schulis School of Music, graduated class never. So I want to thank everybody again for calling in and making pledges. And if you want to hear a song, all you got to do is call in and make a pledge, and we'll see what we can do for you. And here's one of those songs right now.
Pajama pulled out of bed, ran to the police station. When Papa found out, he began to shout, started the investigation. Was against the law, was against the law. What your mama saw was against the law. Well, mama looked down and spit on the ground every time a name gets mentioned. Papa said, oh, if I get that boy, I'm gonna stick him in the house of detention. Well, I'm on my way, down the wave I'm going, I'm on my way. Taking my time, but I don't know where. Goodbye to Rosie, Queen of Corona, singing me and Julio down by the schoolyard. Singing me and Julio down by the schoolyard. Let the story leak. When the radical priest comes to get me released, we all be on the cover of Newsweek. Well, I'm on my way, don't know where I'm going. I'm on my way, taking my time, but I don't know where. Goodbye to Rosie, Queen of Corona, singing me and Julio down by the schoolyard. Singing me and Julio down by the schoolyard. Singing me and Julio down by the schoolyard.
Much love to you, Dave, and our wonderful house band. And I want to echo your sentiments about Ivan and Damien. Look forward to having them back in the mix when we get to 2021. But circumstances just did not align for this August 1-2 weekend, but we're doing okay. Jamie Kane is somewhere on the Love Network, and we're going to bring him in, and I want to have a conversation with him. Jamie is in the leadership at American Cancer Society for a big region, which includes our area. And Jamie, I'm pleased to have you join us and to speak with you today. I think it's funny, you know, so many years we have heard people warn in various situations, do not try this at home. And this year we turned that upside down and we've asked everybody involved in the telethon to try this at home. And our performers are really coming through. We're having performances from living rooms and basements and band shells, and it all looks beautiful, don't you think? I don't think Jamie hears me. I'm not sure Jamie hears me. So maybe we'll have to come back to that if Jamie doesn't hear me. But I want to tell you that Jamie will be joining us as a co-host. Jamie will be joining us as a co-host later in the program. Jamie, you're back? Okay. Can you hear me now, Jamie? Yeah. Yeah, I see him. But I don't think he hears me.
Hey, Joe, I hear you.
All right, good, good. Yeah, I was just saying we for years we've been hearing the warning, do not try this at home. And now we've asked all of our sponsors and performers and everybody involved with the telethon, please try this at home. And, you know, we're doing our best.
We are, Joe, and I have to tell you, this is the first time I'm actually in grown-up clothes for about 5 months. So I'm excited to be here, and I'm excited to actually get back to some of the business that we need to be doing in this pandemic. So thank you for all of the changes that you had to deal with the past few months, you know, and just being resilient and bouncing back. And we're excited that we're actually talking telethon today and tomorrow. So I'm excited to be here to talk about the Cancer Society and some of the things that we're doing.
Well, I'm grateful that that you'll be joining as co-host, and I'm happy to have this chance to talk with you. I don't know if you heard earlier, but right before I went on air for one of my bits, I received a phone call from someone who I know is very dear and special to you, and that's Clemmy Yamona. And she was watching right from the top of the show, and she wanted to weigh in and say that she was impressed with everyone's determination to make this go forward. And then she asked me to tell her what the pledge phone number is, because she was going to be making a contribution of her own. And I told the folks at home that we had in mind way back in the winter that when we got to the telethon in April, we would acknowledge, after celebrating our own 40th anniversary, that there was someone here first, and that was our great crew from Hazleton. And we'll do some of that today when I get a chance, or this weekend when I get a chance to talk to Jane Doherty. But we're going to carry that into next year too, because I think it's very special in this part of Eastern Pennsylvania that two groups and neighbors would have kind of the same idea and the same commitment to carry for decades this kind of effort on behalf of ACS.
Yeah, absolutely. And, you know, that we think about 40 years, Joe, and I think we've talked about this before, but where we were in cancer treatment, cancer diagnosis, just the battle of cancer, to where we are, you know, up until 2020 has a night and day difference when you think about it. So when we first started, you know, whether it was in Hazleton or with yours, there were literally no cancer survivors that were able to speak with us because that just there wasn't enough of them around or well enough to do so. And you think of all the progress that we've made in that 40 years, and now more than ever, there are more people surviving cancer and living with cancer today than ever before in the history of that disease. And when you fast forward to what we're facing now with this crisis, you know, that's at risk, you know, because cancer has not stopped. And neither has the American Cancer Society. We're adjusting every day, trying to figure it out, as you know. But this grassroots effort that you started and Clemmy and her group has started, this is how we made that difference. And this is how we will continue to make that difference as we move forward into the future. So I know some of you might be out there saying, well, if I donate $5, does that really matter? Joe, you know this. No one's walking through the door, virtual door, with $1 million check.
No.
You know, that is how we get to those numbers, is by all of those contributions. And these matter so much more now today than ever before.
Yeah, and people have been asking ever since they knew that we had picked this weekend and we were going forward, well, how much do you expect to make? What do you want people to do? What are you hoping for? And I said, well, what we decided is we're not going to have a zero. And people, you know, and honestly, some people suggested that. Just take the year off. Come back better than ever in 2021. And you know what? I like the idea of coming back better than ever in 2021. But meanwhile, there's still something we can do in 2020. And that's what this weekend is all about. And, you know, I don't know what the number will be at the end, and I wouldn't be so bold as to set a goal. I just know if the first couple of hours are an indication that people are going to do what they can. And we'll see how that turns out. But right now, it looks like people are ready to step up.
Yeah, and you know, there's that sentiment, right, where you know we'll take a year off and come back. But to your point, like cancer has not taken that year off, and our mission, you know, while we have to adapt and we have to change and things are a little bit different, nothing has changed in terms of the importance of our mission. And in some ways, you know, our mission is more important. When you think about not only dealing with the crisis that we're dealing with, but then on a cancer diagnosis on top of that. And I'll just tell a really quick story.
Yeah.
We have the 1-800 number, and you know all about that. We talk about that all weekend. You'll hear a lot about that. It's so much more than just an info line. My brother works in business. One of his best workers was just diagnosed with prostate cancer. Sean called me, said, you know, what can we do? What can we do for this gentleman? And he's one of my best workers. I want to see the guy healthy. I want to see him get the help he needs. Called the 800 number on a Sunday night back in February before COVID. And his biggest issue was he's prostate cancer. And Joe, as you know, with prostate cancer, one of the great things about it is there's so many options for what you could do with treatment. But with that, there's so many different side effects that could happen as well. And it's overwhelming how to deal with that. So this gentleman spent an hour on the phone with our service line and walked him through every type of treatment he could possibly have, what type of side effects, what that means. And that person then went back to my brother and he said, I needed a lifeline. The American Cancer Society was that lifeline. That is what I needed. And to be there on a Sunday night when I needed them the most. And that is what we're doing through this time every day. And 70 to 80% of these calls we're getting right now, Joe, they're about how to deal with treatment during COVID. You know, things are disrupted and changed and challenged. And more so for a person that's experiencing a disease diagnosis like cancer, they need help. And we are still there. And that's the important part. So thank you again for your efforts to maintain this. And whether it's $100 that we raise or a couple $1,000, every bit is going to help this battle.
I thank you for that story because, you know, it's just human nature, I guess. When do all of those thoughts and questions come into focus for someone who's facing that kind of news? Probably at 2 o'clock in the morning. And the way that this service is set up is that they can make that call at 2 o'clock in the morning. And that means so much. And that's just one example of how ACS means so much. So Jamie Kane, thanks for talking with me today. We look forward to working with you later in the weekend as well. And we are going to now check in with our colleague Marta Gauger up at in the Poconos, where she has one of our Courage Award honorees. Marta?
Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to our American Cancer Society Telethon 2020. I am DJ Ruby, and I am so honored to be here being the host for this amazing event. Right now, I do have a wonderful people next to me, which is Mrs. Marta Gauger, who is going to be interviewing Mr. Todd Martin, our sheriff's officer, Mr. Martin, Todd Martin. So I would like to introduce you guys to Mrs. Marta Gauger so she can share to you our stories.
Hi, everybody. So this is the first of 4 Courage Award presentations during the telethon. Our first one is recently retired Sheriff Todd Martin. He'll always be Sheriff Martin to us, definitely, after how many years?
38 years in the office and 25 years as sheriff.
Yes, yes. So we are going to talk about why he's here. He has multiple myeloma and yeah. So we're going to talk about that. Do you want to say anything?
Sure. I want to welcome everyone. I appreciate the fact that I've been selected to receive this particular award, though, as I said to Marta and everyone else, to me, I believe there's a lot more people out there that are more deserving than myself. The key here is the Cancer Society is huge, not only in my life, but also in the lives of many, because almost everyone that I know of has been affected by cancer in some way, shape, or form. Doesn't matter whether it's your mom, your dad, your sister, your brother, your children. And it's extremely important that we together, like we're doing here today, do the best that we can to try to get funds in order to help others to make their lives a much better place and a much easier place to live.
We are going to cut to the video to hear Todd's story.
For 25 years, Todd Martin served the residents of Monroe County as their sheriff.
I had the opportunity of becoming a deputy sheriff back in 1982. I worked my way up through the ranks of becoming a corporal and a sergeant. Then I was promoted to chief deputy.
And after he got the chance to take over as sheriff, he began his campaign and came out on top and stayed there.
I was lucky enough to have 6 terms as sheriff, and I was lucky enough to have a number of terms that I ran unopposed. Which just makes things a lot easier, to be honest with you.
Martin continued to excel as sheriff of Monroe County for many years, creating programs and even gearing up to fight fires, until he got the news from his doctor that would change the way he lived his life forever.
In 2005, I was diagnosed with plasmacytoma, which is a form of blood cancer. And then again in 2005, I was diagnosed with what they call multiple myeloma cancer.
The news shocked Martin and his family. He explains that the support of his children and his community helped him get through.
And I was advised that that cancer was completely through my body, and I had to go through 2 stem cell transplants.
Since his diagnosis, Martin has made it his mission to help and give back to the community. He's been involved in supporting other people with myeloma and their families, and to this day continues to push on.
My children, my oldest daughter was 16, my son was 12, and my youngest daughter was 8, and it was a very difficult time. 15 years, you know, in the beginning they didn't give me much time to live, but 15 years, and I'm hoping, like Billy Joel always said, only the good die young, so I plan on being around for a long time.
Justin Dorsey, News 13.
Wow, what an amazing story. We're so glad that you're here with us today. Let me just tell you what the Courage Award is all about. The Courage Award gives recognition to a person who has shown resilience as he or she meets the challenge of their personal battle with cancer. We certainly know a lot of people who are having a battle with cancer right now, and we're just putting the call out. If you know somebody, and I'm sure you do, or you want to donate in Sheriff Todd Martin's honor, the number is 1-800-883-2109, or you can donate online at cancertelethon.org. So, Sheriff, you told me when we talked earlier that you are a lucky man. Tell me why you're a lucky man.
Well, first of all, I'm here today, and 15 years ago I was diagnosed with these cancers and wasn't given very long time to live, and it was a very scary thing, not only for myself but also for my family. My 3 children, my oldest daughter Carly, she was 16, Jared was 12, and Kelly was 8. And it was a scary time period for all of us, mainly because, you know, I didn't know how much longer I was going to be around. I wanted to see my 3 children graduate from high school. I wanted to be able to see them graduate from college. I was hoping to be able to be there to walk my daughters down the aisle, you know, when they get married. And when I say lucky, I've been around for 15 years, which is a lot longer than what I was given. And I got to walk my oldest daughter down the aisle. I saw all 3 of my children graduate high school and graduate college. And I now have 2 grandchildren. And it's amazing. So I am a lucky man because I'm still here, I'm still fighting, and I'm not doing it for myself. I'm doing it for my children, I'm doing it for my grandchildren, and I'm trying my best to be a huge advocate for people that have cancer, and it doesn't matter whether it's like mine, multiple myeloma, or it's breast cancer, or ovarian cancer, or cervical cancer. I know many people, and I just try my best every day in order to be there to support them, and as the community has been there to support me over the years.
So the motto of the telethon is people you know helping people you know. And you have said, you just said it now, about people in the community. Can you tell us a little bit about some of the help that you received, and tell us about your involvement with the American Cancer Society?
I'm very lucky to be a member of the Stroudsburg Fire Department for 40.
All right, I think the point there that was being made by Marta and the sheriff is that this is people you know helping people you know. Perhaps you do know the sheriff. Perhaps you knew of his story. Perhaps you just learned of it today. Please understand that the volunteers who have put this program together are trying to help assist the life-saving mission of the American Cancer Society. And so, not that you didn't already have a million reasons to do so, but particularly if you know the sheriff and you found this story compelling, the opportunity that he had to realize his dream of seeing daughters graduate from high school, walking a daughter down the aisle, this means something. This is what happens when we make progress in the fight against cancer. That progress is what happens when people band together and make small contributions and large contributions. And so if you have not yet made a contribution, can you use that telephone number that we're showing on the screen, 800-883-2109? Can you go to the website cancertelethon.org and make the most generous pledge you can? And when I say the most generous pledge you can, I'm not necessarily talking about a big number. Any number is big as long as it isn't zero and as long as it reflects what you think you can do at this time. That's the point this weekend. We're not going to spend any time talking or dwelling on what is not possible this weekend. All we're going to do is we're going to see what is possible, and we're going to celebrate that. And I thank you for those who have participated already. I want to take a walk over here so that we can acknowledge our featured sponsors one more time, and we're grateful to All Care Home Care in Hazleton, Black Diamond Parrot Head Club, another featured sponsor, the Bowmanstown Perryville Lions Club. And as the weekend unfolds, just watch how many Lions clubs from throughout our area participate in this telethon. Broadheadsville Eye Care Center, a featured sponsor. Dance with Kim, thank you very much. The Getz Personal Care Home, Lehigh Anthracite Coal, Lehighton Area Lioness Lions Club, the Little Schuylkill Lions Club, Mahoning Township Lions Club, Neil J. Kirshner, Palmerton Area High School Leo Club, P.J. Whalahan's Pub at Platz's, PVC Sales and Service, a featured sponsor. Suzanne Jones, the Dance Factory, thanks very much for participating. And thanks to Jocko there at Serena's Bakery. And we wish you well today, Jocko, and thanks for hanging in with the American Cancer Society Telethon. West Penn Lions Club, these are the featured sponsors for 2020. We're grateful. We will acknowledge some more sponsors as we go along. But meanwhile, let's get back to Marta.
Hi, we're back. We had some technical difficulties, but we're back, and we want to present the Courage Award to Sheriff Todd Martin. This award is, as I said, for resilience, for giving people hope, and we just really, really appreciate everything that you've shared with us, everything that you've gone through. It's been a really tough journey for you, but we want to recognize that journey. And this is the... Thank you very much.
Well, his story was really, really touchy. It's amazing how you have in your mind that you're not going to be living for a short time. And Mr. Todd is a lucky man. Definitely, he's a lucky man. So I would like to approach you guys to please pledge today and call 1-800 number 883-2101 to support the American Cancer Society. I also want to take advantage of Blue Ridge Communication. Thank you for being in here. Also, thank you to the Sherman Theater to use their facility to air the telethon of 2020. I would like to say thank you also to Deanna Berger for her support. $2,000 to the American Cancer Society. Also, Ray Price right here present a check for $1,200 to the American Cancer Society. Thank you so much. Also, I would like to mention the Shawnee Mountain Resort. They do an event every single year that they support the American Cancer Society, and their donations run from $15,000 to $100,000. So that's a big support also. So thank you so much, everyone. Thank you also, Sila Management, for having me here, and also Mrs. Lisa Hoyer for organizing this amazing event. Telethon 2020. We'll see you next year. Thank you so much.
All right, listen, folks, I have a real special guest here right now. Someone who's battling cancer right now, and the courage she has is beyond what I believe. And she offered she was going to come on and talk about her disease. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to introduce you to Kathleen Quinn Farber. Kathy, thank you for coming. I wish I could give you a hug, but obviously we can't do that.
Right.
Tell us how, when you were first diagnosed, when was that?
That was at the very end of February.
This year?
Yes.
And the type of cancer you have is breast cancer?
It's invasive ductal carcinoma, which is breast cancer. I also have Paget's disease, which is a cancer of the nipple.
Okay, I'll get her back.
When I had my biopsies, everything came back this one type of breast cancer. So then they put a treatment plan into place, and I had 18 weeks of chemo.
18? Well, let me make that clear though. That's 6 chemos, 3 weeks apart, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. I just had my last chemo 2 weeks ago.
Yeah.
So I'm still in my last week of side effects.
Yeah.
But I should start feeling better.
Well, I know for a fact that you are a trooper, because you, after a week after you were done each chemo, you're back at work. And, I mean, I get it. You have family, you have to support you have to pay bills, I get it. But you're a tough cookie, I'll tell you that. I do follow her on Facebook, and I see a lot of these posts, and I understand it. So now you're done the chemo. Now what's next?
August 20th, I'm having a left mastectomy. And 3 weeks after that, I start back up on chemo all the way until March of next year.
And how often is that?
I think that's also every 3 weeks.
Every 3 weeks.
But I had 4 drugs in my first 6 chemos. 2 of those were the very harsh drugs. Yeah. The other 2 are like I forget the word for it.
Sure.
But they're not going to be as severe.
The following ones.
I'm hoping the rest of that is a breeze.
Well, you've gone through hell already. and your courage is just inspiring. I don't know what to tell you, because you know, you're not alone in this world going through this. It's a shame that we have to go through this, and that's why we're here today, because you know, cancer doesn't stop, and neither can we.
Right.
Is there anybody you want to ask to call or pledge or?
Any of my friends that follow my story, I share my story of it on Facebook. Those people, anyone really.
Maybe they want to call in a pledge in honor of Kathy and her courage. And we all wish you the best. Is there anything else you'd like to mention about it?
Just for women, for any cancer that you're supposed to self-check or get tested, but when you feel something funny or you see something funny, don't wait. Because I was in denial for a long time. I never wanted to go through chemo because of what I saw my dad go through.
Yeah.
I made a decision within myself that I'm just going to let whatever happens, and I couldn't do that.
Yeah.
I really started to feel like it's not fair to my family. So I waited much too long, but thankfully both areas of tumors have shrunk to almost nothing.
Oh, that's wonderful.
So,
well,
I'm hoping finishing out the year, just.
I know I speak for everybody in the American Cancer Society and the whole team here. We wish you nothing but the best.
Thank you.
And thank you for coming in and sharing your story with us. Ladies and gentlemen, hey, listen. 1-800-883-2109. Call and pledge it in honor of Kathy or someone you know, a family member or a friend, a neighbor. I just thought about this last night. I have 6 neighbors that have either passed or fought cancer and won. Not to mention my close aunt, my wife. Come on, make the call. It's a tough year for all of us, but cancer, it's just not going to stop, and we got to keep the fight going. Ladies and gentlemen, here's a word from ACS.
Who hasn't felt protective lately? Of our families, our communities, our resources? In times like these, we all fight to make sure our people are safe. But when your people, your family, your community is made up of millions of cancer patients and their families, keeping them safe takes everyone's help.
All right, back in the studio here at your 2020 American Cancer Society Telethon. Volunteers are standing by ready to take your call at 800-883-2109. Or if you're not in the mood to talk to anyone on the phone right now, you can go to cancertelethon.org and make the most generous pledge that you can. If that's $5, $50, $500, $5,000, we will take it. The purpose of this weekend is to just see what we can do, because you know what? Cancer hasn't stopped, so neither can we. We are going to do our level best here to acknowledge some pledges, and then we are going to enjoy some more entertainment together. Jason DeMarco will join us as a co-host in a little bit of time. So there's a lot going on, and I think, I said to George here a moment ago, I think we're finally finding our footing. This is so unusual. Normally there are hundreds of us all gathered in one performance venue, and it's so much easier to give people dirty looks in person than it is by Zoom. But we're learning, and I think it's going to be great. Thanks to you, we are making progress, and I'll have a 3 o'clock total for you in due time. That's coming up in about 20 minutes. 20 minutes you can use to make the phone call at 800-883-2109. or online at cancertelethon.org. We did have a couple of pledges that I wanted to acknowledge. Let me see if I can get them in front of me. Everything is a little bit slow, and so I think what I am going to do is not read these pledges right now, and instead I'm going to introduce you to Lois Mann. So Telethon happened first time in 1980. And it happened at Tamaqua High School in a little TV studio there. I happen to be a graduate of the class of 1980, and I'm pleased to introduce a performance by one of my classmates, Lois Mann. I'm also pleased to say that there are a number of members of the class of 1980 that continue to work on this program. People like Kathy Dombrowski-Peters and Ron Cabana and Cheryl. And there are just a number, and we'll be mentioning them over the course of time. If you happen to be watching, you know Lois, you know me, you know Kathy. This is a great way for you to come through for your American Cancer Society and show our spirit as we acknowledge 40 years since our graduation in 1980. So, with no further ado, here is Lois Pritchard Mann. This is one of those moments that I anticipated as we got ready for the 40th annual telethon. Get to interview a classmate and introduce a classmate, class of 1980, Tamaqua High School. That was 1980 that we did our first cancer telethon together from the second floor studio at Tamaqua High School. Lois Pritchard Mann is here, and you have had a wonderful career in teaching and in music, and you're going to share some of that music today. And it looks like friends of yours shared some of their hard-earned money for the American Cancer Society.
Yes, I have to give a shout out to some of my colleagues at Pleasant Valley High School who gave us some donations for the Cancer Society, and also some family members. From my husband and me, $50, from my mother, $50, from Roxanne Scheller, $25, from Dan Muir, $25, from Kathy Balch, $100, from Justine Curcio, $20, from Christine Preston, $20, and from John Gaziski, $100, a total of $390.
So, honest and true, did you imagine in your wildest imaginings that 40 years hence we would find ourselves together in something like this?
I don't know. Can you think about 40 years of doing anything?
Well, no, I think that's...
Wow, it's a long time, but yeah, it's like, wow, I remember back in the day.
So tell us a little bit about you. You have been a teacher, I guess, coming up on 35 years?
35 years at Pleasant Valley High School in beautiful downtown Broadheadsville.
And you teach music?
I'm a high school choral director.
How about that?
And teach guitar, teach piano, teach voice.
Yeah, I love it when schools keep music and arts programs. Mm-hmm. That's really important. It even helps in math and science achievement. That's been proven over and over again. But you're also active in music outside of teaching, right?
Yes, I'm very active in my church and in the praise band and sing in the choir. play the organ every now and then, play the piano, so I'm always busy doing something with music. And I don't think that surprises you, Joe.
It does not surprise me. It does not surprise me. So I will accept this gratefully on behalf of the American Cancer Society.
You're welcome.
And we love having you. And now, Lois Pritchard Mann.
Faraway places with strange sounding names, far away over the sea. Those faraway places with the strange sounding names are calling, calling me. Going to China or maybe Siam, I wanna see for myself those faraway places I've been reading about in a book that I took from a shelf. I start getting restless whenever I hear the whistle of a train. I pray for the day I can get underway and look to those castles in Spain. They call me a dreamer, well, maybe I am, but I know that I'm burning to see those faraway places with the strange sounding names calling, calling me. Those faraway places with the strange sounding names calling, calling me.
Lois Pritchard Mann, class of 1980, Tamaqua High School. I'm glad to have that segment, which you might recognize was from last year's telethon when we did it at Penn's Peak. And so all of those pledges that she read before the song, nobody panic. That was a little bit of a recording from last year. But we're glad to have her in the show. And we look forward to having her live next year. And we look forward to having your pledge on the line at 800-883-2109. A couple of pledges I want to acknowledge from the website. Charles and Michelle Toniati of Summit Hill, pledge made in memory of daughter-in-law's mother, Kate Roebuck, who passed away from cancer this year. $100 pledge from Carla Mao, Lambertville, New Jersey. Thank you very much. Pledge made in honor of former Sheriff Todd A. Martin, who you met during the interview with Marta. One of the first of 4 Courage Award recipients that you'll be meeting over the course of this weekend. So thanks very much to Carla for making that pledge. Step over here. I'm going to acknowledge a 1-hour sponsor. So this hour of the American Cancer Society Telethon is made possible in part by Charlotte A. Solt Incorporated. And so we will mention this a couple more times before the hour of 4 o'clock, but just wanted to get started in acknowledging Charlotte Solt. And she's been on board with the telethon for a number of years now, and we're very grateful to everyone at Charlotte A. Solt Incorporated. Thanks so much for that. And now, what is it that I was going to do, Mr. Taylor? Oh, I know. I want to visit with our friends up at the Sherman Theater one more time, because we got a little late start with them, and they're doing good work. What? They're not ready for that. Okay, so Jason DeMarco is standing by. Jason, go.
Am I introducing her? Yeah. All right, welcome. It's good to be now a live part of this telethon here. I'm sitting patiently, and I'm really looking forward to a little bit later on. I'll be in the Lansford office with Bud and reading pledges throughout the evening. So Real quick, before I introduce our next performer, I'd just like to send out this number again so you can call in these pledges, 1-800-883-2109. Again, that's 1-800-883-2109. We need your help. We need you to call in your pledges. Every year, we seem to have an influx of calls late on a Sunday, and some of those calls never make it through. So if you are waiting to call, don't. Call now, please. Make that call, make a donation, $5, $10, whatever it may be, every bit counts. So again, that number is 1-800-883-2109. So here our next performer, it's my pleasure to introduce Corinne Bittner, and she'll be performing 2 songs for us here today. And before we get to her 2 songs, we'd like to encourage all friends and families of her to go ahead and call in and show the support not only for her, but for the American Cancer Society as well. So without further ado, Corinne Bittner.
Waiting up for me that I call my own. Through the dark, through the door, through where no one's been before, but it feels like home. They can say it all sounds crazy. They can say I've lost my mind. I don't care, so call me crazy. We can live in a world that we design. 'Cause every night I lie in bed, the brightest colors fill my head. A million dreams are keeping me awake. Think of what the world could be, a vision of the one I see. A million dreams is all it's gonna take. Oh, a million dreams for the world we're gonna make. There's a house we can build, every room inside is filled with things from far away. Special things I compile, each one there to make you smile on a rainy day. They can say it all sounds crazy. They can say we've lost our minds. I don't care, so call us crazy. Run away to a world that we design. 'Cause every night I lie in bed, the brightest colors fill my head. A million dreams are keeping me awake. I think of what the world could be, a vision of the one I see. A million dreams is all it's gonna take. Oh, a million dreams for the world we're gonna make. However big, however small, let me be part of it all. Share your dreams with me. You may be right, you may be wrong, but say that you'll bring me along to the world you see, to the world I close my eyes to see. I close my eyes to see. 'Cause every night I lie in bed, the brightest colors fill my head. A million dreams are keeping me awake. I think of what the world could be, a vision of the one I see. A million dreams is all it's gonna take. Oh, a million dreams for the world we're gonna gonna make.
Good afternoon, everybody. We're back. Welcome to our American Cancer Society Telethon 2020. And I am DJ Ruby, and I'm here airing from the Sherman Theater, located on Main Street in East Strasburg. So we do have here, I'm very honored to be here, guys, hosting this magnificent event. We have a lot of supporters earlier, and we have one more person right here, which is Lori Fernandez. Thank you, Lori Fernandez, for being here and supporting our telethon. She is the Kingsley's ShowPrite controller located in Bronxville, Pennsylvania. So I would like to introduce her to tell us how she support and for how long she's been supporting the American Cancer Society.
Thank you for having me. Okay, well, the Kinsley family is the family that owns the ShopRite of Broadsville. It's called Kinsley ShopRite. And they have been a staunch, everlasting supporter of the American Cancer Society since way before I started there. And I've been there 19 years, 20 years now. They have been having a day called the Grocers Against Cancer Day, which usually occurs in September. And during that time, we do all kinds of specials, have all kinds of activities. We send out all kinds of flyers and have tons of people come through our doors. And at the end of the day, we donate 5% to the American Cancer Society. And over the years, it's been around $15,000 every year. And unfortunately this year, I'm sorry to say we won't be having it because of the pandemic. However, we hope that next year everything is going to be back to normal and not this new normal. But in the interim, they have given me a check for $5,000, which is going to help the telethons total, hopefully, today, and all the great work that the American Cancer Society does. And hopefully, our customers will continue to come in and support us, and then we can continue to support the American Cancer Society. And then on a second note, since Relay was canceled this year, we usually have a Relay team out at the West End Fair, which is a ShopRite team, and it's also a team that is sponsored by my husband's karate studio, which is C&J's Mountain Warriors. And so we also have a $100 check from them since we didn't participate this year. So here we go. There's the 2 envelopes.
Thank you so much. Okay, everybody.
And unless you have any questions or
any story, Lori, of a closer friend, a closer family member that you would like to share with everyone in there that you have been affected directly?
Well, my mother died of breast cancer when I was 9. And my grandfather did die of lung cancer. But the most recent one was one of the secretaries at ShopRite died of ovarian cancer. So her name was Sandy, and that was a couple years ago. So, yes. And she actually walked the relays and everything, and you would never know that she was sick. But so it does. It's very close to home. So, but hopefully the American Cancer Society continues their great work and comes up with a cure, and so no one else has to die, So that's why we're here.
That's awesome. I would like to say thank you very much.
You're welcome, and thank you for having me.
Representing Kingsley ShowPrite and also your husband's business. Sorry about that. I want to say it again. Thank you also for being here one more time, because she is supporting the American Cancer Society also with her own business with her husband, and also representing Kingsley's family, the owners of the ShowPrite in Bronxville, which they are very generous family. Thank you so much. I would like to take advantage also and say thank you one more time to Ray Price, who donated before $1,200. Also Deanna Berger for her donation, $2,000, plus she also supports the American Cancer Society. And we will be back soon. So thank you for having us today.
Thank you.
back. Now this is a brick house. We're here together, everybody knows this is how stormy goes. One time, just got everything that a woman needs. Get mad, yeah, yeah, yeah. How can she lose with the sex she loses? 36, 24, 36, wanna win in hand. She's a brick house. She mighty, let it all hang out. She's a brick house. Let it stack, that's a fact. Ain't nothing holding back. No, she's a brick house. Yeah, she's one on the one, built like an Amazon. Here we go. The clothes wear, miss sex and plays. Make it on me right for younger days. She knows this film, she knows how to play. So now gonna knock it down and so up on my knees. And a brick house. She might let it all hang out. She's a brick house. That lady stack, that's a fact. Ain't holding nothing back. Shake it down, down. Shake it down, shake it down. Shake it down, shake it down, down. Shake it down, shake it down. Shake it down, shake it down, down. Shake it down, shake it down. Shake it down, shake it down, down. She's a brick house. She might let it all hang out. She's a brick house. Yeah, she's one. Built like an Amazon, and she's a brick house. She mighty, let it all hang out. She's a brick house. She's the one, baby, on the
All right, thank you. Wonderful house band there. Thanks, Dave Freeman. I want to reflect back on what we saw coming out of the Sherman Theater there. And first of all, I want to say thanks and welcome to DJ Ruby, who joins as a co-host up there. Really wonderful to have you on board, and hopefully many years to come. And hope even next year in 2021 we have an opportunity to work side by side back to normal if we're so lucky. Also want to do a shout out to about the ShopRite Grocers Day that was mentioned. I had a chance to visit. I guess it was in 2019 when they did the Grocers Day. Talk about a well-oiled machine. Talk about organized chaos. Emphasize on organized, not just the chaos, because we have plenty of that going on here. But so many volunteers, so many shoppers, so much commitment on the part of the Kingsley ShopRite. They've been doing this, as the lady indicated, for many, many years. And you know, this is just one of those years where that isn't possible. But they know that cancer hasn't stopped, and so neither do the good folks at Kingsley ShopRite, and so they're making a contribution to the American Cancer Society, and we're pleased to celebrate that for them and with them here as part of the show. And again, thanks to DJ Ruby for bringing us all of that good news from the Sherman Theater. I want to step over here briefly and acknowledge our hourly sponsor one more time, and that is to say Charlotte A. Solt. good people working at Charlotte A. Solt, and they are making this hour of the telethon possible. So if you have an opportunity to do business with them, if you're looking to buy or sell a home, I certainly, from personal experience, would say to you, have a look at them. They do a good job, and they're generous people, as evidenced by their hourly sponsorship. It's 800-883-2109 or pledge online at cancertelethon.org. Please go to cancertelethon.org. You can click on the relay button and find out all about the luminary service that's taking place tonight at 9 o'clock at Memorial Park in Jim Thorpe. And you can even put a luminary bag on there right from the comfort of your phone or your own home, because you can just simply put a $10 contribution in there, pick a bag, make it out in memory of or in honor of someone important to you in your life, and a volunteer will make out that bag and make sure it's on display at Memorial Park. At some point we'll have to cut that off for the 9 o'clock service, but it's certainly open right now, and that's our tribute to the great volunteers and sponsors who make relays go on an annual basis. We couldn't have a full relay this year, but we can have the luminary service, and we'll see a highlight on video of that later on the program. So that's the news here from the studio. I want to check in now with Jason DeMarco.
All right, Joe, thank you. And you had mentioned about a well-oiled machine. And Joe, I think that's how we look at you here on through the telethon and everything you do with your fortitude and pushing forward, especially this year with everything going on in the world today. But before I get to the next performer, I'd like to say a few more things. Again, about calling out those pledges, calling them in. 1-800-883-2109. I'll be in the Lancer office a little bit later on with Bud Schulis, and we'll be reading those pledges all night long and putting them up on the boards. So we encourage you to make that call sooner than later. Please, we need your help. We are people you know, helping people you know, and we are communities that bind together in times of need, and that's exactly what we do on a regular basis. So our next performer, Cartesian Dance Academy out of Broadheadsville. I believe they're past performers on our telethon. They're no strangers to here. And so without further ado, again, Cartesian Dance School.
They say I'm trouble. They say I'm bad. They say I'm evil. And that makes me glad.
A dirty no good, down to the bone. Your worst nightmare can't take me home.
So I got some mischief in my blood. Can you blame me? I never got no love.
They think I'm callous, a low-life hood. I feel so useless.
Misunderstood. Mirror, mirror on the wall, who's the baddest of them all? Welcome to my wicked world. Wicked world.
To the core, rotten to the core. I'm rotten to the core. Who could ask for more? I'm nothing like the kid next, like the kid next door. I'm rotten to the core.
Schemer, call me a freak. How can you say that? I'm just unique.
What, me a traitor? Ain't got your back? Are we not friends? What's up with that?
So I'm a misfit. So I'm a flirt. I broke your heart. I made you hurt.
The past is past. Forgive, forget. The truth is,
you ain't seen nothing yet. Mirror, mirror on the wall, who's the baddest of them all? Welcome to my wicked world. Wicked world.
to the core, rotten to the core. I'm rotten to the core. Who can ask for more? I'm nothing like the kid next, like the kid next door. I'm rotten to the core. Ladies and gents, this is the moment you've waited for. You've been searching in the dark, your sweat soaking through the floor, taking your breath, stealing your mind, and all that was real is left behind. It's fire, it's freedom, it's flooded open. It's a picture in the pulpit and your blood devotion. There's something breaking at the brick of every wall. It's holding on that you know. This is the greatest show. It's true, it's taking over you. This is the greatest show. We light it up, we won't come down. And the walls can't stop us now. Watching it come true, it's taking over you. Greatest show.
Good afternoon, everybody. Once again, welcome to the American Cancer Society Telethon. I am DJ Ruby, and I'm hosting this amazing event. I just want to give you a recap of what we have done today. We would like to say thank you to our supporters, our guests today, starting with Deanna Berger, who actually donated $2,000 to our fundraise telethon. I also would like to say thank you to Ray Price, who actually donated $1,200 to the American Cancer Society. It's an amazing day. It's amazing supporters that we have in our community. But not only that, I would like to say also thank you for having me here, and also Blue Ridge Communication to air this amazing event that you guys do every single year. Now, I would like to say thank you also to Mr. Jim Tust. He represents the Mountain Shawnee Resort. He was earlier in here, and he actually mentioned that every single year they do an event which they actually collect big donation for the American Cancer Society, starting from $15,000 to $100,000 with special events that they do in the ski resort. So stay tuned for their special event that they sponsor every year for this amazing event. Also, I would like to say thank you to Lori Fernandez, who came here and represent the Kingsley family on show pride. It's amazing how big. It's the largest show pride in United States and also the whole world. They did a donation of $5,000. Oh my God, I am so happy. Very much honored to be representing you guys and let you guys know that this donation, it was big. So far right now, beside the Shawnee and everybody else, we are very honored to have you, the Kingsley's family. Thank you for your support. Also, Lori Fernandez gave us another check for $100 from her business with her husband, which is called C&J Karate Academy. They also donated $100. So thank you so much for your support. Thank you, the Sherman Theater, for having us right here in their accommodations to air the American Cancer Society Telethon. So please pledge today at 1-800-883-2109. Please donate anything you can, because anything you can donate, it will help the American Cancer Society. So thank you so much. Stay tuned. We will be back.
All right, we're delighted. We're just delighted, and thank you so much again to PJ Ruby for everything, handling everything up there. And you know, that's one place that we have been live from, and soon we'll have the opportunity to check in with colleagues and supporters of American Cancer Society over in Pottsville. So we're moving around Central Eastern Pennsylvania. Everywhere you can see this program, anywhere you can hear my voice, this is benefiting your American Cancer Society. And so there's an opportunity for you to make a difference with a pledge, large or small, at 800-883-2109 or online at cancertelethon.org. And right now, I think I have the opportunity to speak with a member of the ACS staff team. And Vicki Freyu is a friend and colleague, and she is here to talk with you about her role with ACS and really just about generally what's going on with the Cancer Society in these unusual times. Vicki, we're doing our best to drum up support for this life-saving mission under the circumstances we live in today.
Well, thank you so much, and thank you for the opportunity to be with you today.
All right, Vicki, why don't you tell everybody what you do with the American Cancer Society?
What I do is called planned giving. There's actually two parts to it. It's estate planning, so helping people who might want to include the American Cancer Society as a part of their will or a beneficiary of their IRA or something like that. And then the other part of it is plan giving that can be done during a lifetime. So maybe a gift from your IRA, a donor advised fund, a charitable gift annuity that can pay you lifetime income during retirement. We have a lot of creative things that people can do. What we like to do is work with our donors and hear what their financial needs are and find a way that we can help them while helping them to have a greater impact on the fight against cancer.
Yeah, and guess, you know, I want to explain why I thought, this isn't something that we've spent a lot of time over the years talking about on the telethon. The reason why I wanted to get this into the mix right now is because this is a different kind of a generation of dollars for the Cancer Society, and I want to draw a bright line under why this is so important. This is such an unusual year. So many events have gone by the wayside. The normal annual kind of giving has really changed, and this is true for the Cancer Society and for so many nonprofit organizations. But having this kind of planned giving in place, when organizations take advantage of developing this kind of giving, this helps smooth out some of those bumps in the road as things vary from year to year. And so if you want the life-saving mission to continue as steadily as it can through thick and thin, through better times and more interesting times like the times we're in right now, this is a way to do that, and in some cases, well beyond the time of your own life. Am I getting that right, Vicki?
That's exactly right. And because these are such trying times, it's actually income from those planned gifts that we're getting right now, and plans that people made 15 or 20 years ago. We're realizing that income now, and that's helping us to keep the lights on. It's really helping to keep us afloat during these difficult times. So what we're working on now is making sure we still have that income coming in the next 15 or 20 years. It's just building the future, budgeting for the future of the American Cancer Society.
Well, that's really terrific. Can I ask you one more thing? How do people learn more about this?
You can visit cancer.org/plannedgiving.
Yeah.
There will be details about all the different ways that you can create a planned gift and the name of your staff person in Pennsylvania who can help you. Actually on vacation, I'm in upstate New York, but I'm happy to be with you today.
Well, I really appreciate it because this is information that people need to have, and frankly, I think people will be interested in having, because people are hearing the headlines that you know, unless we take action, the investment in research next year could be halved, or you know, people are experiencing delays in their access to treatment because of everything that's going on with COVID. There's a lot to wrap your head around. But the one thing, to simplify it, is the one thing we can do is take the opportunities we have to support. And that would range from calling the number on the screen right now and making a pledge, or looking into making a planned gift, or getting involved with an annuity for a lifetime kind of contribution to the American Cancer Society to get us through these more difficult times. And if you don't mind, I'll just mention while you're still here, some people locally know that Floyd Zimmerman is a very familiar name in the area, and he passed away a couple of years ago. Last year was the first time we didn't have him with us on the telethon, but he made arrangements, and we'll acknowledge this later in the weekend. He made arrangements that each year the telethon from his trust that he left behind is going to have a certain amount of money. So there is a real life local example of someone who took that kind of action that you're talking about.
Well, that's wonderful to hear.
Yeah, yeah. So again, Vicki, thank you so much for being with us. I appreciate your taking time out of your weekend to get this important message across. Wish us well, because we're making this up as we go along in these unusual times.
Good luck, and thank you for all you do to help.
All right, Vicki, take care. All right, 800-883-2109 is the number, cancertelethon.org. Can I go to Pottsville? Okay, I can go to Pottsville. So we went from Stroudsburg to New York, and now we're going to Pottsville. I think maybe Lori Kane is standing by. Go, Lori.
Hello, everyone. Hello, everyone, and welcome to Pottsville. My name is Lori Kane, and we're happy to host this year's event at our brand new remote location here in Pottsville. Co-hosting with me this year is...
Hi, I'm 12-volt Dave Clues here from the city of Pottsville. Looking forward to a great day and a lot of donations.
And so we are doing this, as you can see, socially distancing ourselves to kind of be able to bring this production to you in our own community and allow our guests to come on in and learn a little bit more. So prior to COVID-19 happening, we had this all planned that we were going to come in, we were going to have Dave host, we were going to have another co-host by the name of, should we even say who it was?
Jerry Enders?
Oh, yeah, that's his name. Jerry Enders was going to be hosting with us today. And, well, everything changed around a little bit. But we are happy to be here in Pottsville, and we are really excited to be able to go and have the opportunity to be here live, broadcasting on Comcast Channel 15 and in the surrounding areas. And so we have a variety of guests that are lined up with us this afternoon. And one of those guests is Bob Carl. Bob is the president and CEO of the Schuylkill Chamber of Commerce. And not only is he that, but Bob has a tie-in to the American Cancer Society, and he goes back many years ago with his involvement with the Relay for Life. And Bob and I were talking a little bit earlier about how the memories that you make and the friendships that grow over time because of events such as the Relay for Life and other events that are done by the American Cancer Society. So I'd like to introduce to you Bob Carl, again from the Schuylkill Chamber of Commerce.
Thank you, Lori, and thank you, Dave. It's a pleasure to be here. And on behalf of the Schuylkill Chamber of Commerce and 782 members, we're here to encourage people to give to the telethon, give from your heart. We know that a lot of people have had some very difficult times, so it's really about, and it's always been about, give what you can give. But it's really important that our members, our organizations, our nonprofits who really understand what the American Cancer Society needs to go through, because every nonprofit's going through it in this pandemic, needs your help, and we encourage the donations. So please call in and be generous as you can. My involvement a while back here in Pottsville was through the Relay for Life. I have great memories. The late, great Billy Payne organized that event with Val Hornberger and, of course, many of my friends, one of which is going to be on later, but Pat Murphy, Matt Dudish, Ed Keyworth, Bill Reppy, who Lori's going to interview later. We made it fun, and we made it basically just let's have a lot of fun and let's encourage people to give to cancer. We're working, obviously, at all times with cancer for a cure. We know that people that have cancer, have other debilitating illnesses, have really now, again, been ultimately affected by this pandemic. So all the more reason to cure the cancer as quickly as possible, and each of these donations really helps to do that. And again, we're just asking you to give from your hearts, and on behalf of the Schuylkill Chamber of Commerce and our 782 members, I'm really happy to be here and to reach out to you. I know how this is important. I've lost a lot of very good friends from cancer. I miss them very much. I lost them at they're too young in age, and can't bring them back. But I know that they would be proud that we're still fighting for the cure, and that's what it's all about.
All right, thanks, Bob. Dave.
Sure. I'm glad to step in here a little bit. I'm going to reach out to all the people who like music. That's what I do. I create great music in cars. Been here in Pottsville for almost 20 years now and have a lot of customers. Today I'm looking out to all of you and saying, let's help this cause. It really is moving. The progress has been made. I lost an aunt when I was in 6th grade. I was in this very school at the time, and I remember having to leave that day because I lost my aunt to cancer. It's kind of an eerie memory being here, and it's kind of a wonderful memory. So I'm asking all of you to reach in, dig down, help us out. It's a trying time. It's a different time to try and raise money, and that's why we're here asking for your help. Lori?
Okay. And so while we're here at the Schuylkill County Historical Society, we want to remind you, all of our Pottsville friends, Bob said it earlier, you want who to call in?
I want, we have 782 members. We have a lot of businesses, a lot of nonprofits, but they literally have probably 20,000 employees. So it doesn't matter the size of the corporation, the size of the business, the mission of the nonprofit, or each individual that works for those businesses or nonprofits. We can all give a little from our heart, and I'm just asking everybody to consider a donation to the American Cancer Society.
And as a former Schuylkill Chamber of Commerce employee myself, again, we're asking, we know it's a hard time, but we also know someone who's been affected by cancer. So represent, give a call in, 800-883-2109. Give a call and make your pledge and tell them that Bob Carl, Lori Kane, Dave Flues, we sent you their way. And we thank you for coming to visit us here in Pottsville. We'll be back again a little bit later.
Looking out across the nighttime.
All right, welcome back to my in-house studio for the weekend. And, you know, I'm all alone, doing this by myself. It's going pretty smooth as far as I'm concerned. But what has to go smoother is this entire weekend with the Cancer Society Telethon. And we need your help doing all that. So with your help, you call in those pledges. The phone number, 800-883-2109. Again, that's 800-883-2109. Make that call. Get those pledges in. We need all that we can get from anyone, all the help from anyone that they can give. $1, $5. $10, whatever it may be, it makes a difference. Again, we are people you know, helping people you know throughout the community. And so we come together in times like this. And now even especially more. Amongst trying times, we are doing something that's a little foreign. And not only are we doing something that we've never done before, but we're looking towards the future as well. We're not just stopping at getting through this year. We are looking to progress. We're in the Lehigh Valley this year. So we're expanding. So again, make those pledges, make that call, 1-800-883-2109. I'm going to let you know a little something before I introduce our next performer. I'm barefoot. I'm not going to lie. I'm barefoot. I'm in the luxury of my own place. I'm broadcasting live, and I feel right at home. I really do. So without further, I want to introduce our next entertainment, Sweet Revenge, a band out of Carbon County. They're going to perform for us next. So Sweet Revenge, take it away.
Rock on, gorgeous woman. Say your silver spoon and dig your grave. Heartless challenge, pick your path and I'll pray. Wake up in the morning, see your sunrise, loves to go down. Lousy lovers pick their prey, but they never cry out loud. Cry out. Well, did she make you cry, make you break down, shatter your illusions of love? And is it over now? Do you know how? Pick up the pieces and go home. Rock on, ancient queen. Follow those who pale in your shadows. Rulers make bad lovers. You better put your kingdom up for sale. Up for sale. Where did she make you cry, make you break down, shatter your illusions of love? And is it over now? Do you know how? Pick up the pieces and go home. Well, did she make you cry, make you break down, shatter your illusions of love? And is it over now? Do you know how? Pick up the pieces and go home. Well, did she make you cry, make you break down,
Really good. Nice entertainment to hope will keep your attention so that we can deliver to you the important message of American Cancer Society's life-saving mission and urge you to make a phone call with a generous pledge at 800-883-2109 or online at cancertelethon.org. A couple of pledges to acknowledge from here. Chad Barron of Tamaqua makes a pledge in honor of Carson and Matt Barron. Thanks very much for that. And a $100 pledge, which I'm sure put a daffodil on the wall of honor over there in the Lansford office. Jillian and Brady Datchko of Tamaqua, pledge made in memory of their dear Aunt Maggie Allange. And we remember Maggie very fondly. It was just in this past year that we lost her, and it's been a difficult year in that respect and in many other ways. And that calls upon those of us who are reasonably well and doing okay to figure out what we can do to move forward on this life-saving mission. I hope that what you decide you can do is make some kind of a financial contribution to the American Cancer Society at 800-883-2109 or online at cancertelethon.org. Do not stress. If you're sitting there thinking, oh, well, I remember I gave $50 or $100 last year. That's not the amount that I can swing this year. Do what you can do. Let's not get ourselves upset about what's not possible this year. Let's get excited and celebrate and really show everyone what is possible when we pull together around this life-saving mission. That's what these individuals did that I just read to you. That's what other people are doing on the phone and online. Please join with them, and by tomorrow night, I'm sure we'll have something quite wonderful to report to our community about how we're supporting the American Cancer Society. Cancer hasn't stopped, so neither have we. This is, after a pause that we needed to take in April when so many things were going haywire, this is Operation Return to Hope, if you will. Now we're focused back on what is possible, what can we do, how successful can this be? And I think we're starting to find out as we're now into the 4th hour of the American Cancer Society Telethon, and we're very grateful. We have posted just over $15,000 at last check. I'll show you that on the screen when we can at some point, but right now just know that it's over $15,000. We're pleased with that kind of progress early on a summer Saturday. We've never had to compete with great summer weather, but here we are. Let's take a moment back. And there are special moments, especially when you have 40 years to look back on. This is a little clip from the very first telethon. And this was, and I remember this because I was in the high school studio when this was recorded, and Mr. Taylor was on the headset talking to everyone and calling the shots as this performance by Beth Pagikinis unfolded. And it was a very special moment that I think all of us that were involved in will remember for all of our days. And I am grateful that we have just a little bit of video that we can share with you and give you a flavor of what that looked like on Telethon 1980.
Time goes
Beth Pagikinis, 1980, the very first American Cancer Society telethon. It's lovely to look back. If you were with us earlier this afternoon when I spoke with Jamie Kane from the American Cancer Society staff, he made the point, and it bears repeating, at that time when we did that telethon and we tried to raise some money for the American Cancer Society, you know what we didn't have? And you're probably thinking, yeah, apparently you didn't have color TV. That's true. but what else we didn't have is we didn't have cancer survivors really to talk to because we didn't have the progress that we have now. So the needle has been moved, progress has been made, and this is thanks to people just like you who are watching and who are responding over this program and over the years and over the decades at this point. And that's why we must press on. That's why we decided we're not skipping a year because the whole world is complicated. We recognize that cancer hasn't stopped, and so we will not stop either. I hope you'll do your part. 800-883-2109 or online at cancertelethon.org. All right, let's introduce another performance from Tamaqua, the inimitable Kathy Johnson.
Listen to Mr. Mike Lefebvre and make him welcome at the same time. Sing a song that says, "When I get carried away."
Lives for 100 years, and we've seen quite a few changes in our time. What was the world like when we started? A century ago, the Dodgers were still in Brooklyn. You could get a car in any color you wanted, so long as it was black. There were no PCs, no smartphones, no internet, no vaccine for polio, and not much hope for someone diagnosed with cancer. Back then, only 1 in 10 lives could be saved from the disease. Cancer was a word spoken of only in whispers. But in 1913, We came together to change all that. We built an army of volunteers who spread the word in communities across the country. By the 1930s, our efforts were showing real results. More lives were being saved, but we knew more could be done. So, we enlisted the aid of prominent scientists and helped pioneer the field of cancer research. Celebrities added their voices to the cause, marshaling awareness and resources for further research. Our work led to major medical advances like chemotherapy, and we promoted the Pap test and mammography as important screening tools, helping save millions of lives in the process. When lung cancer deaths skyrocketed in the 1950s, we were there, demonstrating irrefutably the link between smoking and cancer. We supported scores of promising young researchers with exciting new ideas. The result? Groundbreaking advances that changed medicine forever. In fact, 46 of our funded researchers have gone on to win Nobel Prizes for their work. In 1971, we advocated for the passage of the National Cancer Act that brought federal focus and funding to the fight against cancer. With greater resources and breakthrough treatments saving more lives, we opened a new front in the battle by providing first-of-their-kind support programs and services for patients and survivors. And with the help of our volunteers, we created the world's largest movement to end cancer with unique fundraising programs and events that empower and engage communities worldwide to finish the fight. Today, 2 out of 3 people diagnosed with cancer are surviving, and we celebrate 400 more birthdays every day that would have otherwise been lost. Yes, the world has changed quite a bit since we started, and no one has done more in the fight against cancer than we have. But there's still more to do, and we need your help. So make your voice heard. Help finish the fight at cancer.org/fight.
And we're back here in Pottsville at the Schuylkill County Historical Society. And Dave Clues and myself would like to welcome everyone here again. And Bob Carl was just on with us at our last spot, and we were talking about the Relay for Life. And one of the things that I just brought along with me for today's remote intention of our next speaker is this little lizard. This little lizard is probably about 20 years old, and this was done by a group of 8th graders at the time who raised over $1,100 by selling things like this lizard to help raise money for the Relay for Life team. And the reason I point that out is because the power of youth is very powerful. And with that said, I'd like to introduce to you our next guest, and her name is Shannon Brennan. Shannon is the Executive Director for the Schuylkill Technology Centers in both North and South Campus. She is the Assistant Executive Director, hope I'm getting all these titles right, for the Schuylkill Intermediate Unit IU29. She is the co-owner of the Spa at the Plaza, which is a great place to get a massage, which is where I will be going again sometime soon this week, I hope, as well as the Trio Salon and Peace Frog Natural Foods. But probably her number one important job, she's a mother. And not just a mother, she's a mother of triplets, and had her triplets graduation party yesterday. And my friends, came over today to spend some time to give a little bit about her experience with the ACS and cancer and all those fine things. So I introduce to you Shannon Brennan.
Hello, everyone. Thanks, Lori. I'm always happy to make time for the American Cancer Society. Cancer is something that touches so many lives, and it certainly touched my life personally. I had participated also for Relay for Life for many years. The triplets would come with me. They were excited to walk overnight. It was a big deal to be able to be out overnight and participate in Relay for Life. So I was a strong supporter of that long before it touched my life personally. My father was diagnosed with stomach cancer, and stage 3 stomach cancer, and we sought treatment at the Lebanon VA hospital. They were phenomenal, tremendous. We got great service. Certainly our veterans deserve that. But it was a long battle. It was a 3-year battle that he eventually lost. He had great spirit through it, and so I just feel really strongly. I don't think anyone out there listening can not think of at least one or more people that they know have been touched by cancer. So whatever we can do to raise money, certainly raising money in this climate is unique, but I know folks who are watching and who have big hearts. I'm always amazed and saddened by how much money folks are raising to support local, and of course, Dave and Lori do a great job for many, many organizations, but we're really excited. I'm really excited to be here and to assist in any way that I can.
And so, Shannon, how about a shout out to, you have a lot of friends here in the Schuylkill County area. Who do you want to call in and make a pledge and tell them, we like to say, we just don't make pledges. Earlier, Dave and I did a Facebook Live video. We're like, we want you to call in and say that Dave and Lori told you to call. And so, Shannon, who do you want to call in that says that Shannon Brennan told me to call?
Well, I think it would have to be my mother, Joanne Brennan, and my brother, Tim Brennan, because they certainly, lived that experience with my father, and, they were a great resource. So they should definitely be calling if they're watching, to call in and support the great work that's done here.
Okay. And before we do our takeaway, Dave Clues here, he's going down memory lane because this building, in case you missed it before, this building of the Schuylkill County Historical Society is his former schoolhouse. And so now, as he's looking at all the gems that are available here in this museum, he's found another one, but let him tell you a little bit about it.
Thanks, Lori. You're right. There are a lot of great memories here, and if you haven't been to the Schuylkill County Historical Society, you have to stop by. There's so many things here that'll take you back in time. It's just a great, special place. I'm born and raised here in Pottsville. Most of you do. Some of you may not. So at this time, I'm going to kind of turn to a lot of old friends. I've got the 1975 yearbook folks from Pottsville High School. I can start doing these one at a time, or you can call in. Do you get the idea? I know I'm in there. It's an amusing time, so reach out and help us with this great cause today. The American Cancer Society does so much. We have a great city of Pottsville here, and we've always dug in and helped wonderful causes. So before we start doing page at a time, everybody get on the phone. You know who you are, all the class presidents that are still around. Fred Finelli. Fred, do you know what you look like in here? I'll get you. And a whole bunch of other people. Come on, let's support the cause. This is a great day to make something special happen. And it's wonderful to share with the people that are coming in. Lori?
All right, thank you, Dave. And we want to thank again Shannon Brennan for coming on over and sharing a little bit of her time with us today. And again, reminding all of her friends and family, give a call in. Her customers at the spa at the plaza, her customers at Trio Salon, her customers at Peace Frog Natural Foods, and all of her students at Schuylkill Technology Center. Give a call in, 800-883-2109. Back to you.
When the sun beats down, burns the tar up off the roof, and your shoes get so hot, your tired feet are fireproof. Under the bolo, tell me I see, wanna flag you with my baby, that's where I'll be. Under the boardwalk, out of the sun, under the boardwalk, we'll be having some fun. Under the boardwalk, people walking in love. Under the boardwalk, we'll be falling in love. Under the boardwalk, boardwalk. At the park, you hear the sound of the carousels. You can almost taste the hot dogs. and the fries they sell under the boardwalk down by the sea. On a blanket with my baby, where I'll be. Under the boardwalk, out of the sun, under the boardwalk, we'll be having some fun. Under the boardwalk, people walking in love. Under the boardwalk, we'll be falling in love. Under the boardwalk, boardwalk. Under the boardwalk, down by the sea. On a blanket with my baby is where I'll be. Under the boardwalk, out of the sun. Under the boardwalk, we'll be having some fun. Under the boardwalk, people walking in love. Under the boardwalk, people falling in love. Under the boardwalk, boardwalk.
It's the American Cancer Society Telethon for 2020, and we love our house band and look forward to a day when we can all be back in the same venue together. But things are a little different this year, as you know, and we're doing our best to put together a show that will compel you to figure out what it is that you can do for your American Cancer Society. Can you pitch in 20 bucks, 200 bucks, $2,000? We've had pledges of all of those amounts so far, I think, already in the program. We're just past 4 o'clock, and we're going to have a total for you shortly. But right now, what's most important is that you focus on what you can do. And we make it easy for you. You can call 800-883-2109 or pledge online at cancertelethon.org. Right now, I would like to share with you a word from our principal sponsor, Lehigh Valley Health Network.
Welcome to our newest inpatient unit at our Cedar Crest campus for the Lehigh Valley Cancer Institute. Whether you're here for a few days or a few weeks, we want all of our patients and their families to feel right at home. This new unit will be such a plus for our patients because of safety, privacy, and comfort. All 22 rooms have positive pressure and HEPA filters. We have 6 rooms that are equipped with positive pressure for the patient room to keep infections away from the patient. And we have negative pressure in the ante-room to also keep infections from going out into the hallway. So all of our patients will be protected by this very unique feature, which is very rare at any other place. Our Patient and Family Advisory Council, which is composed of survivors, took a lead effort in designing the floor. And one of the nice features that they added is 3 benches spread out over the floor as patients are going on their walks so that they can take a break. We also have a family lounge, and this is so important because families are a big part of the healing of our patients. Fighting cancer is a very emotional time period for patients, families, and staff. And one of the features that we have here is a meditation room so that people can go in there, have some quiet time, and the power of meditation is very important to healing. In the middle of the unit, we have a beautiful conference room, which is an educational room for our nurses, our oncology fellows, and staff. And we can often do video conferences with our Sloan Kettering colleagues. I've been amazed at the warmth and compassion and professionalism of our nurses and staff. Now we have a floor to match that warmth and compassion, and this is so exciting to be in this very healing environment.
All right, welcome back to our American Cancer Society Telethon. And we are here at my at-home studio, and I'm looking forward in just a short bit to be joining Bud Weiss-Schultz in the Lansford office, and we'll be reading pledges throughout the evening all the way to our midnight hour. So we stress to make those calls, 1-800-883-2109. Make your pledge. Also, you can go on cancertelethon.org and make a pledge. We need your help. So we're asking you to make those calls, make those pledges, and do your part in fighting this terrible disease, and we're all in it together. I always say every year, and I'll say it one more time this year, or for the first time this year, let's say, there's two things in my life that I know that everybody has in common. One is music, arts. I never heard anyone say they didn't care for music. The second is cancer. I've never heard anyone say they haven't been affected by cancer in any way, shape, or form. A family member, a friend, a pet. So it's something that is dear to me and dear to so many other people, and join to fight this cause. So do your part, make those calls. Again, 800-883-2109 or cancertelethon.org to make your pledges. So we have a performer coming up next. It's another dance school. And before we give them their introduction, it's nice to see every year how the youth are an integral part of our telethon as they come out and devote their time, not only to practicing through their schools on a regular basis, but then coming out on that Saturday or Sunday to our telethon and go ahead and performing for us and doing their part and getting help and pledges and for people to call in and fight this terrible disease. So we have Dance Explosion coming from Nescahoning. Without further ado, take it away.
You've been on this road too long, hearing music but it's not your song. Wanna scream but your voice is gone. Days trapped inside your head. Can't look up cause your world is down. Walking miles staring at the ground. All alone inside the crowd. Letting pockets hold your hand. But the sun is always there to shine. The clouds block out the sky. Oh, hold on, just one more day. Hold on, I know you'll find a way. Hold on, you got stars in your eyes, so let's paint the sky. Oh, hold on, just one more time. Hold on, I'll be your reason why. Hold on, you got stars in your eyes, let's paint the sky. So let's paint the sky. It's time to start remembering dreams. Lift your eyes, see the things unseen. Remember who you wanna be. Let the light hit your eyes. Let out the beauty that's been trapped inside. Let them know that you're not gonna hide. Head up and arms open wide. Spread your wings and fly. The sun is always there to shine. The clouds don't own the sky. Oh, hold on, just one more day. Hold on, I know you'll find a way. Hold on, you got stars in your eyes, so let's paint the sky. Oh, hold on, just one more time. Hold on, I'll be your reason why. Hold on, you got stars in your eyes, let's paint the sky. Hold on, you've got stars in your eyes, so let's paint the sky.
Fall is here, hear the yell. Back to school, ring the bell. Brand new shoes, walking blues. Climb the fence, books and pens. I can tell that we are gonna be friends. I can tell that we are gonna be friends. Walk with me, Susie Lee, through the park and by the tree. We will rest upon the ground. Look at all the bugs we found. Safely walk to school without a sound. Safely walk to school without a sound. Here we are, there's no one else. We walk to school all by ourselves. There's dirt on our uniforms, chasing all the ants and worms. We clean up and now it's time to love. We clean up and now it's time to love. Numbers, letters, learn to spell. Nouns and verbs. show and tell. Playtime, we will throw the ball back to class and through the hall. Teacher marks our hide against the wall. Teacher marks our hide against the wall. We don't notice any time. We don't notice anything. We sit side by side in every class. The teacher thinks that I sound funny, but she likes the way you sing. She likes the way you sing. We don't notice anything. We sit side by side in every class. The teacher thinks that I sound funny, but she likes the way you sing. Tonight I'll dream I'm in bed. Silly thoughts go through my head about the bugs and alphabet. And when I wake tomorrow, I'll bet you and I will walk together again. Yes, I can tell that we are gonna be friends.
And we're back here at the Schuylkill County Historical Society here in Pottsville with two great guests as representing the Lehigh Valley Health Network, Schuylkill. And I'd like to introduce to you Terry Purcell, who is the president of the Lehigh Valley Health Network, Carbon. Did I get it right? That's correct. All right, so back to Terry Purcell.
Hello, everybody. My name's Terry Purcell. I'm the president of Lehigh Valley Carbon. It's a pleasure to be here at the Cancer Society Telethon. The Cancer Society does a lot of great things for the residents of our community, so we do appreciate it. Lehigh Valley is proud to be the sponsor of this year's telethon. This is 2 years in a row we've been the lead sponsor. The Lehigh Valley is a great health network. Last week we were ranked the highest in the region by U.S. News and World Report. We have a great cancer institute. Our cancer institute is part of the Memorial Sloan Kettering Cancer Alliance, which only 3 healthcare networks in the entire country are part of that alliance. What that means for the local residents is you have access to clinical trials that aren't available to the general public. You also get available to a lot of research in the market. We have a strong presence. We've been in Carbon County a long time. Dr. Sharon Desau was in the market for over 40 years taking care of the patients. He recently retired and he was replaced by Dr. Roberto Fratamico. So Dr. Fratamico could continue to care for the patients because of our EPIC healthcare system. He has access to all of Dr. Shaw's notes. So he'll be seeing patients in Lehighton, and we're very happy with the service he's providing. Lehigh Valley continues to grow in Carbon County. Recently, we just opened an imaging and breast health center in Carbon County at the Carbon Plaza Mall. In the first month, we performed almost 200 mammograms. So we're very excited about that service being available to the local community. Over 4,000 women leave the county every year to get a mammo at one of our hospitals. This will reduce the need for people to have to travel outside of the area. And lastly, we're continuing to design and build our hospital in Carbon County that will be located near the Walmart shopping center. We're in the design phase. We're working on all the permits, and as soon as they're received, we could begin construction. So we look forward to serving the inpatient and outpatient care needs of Carbon County residents in the near future. Thank you.
So good afternoon, everybody. My name is Bill Reppy. I'm president at Lehigh Valley Hospital Schuylkill. I'm happy to be here today. We're happy to partner with the Cancer Society. I have a long-running history of partnering with the Cancer Society here in Schuylkill County. Myself and some of our friends ran the Relay for Life for 15 years here in the county, so proud to be back working with the Cancer Society at their telethon this year. I'd just like to talk a little bit about the services that we've been able to bring to Schuylkill County. Terry mentioned about our partnership with Memorial Sloan Kettering, which is so important to us to be able to bring that care here. So just about 2 years ago now, we opened our cancer center here. It's located at our East Hospital building, the former Good Samaritan building, which most of you know it by. And I'm happy to say in one breath that we've treated now 350 new patients. I'm also not happy to say that we treated 350 new patients. There's a high incidence of cancer in Schuylkill County. I'm thrilled that people choose us for their cancer care. Our partnership with Memorial Sloan Kettering really makes us stand out among the crowd, if you will. As Terry mentioned, we have access to clinical trials. We're doing immunotherapy here in Pottsville. And those cutting-edge technologies is really what's making a difference in people's lives today. If the routine cancer care doesn't work for somebody without access to clinical trials, there really is no hope for that individual. So having that access to that type of care really broadens our ability to make sure that people get the best possible cancer care that's available in this region. And of course, if it's something that's more complex than we can handle here in Pottsville, we would refer you to our network, Lehigh Valley Cedar Crest location, where certainly they can do a little bit more than we can as a community hospital. But having that service here is so important. Schuylkill County being an aged community, commuting is a challenge. We all know people that have cancer, have had cancer, and while we've gotten better with the drugs and the illness after the chemotherapy is not quite as toxic as it used to be, it's still tiring, it's still exhausting. So having to drive an hour each way in a car is certainly challenging. So we want to make sure that we do our best to have access to care here in our community for all of our citizens. And then I'll turn it back over to Terry. He has a story to tell about one of our colleagues and their family. Thank you.
So I've been volunteering at the Cancer Center Telethon for a little over 25 years. I'd come and I'd answer the phones, and it was great to do that. We were doing a great thing for our community. But this year it's a little different for me. There's a picture. This is Connor Satterwhite. Connor was a very active boy. He had a lot of energy, great sense of humor. He just was a great kid. Always active, always running. And after a couple of days, he wasn't active, and his mom and dad knew something was wrong. So they took him to the doctor, and at 4 years old, he was diagnosed with cancer. It was absolutely incredible. It was like our family got hit by a ton of bricks. Connor went to the Lehigh Valley Riley's Children's Hospital for his care. He had some very, very difficult days. We weren't sure he was going to make it through. He was that sick. But he's a tough kid, and he made it through. So he's 8 weeks out now. He's doing really good, responding to his treatments, but we're still so worried about the poor kid. No kid should have to go through this. No parent should have to watch their child go through this. No grandparent, no great-grandparent should have to watch this. Childhood leukemia has a 93% cure rate. People would say that's pretty good, but it's not good enough. So I encourage everyone to please donate so we can find a cure so 100% of these children are cured. I'd like to make a donation in honor of Connor Satterwhite of $100, and I'd encourage my colleagues, my former colleagues, my friends and family, please call because your contributions are valuable. We need to stop cancer. We need to find a cure. And we can only do it with your help. So please call and donate. Thank you.
Thank you, Terry. And that's why we're here. We are here so that we can make a difference and end this deadly disease so people like Connor who've had success can continue on living a fruitful, healthy life. And we thank Lehigh Valley Health Network for being here today, being our sponsor, for all that you've done for us and the great things that you've been doing to make a difference in people who are battling this deadly disease. So thank you for your continued efforts and knowing that.
Tree.
when the cold winds are calling and the sky is clear and bright. Misty mountains sing and beckon, lead me out into the light. I will ride, I will fly, chase the winds that touch the sky. I will ride, chase the winds that touch the sky. Where dark forests hide secrets and mountains are fierce and bold, deep waters hold reflections of times lost long ago. I will hear their every story, take hold of my own dream. Be as strong as the seas are stormy and proud as an eagle scream. I will ride, I will fly, chase the winds that touch the sky. I will ride, chase the winds that touch the sky and touch the sky. Chase the wind, chase the wind, touch the sky. Some girls like to cook and sew. When I cook, it's in a show. I was born to entertain. Some girls prefer to help mom clean. I'd rather learn a dance routine. I was born to entertain. Instead of walking, I go flapping. When I stop, I make it happen. Mom says I have Broadway on the brain. Don't get too comfy in that seat. When I strut my stuff, you'll be on your feet. I was born to sing and dance.
We have to do an interview with.
And every showbiz, Cinderella has fought to come from. Pocatello, my snow will rise like bubbles in champagne. By now you've guessed my one ambition is not to be no mathematician. I was born to amuse from the tip of my nose to the top of my shoe. The trunk of the bed, hand me my hat and my cane. 'Cause I was born to entertain. Look at this stuff, isn't it neat? Wouldn't you think my collection's complete? Wouldn't you think I'm the girl who has everything? Look at this trove, treasures untold. How many wonders can one cavern hold? Looking around here, you'd think, sure, she's got everything. I got gadgets and gizmos aplenty. I got who's its and what's its galore. You want thingamabobs? I've got 20. But who cares? No big deal. I want more. I want to be where the people are. wanna see 'em dancing, walking around on those, what do you call them? Oh, feet. Flipping your fins, you don't get too far. Legs are required for jumping, dancing, strolling along down the, what's that word again? Street. Up where they walk, up where they run, up where they stay all day in the sun, wandering free. Wish I could be part of that world. What would I give if I could live out of these waters? What would I pay to spend a day warm on the sand? Bet you on land they understand, bet they don't reprimand their daughters. Red young women, sick of swimming, ready to stand and ready to know what the people know. Ask them my questions and get some answers. What's a fire and why does it? What's the word? Burn. When's it my turn? Wouldn't I love to explore that shore up above? Out of the sea. Wish I could be part of that world.
You dumbed down me in bed, I felt it. Tried to be chill, you're so hot that I'm melting. Fell right through the cracks, and I'm trying to get back before the cool tongue run out. Giving it my best, there's nothing's gonna stop me but to find an invention. Reckon it's again my turn to win some, learn some, but I won't hesitate no more, no more. It cannot wait. I'm your boss. Hey, hey, hey. Open up your mind, see like me. Open up your plans, damn you free. Look into your heart and you'll find love, 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 love. Listen to the music of the moment, people dance and say, oh, what a big family. It's our God-forsaken right to be loved, love, 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 love. But I won't hesitate no more, no more. But it cannot wait. I'm sure there's no need to complicate our time. Is sure this is our fate. I'm your bones. Doo-be-doo-doo, doo-doo-doo. Well, come on, baby, scooch a little closer, dear, and I'll never let you eat. Scooch a little closer, dear, and I'll never let you eat. I've been standing way too long, checking the tongue, feeling near, bending over backwards just to try to see it clearer. My breath on the face and laugh. Well, I guess what I've been saying is the band and freeze on, reach yourself the vanities and just commit seasons. What I aim to do, my name is I'll let you, but I won't hesitate no more, no more. I cannot wait. I'm your bones, warming up in mine. See like me, open up and dance and damn you're free. Look into your heart and you'll find the sky is yours. Please don't, no need to complicate. Well, the time is little short. This it is our bed, I'm your
All right, we're at $22,000 and a little bit more than that, and we're very grateful. At the bottom of the hour, a little past 4:30, you're watching the American Cancer Society Telethon for 2020. A little different time of year, a little different format. We are adjusting to the realities of the world right now, but we're focused on the mission. And simply stated for this time around, the truth is, cancer hasn't stopped, neither will we. So we will do things differently to pull together as much support as we can for the American Cancer Society's life-saving mission. If you have not yet made a contribution, now is your opportunity at 800-883-2109 or online at cancertelethon.org. So far, we have seen live segments from Stroudsburg, from Lansford, from Weisport, from Pottsville, and we'll just continue along with this, bringing you the best of information about cancer, best of entertainment, live, pre-recorded, and some encore performances from past telethons to try to keep up what we have established over 40 years as a celebration of the talent, compassion, and generosity that characterizes Central Eastern Pennsylvania. Wherever you're watching, wherever you're seeing this program, wherever you're hearing my voice, this is your American Cancer Society. The dollars you contribute directly to services that affect your area. Cancer doesn't stop, neither will we. I'm glad to be working with a wonderful house band, a great crew at TV 13, and co-hosts all over Central Eastern Pennsylvania who have put their best thinking forward to pull together this program. It's 800-883-2109. This is a good time for us to acknowledge our major sponsors.
The American Cancer Society thanks our principal sponsor, Lehigh Valley Cancer Institute, the region's leader in advanced and compassionate cancer care. When you want personalized cancer care and a partner in your health, choose Lehigh Valley Cancer Institute. Our hope sponsor, Silverline Manufacturing in Lansford and hometown. Silverline's products dramatically enhance the visual appeal of coatings, paints, inks, plastics, and textiles. Our major sponsor, Hiles Brothers Plumbing, Heating, and Fuel Company, located at the top of the hill in Summit Hill, serving the Panther Valley and surrounding areas for nearly 40 years. Hiles Brothers is an EFM franchise dealer with certified oil burner technicians and 24-hour emergency service. Hiles Brothers also offers construction services. Call for a free estimate. Our Chairman's Club sponsors, Cool Breeze Imaging, professional DJ, MC, voiceover, and audio production services since 1990 by Anne-Marie Calabrese. Get a professional sound at an affordable price. Hope and Coffee Tamaqua, a coffee shop with a mission to support recovery, created to be a social gathering place for those under 21, families, and for those in recovery to connect with others in a substance-free environment. Lehighton Outdoor Center, Lehigh Drive, Lehighton. Rafting, kayaking, biking. Open 7 days a week from 9 until 6. Get outdoors and have some fun. The historic Lakeside Ballroom Barnesville, now under new ownership. Available for classes, workshops, special events, weddings, or parties. Contact Chrissy at 570-778-9949 or email thelakeside.ballroom@gmail.com. ZooStock 2020. It is back to normal with a new zoo crew for the 21st annual free concert, Labor Day, Monday, September 7th, from noon until 8 on the grounds of the Halftime Bar and Grill at the zoo, Lansford. Bring a lawn chair and enjoy food and entertainment for the whole family. The Creative Services Department, LLC. Magic 105.5 WMGH. A better mix of music, now streaming on www.wmgh.com. WLSH AM 1410. The music you grew up with. And WGPA Bethlehem, sunny1100.com. Wrapped Against Cancer 2020, the signature regional event in support of the American Cancer Society, is back on Monday, September 7th for fun on and along the Lehigh River. For more information, go to cancertelethon.org/raft. Our patron sponsors include the following: Banning Orthodontics, PC, Tamaqua, for smiles that last a lifetime. Brace yourself. Jim Thorpe Neighborhood Bank, a real community bank with offices in Jim Thorpe, Lehighton, Nesquehoning, and Lansford. Strubinger Law, PC, Palmerton. Tamaqua Lions Club, serving our community for over 70 years. Joseph Volitsky Esquire of Volitsky and Frickland Law Offices, Summit Hill. United Brotherhood of Carpenters, Local 167. Schaefer's Pharmacy, Center Street, Tamaqua, a telethon sponsor every year since 1980. Turpac Insurance, Claremont Avenue on Route 309 in Hometown. Call 570-668-2788. Ted's Used Cars, LLC, Stroudsburg, family owned and operated since 1949.
All right, it's 800-883-2109, cancertelethon.org. Pledges online, pledges over the telephone, the old-fashioned way, I guess you would look at it. It's all good, and we hope that you will do what you can. And I hope you will stay tuned for right around 5 o'clock. We have a special opportunity that I'm going to want to tell you about. And there's always something special going on at the telethon, and really, in some sense, there's everything about it is special this year. I'm really grateful, really, really grateful for the way people have come through this year already. It bodes well. Looking at the first 4 hours of the program, almost 5 now, things seem to be, all indications are that you're doing what I believed you would do. Doing what you can. Coming through for the American Cancer Society. I don't know where this will end up tomorrow night. We did not set out to with a specific number in mind. We only knew there was one number that was not right, could not stand. That number was 0. And so I hope, if at all possible, you will not record a 0. I hope you will do what you can, whether that's $5 or $50 or $500 or $5,000. It's all going to be good. We could not stand down because cancer hasn't stopped, neither will we. Already there's evidence that people, that's a message that resonates, and people are willing to do what they can. And so as long as each hour shows that we're making progress, I think we're in a good place. And hey, Buddy, can I talk to Buddy? Is it possible for me to have a dialogue with Buddy? Hey, Buddy, can you hear me? Can you hear me, Buddy?
Okay, hey, I'd like to welcome everybody back to the Lansford telephone office. And I'm here with Maureen Donovan and a few other people who we're going to introduce you to in a little bit. But right now we're going to read some pledges. We got some nice pledges here. I got from Astonishing Neil and his wife Mary Lou. He was a participant on our show for years and years. $100. Thank you for that.
Okay, I have a $20 pledge in memory of Mary Lee Yamona Morrow and Jean and Donna George, and it's from Clemmy Yamona.
Penn Estate's bingo players. in East Stroudsburg. Thank you so much. $536. Thank you, thank you.
That was a good bingo pot. Wow.
Yeah.
$10 pledge from Frank and Darlene Mark, and it's in memory of Marlene Comby.
This is nice. From Kaysville, Utah. And it's from Miles Kirkhoff. And it's in honor of Sheriff Todd Martin, $100. Thank you so much, Utah.
Love it. Memory of Mom, Dad, sister, and Grandma. And Phil, who is celebrating 20 years cancer-free.
Wow, that's great.
I have a $20 pledge from Phil Warner.
I have a $25 pledge from William and Barbara Fienza, and it's not in honor or memory of anybody, from Andres. Thank you.
Okay, I have a $20 pledge in memory of Robert Heyman, and it's from Helen Heyman.
This one from Betty Ann Neville, and I'm curious where this amount came from. I love the amount, but I'm curious how $137, not $140, not $135, $137. They're from East Stroudsburg. Thank you so much.
Okay, go ahead.
So I have two pledges here I want to read that are personal to me. $25 from Susie Hankey. And it's in memory of my wife who passed away a few months ago.
You're good.
And from my sister, who's a cancer survivor, a breast cancer survivor, $100 in honor of me.
Yep. Yeah.
And in memory of my wife, Sandy Whitechulis, and my aunt, Mary Ann Andrukaitis. Thank you, Mary Ellen. I love you.
Wasn't that nice? Very good. See, a lot of love going on here. We have a lot of love, Bud. And from, here's another good one, from the Lansford American Legion, $150. How about that?
Awesome.
Thanks so much. I wonder what Jason DeMarco's doing.
Wait, who we go with? The strawberry. Let me know when. I'm ready. All right, welcome back to my homemade studio for the weekend. I'm getting quite comfortable here. Again, I can't stress enough to call in those pledges. 800-883-2109. Make that call, make those pledges. A lot of exciting things going on, and I'm sure you heard it throughout our televised program. And so we'll get to a little more of that a little bit later on, but right now I'd like to introduce to you the Drummers of England.
Had an apartment in the city. Me and Loretta liked living there. It's been years since the kids are grown. Oh, a life of their own. Left us alone. That's why they left us alone. John and Linda live in Omaha. Joe is somewhere out on the road. We lost Davy in the Korean War. I still don't know what for. Don't matter anymore. You know that old trees just grow stronger, and old rivers grow wilder every day. Old people just grow lonesome, waiting for someone to stare, say hello in their home. Tomorrow I'll go and call up Rudy. together at the factory. What'll I say if he asks what's new? Nothing much with you, nothing much to do. Me and Loretta, we don't talk much more. She sits and stares through the back door screen. And all the news just repeats itself like some forgotten dream that we've all seen. You know that old trees just go stronger, and old rivers, they go wilder every day. You old people just grow lonesome, waiting for someone to stare and say hello and if you're walking down the street sometime, spot some hollow ancient shell, just don't pass them by and stare, 'cause if you didn't care, say hello in there. Hello. Hello. Hello in there. Thanks a lot.
Welcome back to my hometown, Pottsville, Pennsylvania, and here with the American Cancer Society Telethon, raising some money. You know, I'm born and raised here. I'm from the east side of Pottsville, so I'm going to be shouting out to some of my fellow east siders to help us out today. Get on the phone, make some donations. You all know who you are, the Divines, the Tissones. We run up the street. Speaking of Divines, a longtime friend and a Pottsville City Councilman, I'm glad to share that position with him. Joe Devine is with us today here, and the city is proud to have the American Cancer Society live from our downtown today. Joe, would you like to say a few words?
Thank you, Dave, and fellow councilmen. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and I'd like to welcome you to downtown Pottsville and the Schuylkill County Historical Society. We want to thank you for joining us in support of the American Cancer Society and the endless fight to save lives. Each and every one of us knows, loved, or had lost someone to cancer. And tonight we come together as a community to support the mission of the American Cancer Society. We're here to honor those who lost their life to this terrible disease, and we gather to celebrate life and the survivors who currently are fighting their own battle. We are here to show appreciation to those who care for patients, volunteer their time, and to fundraisers and events which raise awareness and bring us hope to one day live in a cancer-free world. On behalf of Mayor Muldowney and City Council and the administration up at City Hall, I'd like to thank all of you for your anticipated generosity of your time and your pledges to this cause. I am proud to be a lifelong resident and councilman in our remarkable city, and together we can make a difference in strengthening our commitment to finding a cure for cancer. I want to thank you very much.
Thank you, Councilman Devine. Always a pleasure. He also happens to be my neighbor at business, so we share a lot of stories and a lot of good times. And like I said, we grew up together on the east side. So I'm reaching out. Joe knows him. Come on, East Siders, we stick together. Get on those phones, raise some funds. I have somebody else who's kind of in my neighborhood too, work-wise. Get to work with Gina quite a bit here from I'm going to say the Schuylkill County Visitors Bureau. You knew I'd do it. Explore Schuylkill. I'll get it right. It just took a little while for the older mind to catch up. Gina, it's your time. Raise us some money.
Okay, well, first of all, thanks everybody for having me. I am Gina Gargano. I'm from Explore Schuylkill. And I love Schuylkill County. I love Pottsville. I currently live in Pottsville, right up the block from Dave. So anybody who knows me or anybody who doesn't know me, call up, put some money in our community where it counts with people who really, really need it. We all know people who have cancer right now, who have had it. We've lost people. I lost my mother to cancer when I was 8 years old. She was 37. It was really hard on our family. My mother-in-law's facing cancer right now. A really good friend of mine's facing cancer right now. We all know people in our community every single day. So, and nobody escapes this for some reason. You know, we all know somebody or have been through the battle ourselves. So please, please, one thing I know about our community, I love many things about our community, right? It's my job, too, to tell everybody how great our community is. But one of the things I really love about Schuylkill County is that we always can come together to get our county what it needs. We can always do that. We might be a rural community. We might have a lower population. We might have an aging population, a population that's declining. We might have some lower than median incomes and all those challenges. And you think to yourself, how do they do it? We do it because we have good people. The people of Schuylkill County have the biggest hearts. The people of Schuylkill County are the hardest workers. The people of Schuylkill County are wonderful, wonderful, beautiful people. I love my community, and I know that the people out there are going to chip in and support our community right now during this telethon. I just know it. And I'm happy to be here in the Schuylkill County Historical Society, which is, you know, one of the gems in our community. We have many, many gems in our community, and anybody that wants to find out about them can, you know, get online at schuylkill.org and check out our website, because we are your woodland escape coupled with your historic town adventure. So I hope people will come. If you haven't been, you know, to the county, I hope you'll come and visit us, and we'd be happy to tell you where to go. But in the meantime, I just want to tell everybody, get on the phone and do the right thing, because I know that you will.
Thank you, Gina. And especially in today's day and age when staying home is something that has been part of our daily lives when our vacations have out of state been canceled, come to Schuylkill County. Great campsites, great location here in Pottsville. Yingling Brewery brings thousands and thousands of people every year. So schuylkill.org, check it out. And I want to thank Gina for stopping on in, as well as Joe Devine and representing the city. And thank you for having us here today here in Pottsville. And so we are going to remind you, the phone number is 1-800-883-2109. And now, Joe Krasinski, I miss you. I miss seeing you at Penn's Peak, but that's okay. We're here in Pottsville. You are in your place, and we're sending it back to you right now.
So much, Lori. Thanks, Dave Clues. Thanks, everyone who's shown up there at Pottsville. We are delighted after many years, this last year and this year, we are able to be right there, front and center in Pottsville, that part of Schuylkill County. And we're grateful to everyone who's participating, grateful to everyone who's watching and pledging at 800-883-2109 or online at cancertelethon.org. I'd like to acknowledge a couple of pledges. Joan Crine of Waynesville, Ohio, in memory of loving parents Sharon and John Lawson. Great to have a pledge from Ohio. Remember, we're trying to get a pledge from every state in the union. $50 from James Lewis of Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. Pledge made in honor for Joe for the years of great work. Jim Lewis, all right, author Jim Lewis, public broadcaster Jim Lewis. Thanks so much for coming through and watching this train wreck in slow motion as it unfolds. Right now, we'll pause for a word from your American Cancer Society.
Len, we had some interesting survey this week released by our sister advocacy organization in Washington, D.C., the American Cancer Society Cancer Action Network, ACS CAN. They surveyed about 1,300 people with a history of cancer. What did we learn from that survey?
David, we learned a number of interesting observations. Perhaps the most important is that about a quarter of the people who are getting treatment have had that treatment delayed or interrupted. And about 13% don't know when their treatment's going to resume. So they're clearly concerned that what that impact is going to be on their cancer care and, of course, on the outcome for their cancer.
And we've also seen some pretty high unemployment numbers. associated likely with this epidemic, that's not going to help either, is it?
It's not going to help, and it's particularly not going to help for two reasons. Number one, it's going to put many people into even greater financial distress than they already are. And the second piece is that they may lose their employer-based health insurance. And then in turn, then how are they going to afford their cancer care? So another great source of concern to many individuals out there.
And the American Cancer Society, the Cancer Action Network, is trying to take some action here. What can we do to help, address the situation as we come out of this epidemic with a lot of unemployed people?
And so that is critically important for everyone to be able to continue their cancer care. So ACS can, along with other organizations, is asking the federal government to open up special ACA enrollment periods so people can get insurance. They're asking for improvements, or shall we say supplements, to Medicaid funding for the states. And they're also considering a plan whereby grants would be made so people can continue to pay for their employer-based insurance. Something has to be done. ACS CAN is stepping up to the plate. And I, for one, and I am sure many others, think that that is critically important at this particular moment.
Great work. Thanks, Len, and thanks for your time again today.
Thank you.
All right, after lots of good sounds coming out of there for 5 hours, we obviously have a little audio issue there at the Hofford Mill where the house band is located. They'll get that reset. We'll join the band again soon. Thanks so much to Dave Freeman and the great group of musicians that he has put together for this occasion, Telethon 2020. We're piecing it together from a number of locations around central eastern Pennsylvania. And thanks to everyone who's participating. I hope at some point we get to learn more about the wonderful young lady who is part of that house band. I will tell you that she is 14 and she is great. And Dave found her and had a talk with her mom about what we were trying to accomplish this weekend. And she has taken this all very seriously and was very astute about preparing herself for this 24-hour event. I love this because, way back when Dave Freeman was a young man, I wish I could show you some video from 1987 when he was on the telethon then, and I remembered that year because it was just great. It was just great. And then he moved to Florida and all kinds of things. Life happens. And a couple of years ago when I realized Bud couldn't be with us and we really wanted to get a house band together, I messaged him and I said, hey, remember when you did the telethon in 1987? How about do it in 2018 or 2019, whatever it was? And he said, I will make this happen. And he came back. And in between all of that, Bud Weishulis found Ivan and Damian Munoz, and they were young people. I knew Damian when he was in junior high school, and he actually used to be a volunteer at our basket raffle. And I hope you get the idea. We are enlisting generation after generation of young people to pick up this fight. And if you were with us earlier in the program, you know that I had a telephone conversation with the chairperson of the Cancer Telethon that actually began a year before we did. She got things going in 1979 in Hazleton, Pennsylvania. She's Clemmy Yamona, and she's 89 or 90 years old. I am not. 89 or 90 years old. I started in on this 41 years ago while I was in high school. But each of us gets to do our part and gets to enlist other people to carry forward the fight so that we stay with this until the job is done. Cancer hasn't stopped, so neither will we. And I'm glad to have that new musician on board along with Dave and friends as part of the band. I think Jason DeMarco is ready to talk with us while we get some other things in order. Jason, it's good to have you on board. You're doing a great job today, man.
All right, welcome here in ACS Telethon. Again, we are asking you to call in your pledge, to make that donation, and do your part to help us fight this terrible disease. Also, our next performer is a performer that you grew up with. You grew up not too far apart. I used to walk down the sidewalk and see her play her guitar on a regular basis. So without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, Kathy Rim.
Joey, baby, don't get crazy. DJ's frenzy, I get differently. I know you heard it all before, so I won't say it anymore. I'll just say my and let you find your secret world. Although I used to wonder why, I used to cry till I was dry, till sometimes I get a strange pain inside. Joey, if you're hurting, so am I. Joey, honey, I got the money. All is forgiven. Listen. And if I seem to be confused, I didn't mean to be with you. Then instead I scared you, well, I guess you scared me too. Oh, we've been lucky once before, and I don't wanna close the door. And if you're somewhere out there, pass out on the floor. Oh, Joey, I'm not angry anymore. And if I seem to be confused, I didn't mean to be with you. And when you said I scared you, well, I guess you scared me too. But if it's love you're looking for, then I can give a little more. And if you're somewhere out there, passed out on the floor. Oh, Joey, I'm not angry anymore. Angry anymore. Angry anymore.
Okay.
Here we go,
And then
3,
you
2,
turn-
1.
Okay.
All right, back at the Lansford office. And I want to talk to everybody for a moment. Because of COVID-19, cancer research has really hurt. Fundraising is probably an all-time low. But cancer didn't stop, so we can't either. But we need your help because there are people who need our help. And we just need to, if you gave $100 last year, and you can't do it this year, maybe you can give 25 or 50. Or if you gave 25 last year, maybe you can't do that, give us 10 if you can. Because we can't end up with 0. We're doing okay today, but it's not going to be a blockbuster year. We don't have a goal. We're not looking to set the world on fire. We know that people are hurting, but we're asking you from here, give what you can. So 1-800-883-2109 is our number. We have operators waiting for you, and later on you're going to meet them because they're here in the Lansford office in another room. And we are going to go back there and introduce them in a little bit. So let's read some pledges, Marion. What do you
I think that's a great idea because some people are coming through for us.
They are.
And we
They are.
appreciate it. Darlene and Frank Rowe in memory of Maggie Malone.
Glenn Wagner, $125 in memory of Glenn D. Wagner.
This guy's really coming through. His name is James Jordan, and he's from Nescahoning.
Hi, Jim.
And in honor of Bud and in memory of Sandy, $100 pledge.
Thank you, Jim.
Lovely.
Patricia Brown pledges $25 in honor of Connie Satterwhite. I hope I got that right, and that's from Tamaqua. Thank you.
Okay, I have another $100 pledge here, and it's in honor of Gordon Arner, and it's from Clifford Frohnberger.
From Jim Thorpe, Michael and Bonnie Clewell. They pledged $25. Thank you. I have a $100 pledge from Brenda. I asked her already how to Therese Chazarick. There you go. I got it. I'm sorry. And it's in memory of Robert Chazarick. They're from Summit Hill. $100. Thank you. Linda Yeager pledges $20 in memory of Paul Yeager from Tamaqua. Julie Miranda pledges $100, and she's from McAdoo. And I just want to remind everybody that when you pledge $100, as I don't know if the cameraman can get a shot of that wall, but when you pledge $100, we'll put a daffodil on the board with your name on it. When you pledge $250, we'll put a sword on that wall with your name on it, and $500 gets you a rainbow. But if you might notice, there's some stars up there. They're $1,000 plus donations, and we thank every one of those people, and we thank every one of those $20 pledges as much as we thank those larger pledges, right?
We do. And if we fill up that whole board behind me,
We'll start another one.
I could just leave so that everybody can see the board. I
We'll
think
start another
that
board
should
if
be
we have
somebody's
to.
goal. Let's fill that board up so we can get her off the camera.
No.
Let's do that.
We'll
Let's
start
do
another board if we have to.
Okay.
Alyssa will take care of us, don't worry.
You were talking so much about research. You know, the American Cancer Society is really international.
Yes.
They do a lot of work, a lot of research work. Some of the doctors that are involved in research for cancer have also been involved with the National Health Organization. We're going to have 2 doctors tomorrow that we're going to talk to about research and the different things they're doing, a Dr. Robert Weiss and also a Dr. Arnold Baskey. And he's even worked with Dr. Fauci. So
Wow.
when we talk about research, and people think that, oh, they're doing research and it's for the Cancer Society, I don't think a lot of times people realize that researchers share their information. So something that's doing good for the Cancer Society could also be doing good for COVID and vice versa.
Sure.
Something that takes care of the Lung Association. When researchers do things, they really share their knowledge, and it gives an opportunity for all the things that we do to happen. Even I remember going down to the Space Center, and they talked about, oh, why are we sending people to space? Well, they do so much research, and that helps us. here.
You know, and I hope I have this number right, and I believe I do. 41 American Cancer Society researchers have received the Nobel Prize. 41 of them.
That's pretty good.
Yeah, that's real
That's
good.
pretty good, and that's why now the cure rates are so. I mean, there was a time when, if anybody said C, I remember, and hey, we're cold crackers from around here. Nobody even said the word cancer. They said, oh, they've got C, and that was it.
Or if they passed away, they just passed away from, you know.
Yeah, so there's a lot of research, and that's really what this is about.
Well, I'm going to tell you, I spent a lot of time in the last 3 years at Memorial Sloan Kettering in New York, and I want you to know that's not just one building. It's blocks and blocks of buildings. And I go in there and I see people who are in pretty rough shape. And I asked doctors about this different ones. There were several that I asked about, and they said, no, they're improving. They're doing good. It's a miracle what we're doing today. So, hey, now's your chance. Give us a call, or you can go online at cancertelethon.org, hit the donate button, or you can call 1-800-883-2109.
Finally got it.
So please give us a call. And we know you're enjoying your afternoon. It's Saturday afternoon, but we're here to work for you. We don't mind. We're not complaining. But we want you to help us because we can only come to you once a year. Only once a year we can do this. And we need your help. We truly need their help, right?
It is.
I don't know where we're going. Do you?
Yeah, I think we're going back to hear some of the sponsors who really helped to make this all possible. We have a lot of sponsors who have come through for us this year, which was really great of them as well. Because they weren't
Alzheimer's setting in, I think.
Our sponsors didn't know how this was going to work out, and they had enough faith in us and the Cancer Society, and Joe especially, to make this happen. So let's hear from them.
This committee and Blue Ridge TV have pulled off a miracle. And I want to thank especially Joe Krasinski and George Taylor and Lisa for their I'm this much
unwavering commitment.
I'm this big of a part of this thing. I show up for the 2 days and I go home. They work on this year round. So please give us a call, 1-800-883-2109. Now I already forgot where we're going.
We're going to our sponsors.
The American Cancer Society thanks our principal sponsor, Lehigh Valley Cancer Institute, the region's leader in advanced and compassionate cancer care. When you want personalized cancer care and a partner in your health, choose Lehigh Valley Cancer Institute. Our hope sponsor, Silverline Manufacturing in Lansford and hometown. Silverline's products dramatically enhance the visual appeal of coatings, paints, inks, plastics, and textiles. Our major sponsor, Hiles Brothers Plumbing, Heating, and Fuel Company, located at the top of the hill in Summit Hill, serving the Panther Valley and surrounding areas for nearly 40 years. Hiles Brothers is an EFM franchise dealer with certified oil burner technicians and 24-hour emergency service. Hiles Brothers also offers construction services. Call for a free estimate. Our Chairman's Club sponsors, Cool Breeze Imaging, professional DJ, MC, voiceover, and audio production services since 1990 by Anne-Marie Calabrese. Get a professional sound at an affordable price. Hope and Coffee Tamaqua, a coffee shop with a mission to support recovery, created to be a social gathering place for those under 21, families, and for those in recovery to connect with others in a substance-free environment. Lehighton Outdoor Center, Lehigh Drive, Lehighton. Rafting, kayaking, biking. Open 7 days a week from 9 until 6. Get outdoors and have some fun. The historic Lakeside Ballroom Barnesville, now under new ownership. Available for classes, workshops, special events, weddings, or parties. Contact Chrissy at 570-778-9949 or email theLakesideballroom@gmail.com. ZooStock 2020. It is back to normal with a new zoo crew for the 21st annual free concert, Labor Day, Monday, September 7th, from noon until 8 on the grounds of the Halftime Bar and Grill at the Zoo, Lansford. Bring a lawn chair and enjoy food and entertainment for the whole family. The Creative Services Department, LLC. Magic 105.5 WMGH. A better mix of music, now streaming on www.wmgh.com. WLSH AM 1410. The music you grew up with. And WGPA Bethlehem, sunny1100.com. Wrapped Against Cancer 2020, the signature regional event in support of the American Cancer Society, is back on Monday, September 7th for fun on and along the Lehigh River. For more information, go to cancertelethon.org/raft.
Hello again. We are back here at the Schuylkill County Historical Society here in Pottsville, and joining with us today is local businessman Savis Logothaitis from The Wheel. And The Wheel has a brand new location in Tamaqua that I can't even open up Facebook without seeing the feed with people's Krabby Fries and their grilled cheese sandwiches and just food that just makes me want to go eat some more food right now. But also on top of that, I have a friend who, whenever she works in Pottsville, she works for Geisinger up in Hazleton, but she does come down here to Pottsville once in a while, and the first thing she'll say is, "Lori Kane, I got to go to The Wheel today," and she's so excited every time she's here. So she's truly a fan, as well as many others that continue to support The Wheel. Before I introduce you to Savis, I would like to pass it back on over to Dave.
Thank you, Lori. Again, welcome back here to Pottsville. You know, I get to work with the Pottsville Business Associations, and one of the finest relationships I built was with the Pottsville Area Development Corporation. The young man I'm about to introduce has been a great part of what's happening here in Pottsville. His name's Savis Logothaitis, and I'd like to turn it over to him at this time. The only thing that makes this even more fun is the fact that it's me and Savis and not Jerry Enders. Savis, it's yours.
Jerry would be great on camera. Thanks, Lori, and thank you, Dave. And hi, my name is Savis Logothaitis, and I do own Wheel Restaurant in downtown Pottsville and now in downtown Tamaqua as well. As Dave mentioned, I'm the executive director of the Pottsville Area Development Corporation, working very hard on continued progress in the city of Pottsville, where we want to respect our history, but also move forward in a progressive manner. And recently, I'm now the proud owner of Charlie's Pizza and Subs with two partners. It's a local legend here since 1954 at 1401 West Market, and we'll be opening that in about a month. But we're here to talk about, something that is very important and something that's very scary, and that's cancer, right? So, privately, we're dealing with a case that in my immediate family right now, and I know that all the people and all the hard work that goes into this telethon annually is simply amazing. I was able to attend last year at Penn's Peak and now this year at this great historical society in downtown Pottsville, and I'm happy every year to come back and to offer assistance in any way. So I'm reaching out to you today in hopes that if you can, you'll be able to donate $1 or $100. Anything will help this great organization and the continued progress in finding a cure for cancer. So thank you so much for having me, and I'd like to present a check for $200 from the restaurants, but also from the Logothaitis family and the Motuck family, my wife's family as well. So thank you so much for everything that you're doing, guys. I really appreciate it. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Savis. Thank you. This is wonderful. $200 that we appreciate from the bottom of our hearts. So, as Savis said, it doesn't matter how much you donate. Every dollar counts. And so if you'd like to call in a pledge, please give a call to 1-800-883-2109. And continuing, our efforts all together can make a difference to help end this deadly disease so that people are not continuing to suffer with cancer. And so with that said, we're going to head on back on over to the one and only Bud Weisschulis. Bud, You're a fighter. You're a strong role model yourself,
And he's
and I
ready to
miss seeing
point
you
at least
too.
two of you.
Back
Pick
over
up
to
the
Buddy.
phone, all right?
Yeah, I'll pick up.
Bud.
Yeah.
And the zip code?
Go.
You're watching the American Cancer Society Telethon.
Okay. And a phone number or email address?
Hey, thanks. Welcome back to the studio. Thanks, Bud. We got a glimpse of our telephone operators. Some people have said, how are you doing that? And I want to visit with Buddy again soon so that you can see that our phone volunteers are masked up. They're 6 feet apart, and they are people who spend a lot of time with each other in the first place. So we didn't bring a group of strangers in to answer the telephones. This is principally a family unit. They're answering the phones and still being cautious, and that's how we're doing it. We're getting it done for the American Cancer Society. What can you do for the American Cancer Society today? Can you pitch in $10, $100, $1,000? We've had pledges in all of those amounts so far, and we're very grateful for each and every one of them. Step over to the monitor because I want to do a little business here. We want to say thanks one more time to one of our hourly sponsors from earlier, Charlotte Solt, and maybe that's not going to happen. All right, let's step on back. Thanks to Charlotte Solt for being an hourly sponsor, and we will acknowledge our next hourly sponsor, which is Kistler Transportation. And if you have the opportunity to say thanks to our friends at Kistler Transportation, I certainly hope that you will do that because they have been supporting the American Cancer Society telethon for a number of years, and we're grateful that in 2020, when there are lots of challenges, they're still with us. So again, thanks to Kistler Transportation, thanks to Charlotte Solt. This is your American Cancer Society. These are some of our hourly sponsors. We're very grateful for the work that everyone is doing today, from Pottsville, from Stroudsburg, from Weisport, everywhere people are checking in. It's all for a good cause. Cancer hasn't stopped, neither will we. Here's a word from our principal sponsor, Lehigh Valley Health Network.
Many women throughout eastern Pennsylvania do not have convenient access to screening mammography. This mobile coach program is going to bring screening mammography to them.
We are really excited here at the Lehigh Valley Cancer Institute to offer this 3D mammography coach to the community because we are the first in the region. It's simply another example of us offering the best compassionate care to the community. 3D mammography is one of our newest tools to particularly help with identifying early breast cancer in women with dense breast tissue. It really helps reduce unnecessary callbacks, which we all know leads to anxiety. In addition, we're able to detect breast cancer earlier.
We can call it a department because it really is. Everything that we provide in our screening locations will be provided on this coach. As a patient, when you walk in on the coach, you'll be greeted by our registration coordinator, and they will register you for your mammogram. They'll take your insurance and get you into our system. They'll walk you back to our private changing rooms that we have. They'll get you changed, and they will walk right into our screening mammography room. The screening mammogram will take anywhere from 5 to 10 minutes, and then you'll be free to go and on your way.
Annual screening mammograms are the best tool that we have. It's the only proven tool that we have to detect breast cancer as early as possible. I'm really excited about it because it is yet another example of how we're able to offer the latest and greatest technology to the community.
You'll find this coach throughout the community, at local sporting events, a mall, even at local businesses where women can have their screening mammography while they work. We're excited to have the coach, and we're proud to share that throughout the community and the regions that we care for.
something happening here. What it is ain't exactly clear. There's a man with a gun over there telling me that I got to beware. Think it's time we stop. Hey, what's that sound? Everybody look what's going down. Battle lines being drawn. Nobody fighting. Everybody's wrong. Young people speaking their minds. Get so much resistance from behind. It's time to stop. Hey, what's that sound? Everybody look what's going down. What a field day, all the heat. 1,000 people in the street, singing songs and carrying signs. Getting so much assistance from behind. It's time we stop. Hey, what's that sound? Everybody look what's going down. Heavy noise strikes deep into your life. It'll creep. It starts when you're always afraid. Step out line, man, I'm gonna take you away. We better stop. Hey, what's that sound? Everybody look what's going down. Gotta stop. Hey, what's that sound? Everybody look what's going down. Gotta stop. Hey, what's that sound? Everybody look what's going down. We better stop. Better stop. Hey, what's that sound? Everybody look what's going down.
All right, back in the Lansford phone room. I'm with some wonderful people who have donated their time to help us. And what's curious about this is the fact that we can't have a lot of different people coming in and out, obviously. These are all from basically almost all from the same family. And they're going to be here both days from start to finish. And I want to acknowledge them. Over here on the first phone is Tom Hoey. Next to him is Lori Varela and her daughter Brianna. Oh, she's on the end now, Brianna. This is Kathy Coyle, and this is Alyssa Turpak, who's actually been a volunteer with us for quite a few years already. So, as you can see, none of the phones are ringing, and that's not good. We need the phones to ring, 1-800-883-2109. So, if you're sitting at home watching the show, why don't you give us a call now? Because tomorrow night, if you decide to call, it may be too busy, because normally we might have 6, 7, 8 operators. We can't do that this year. So please give us a call now. Or you could go online at cancertelethon.org. Just hit the donate button when the screen pops up, and you can make your donation there. Don't forget tonight, our luminaries. So if you go to there's a phone call, thank you. If you go to cancertelethon.org and you click on Relay, you can buy a luminary for tonight, which is happening at 9 o'clock in Jim Thorpe. And when you make your donation
Hello?
for the luminary, they'll immediately print out your
I'm
bag
sorry.
and have it ready for tonight
You're
for
breaking
you.
up. Could you call
So
back?
why don't you do that? And I just want to thank all of you, because they're giving up their whole weekend
Hello?
to help you and me, to help all of us. 1-800-883-2109. And I wish I could talk to Joe. Joe, I love you, brother. You did a great job. Back to Joe.
Love you more, Bud. Thanks for handling it over there in Lansford. You know Pat Houghton would be delighted if she could see that office in use the way that we're using it today. She wouldn't be delighted about the circumstances that brought us here, but she sure would love to see that office lit up in the way that it is right now. And thanks to those great phone volunteers. Now, I heard you loud and clear, buddy, that the telephones were not busy. And I know just the thing to do in that case. But first, let's walk over to the screen, because this is the first time that I've had this act together so that this can look a little bit more like you're accustomed to at the telethon. I want to give you our 5 o'clock total. On behalf of your American Cancer Society, so far we have raised $26,347, and we're very grateful. So this is progress, not only that I got the graphic right, but it's also progress that we have over $25,000 in hand, and we're going to keep going. How do we keep going? We need to get these telephones ringing. How do we get the telephones ringing? We call upon our friends, and we have a good friend, someone who prefers to remain anonymous. For those of you who wait for this moment, this is that moment when you can have your pledge matched. And specifically right now, we are matching $50 pledges. So if you can see your way clear to making a $50 pledge, this is the time to do it, because a generous anonymous donor is willing to match $50 pledges right now up to a maximum of $5,000. That means we could take 100 $50 pledges right now and get them all matched dollar for dollar, thanks to a generous donor who says, you know what, I get it. Cancer hasn't stopped, neither should we. So I'm putting up $5,000, not just for the cause, but $5,000 so that it creates an incentive for others to participate. Not everyone can do it, but if you can do it, this is the time to do it, because your $50 pledge will be matched dollar for dollar. It's 800-883-2109. or online at cancertelethon.org. And listen, you can tell the volunteer, I'm looking for the match. If you pledge online and we see that your $50 pledge is coming in during this hour, we'll know that you're doing it to take advantage of the match. You don't need to mark it up in any special way. We've got this. Don't let this opportunity slip through your fingers. If you can make that $50 pledge, do it right now at 800-883-2109 or online at cancertelethon.org. I'm going to tell you a funny story, and this will just be illustrative of how we are in a very different world. So you're sick of hearing already that I was a high school student in 1980 when we put together the first telethon. But I'm going to show you a clip that was on the first telethon, and we recorded it in advance of telethon weekend. And it was all produced by high school students, including yours truly. And it was recorded at a bar. So yes, a bunch of high school students got in a school van and went to a bar at night and prepared this video of the Jordan brothers, no less. So I hope you will enjoy this little visit with the Jordan brothers from a bar produced by high school students in 1980. am very happy that that recording has held up over 40 years. And aren't you happy to know that someone put a group of us high school students in a van and took us to the alley to see the Jordan Brothers one night in 1980? It was a very different time, and it was all for a good cause. And your pledge right now is for a good cause at 800-883-2109. And your $50 pledge in particular right now will be matched dollar for dollar. And we can keep doing that right on up to a maximum of $5,000 thanks to a generous donor. If you have not yet pledged, please pledge now at 800-883-2109 or online at cancertelethon.org. We are moving our way toward $30,000 and then $35,000, and we just have to keep going, get as much as we can, and we don't know what that is. By midnight tonight, we'll roll the whole show over, all 12 hours overnight, and then come back live noon tomorrow to just keep it up. And you will hear reports from our basket raffle, Chinese auction. You will get to see, I hope, a little video clip in particular from the luminary service that's happening tonight. Let me say something about the luminary service. If you go to cancertelethon.org right now and click on Relay, it will take you right to a page that will give you the lowdown on what's going on at Memorial Park in Jim Thorpe tonight. 9 o'clock, okay? You still have time to be part of this. Contribute $10 and you can personalize a luminary bag with a candle in it that will be on display at Memorial Park in Jim Thorpe tonight. You can customize the bag to be in memory of or in honor of someone special. This could be a caregiver, this could be a volunteer, this could be a survivor, this could be someone who passed due to cancer. It's all your choice. It's very easy to customize at cancertelethon.org when you click the relay button. We couldn't have a relay for life tonight, but you know what? We can keep the luminary service, and we will do that at Memorial Park in Jim Thorpe tonight at 9. And those dollars will flow into this telethon because cancer hasn't stopped, and neither will we. Your $50 pledge is being matched right now at 800-883-2109. Decide the pledge amount that's best for you. Make the call now. We had some performance earlier from Kathy Rim. I'd like to go back and hear some more from Kathy Rim. Let's go.
Thank you very much. Do an original song now. You say that you never been in love. You ask me how does it feel. You said today was amazing, just like a dream but so real. So I think you know, baby, now you know. Just when you thought the fire was all burned down, someone lit up your eyes, and you found yourself aflame with all the love you've got inside, and you let it all out. You let it all out, and that's how it feels. How love feels. Ooh. Well, I know it's all strange and new, but no one deserves it more than you. You turn me with your eyes, captured by your smile. And all I want is to be close to you. That's when I feel so alive. So if that's how you feel, if you feel like I do, then it's love, baby, your love. It's love, baby. I'll let you know. Baby, now you know.
Thank you. Welcome back to Pottsville, everyone. You know, this whole afternoon, 305 North Center Street here in Pottsville has been our home, and we are here at the Schuylkill County Historical Society, where we are joined with Diana Promuschek. We practiced and practiced and practiced to introduce Diana Prosimchak and Jim Halushka. Oh my goodness, my ethnic words are just, yes, it is. I had Haluki earlier too, so I was kind of getting messed up, but we want to thank them for their hospitality and opening their doors. And before we turn it over to them, let me just say, if you have never visited this facility, you need to make a point in doing so, especially with all the staycations earlier or talking with Explore Schuylkill. There's a lot of great things here in this facility. It's just this room alone is beautiful. And so without further ado, let me introduce you to Diana and Jim.
Hello. First off, I want to thank the American Cancer Society for giving us the opportunity to host them today. And again, we would like to invite everybody to join us. Stop in here and see our museums. But I also want to tell you a story of how cancer has touched my life. I lost both of my parents to cancer, and I've lost my best friend. So please, pick up that phone and make a donation. We do need to stop this terrible disease. It is very devastating to watch somebody suffer and slowly lose their fight to cancer. So if we can give $1, give as much as you can, whatever you can give to support this cause. Jim, do you have something to add?
Well, certainly there have been many advancements in cancer research over the past decade, increased lifespans and better quality of life, but those who have been touched by cancer or have seen a loved one touched by cancer know it's still a terrible disease with progress that could still be made, increased quality of life and an increased lifespan. So every dollar counts to keep that research going and improve the lives of those who are suffering from the disease.
So I'd like to offer anybody that's a history buff and also all our members, please, if you can, donate.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, one more time from Dave Clues here in Pottsville. I want to thank everybody who's reached out today, everybody who's donated, whether it's large or small. If you haven't yet, Lori will give you the number again. We hope you make this a great weekend for everybody in this program, working so hard to raise funds for a better future in the fight against cancer. I've really enjoyed being here today. It's been an honor to share the time with you and you at home. Now get on the phone. Lori's going to give you the number. Thank you for being in Pottsville today.
Thank you, Dave. And we'd like to thank the City of Pottsville, the Schuylkill County Historical Society, Dave Clues from 12 Old Dave's Audio for being co-host today, as well as our other guests that joined us, Bob Carl from the Schuylkill Chamber of Commerce, Shannon Brennan from Schuylkill Technology Center, Bill Reppy and Terry Purcell from Lehigh Valley Health Network, our sponsor here in Schuylkill County, as well as Gina Gargano of Explore Schuylkill and Joe Devine from representing the City of Pottsville, as well as Diana. Oh my goodness. It was so close. So close. Diana Prosemchek. I know, it's so close. As well as Jim Halushka. And I just want to thank you all for calling in today. And if the number you haven't already committed to memory, it's 1-800-883-2109. You can also go online at cancertelethon.org and click on the little donate button and make a pledge. Every pledge counts. And as we said earlier, tell them Lori Kane and Dave Clue sent you. And we thank you, City of Pottsville and surrounding area, for having us. And back to the studios, and we're going to hear from Cats 22.
Just a small town girl living in a lonely world. She took the midnight train going anywhere. Just a city boy, born and raised in South Detroit. He took the midnight train going anywhere. Smoky room, I smell the wine and cheap perfume. For a smile they can share the night. It goes on and on and on and on. Strangers waiting up and down the boulevard. There's shadows searching in the night. People, then just a fine emotion hiding
I think that's an appropriate song. Don't Stop Believin'. We believe that we can make a difference in the lives of those affected by cancer if we all pull together and do what is possible. I know in these strange and challenging times that not everything is possible, not everything that we did last year or in some of the years over the course of this telethon's 40-year history, but we're focused rather on what is possible. What can you do today? Please call 800-883-2109. A volunteer will take your name, address, telephone number, the amount you'd like to pledge, the way you'd like to pay, and then it's done. And there is no amount that is the wrong amount. It just needs to be the right amount for you. So that can be $5 or $50 or $500 or $5,000. And we've had pledges in all of those amounts. Right now, $50 pledges are being matched dollar for dollar, in fact, because an anonymous donor offered up $5,000 as an opportunity to match up to $150 pledges. If you didn't hear that, you've heard it now. If you haven't made that call yet, please make it now, 800-883-2109 or online at cancertelethon.org. I have an opportunity now here to speak to a fellow volunteer and a wonderful colleague in this fight against cancer. Jane Doherty, are you there?
Yes, I am.
All right, Jane. I want to, you can help me with the introduction, but let me first say to you, if you didn't hear it or see it, earlier today, I received a telephone call, and Clemmy Yamona made me cry, to be perfectly honest with you. You know the story, Jane, but I'm going to share it with viewers who might not be. Last year, we had a big celebration and a record-breaking telethon in 2019 because it was our 40th anniversary, and we pulled out all the stops. And it was an amazing time. And when it was all said and done, what we said we wanted to do in 2020 was acknowledge that we were not the first on the block to do this. That to our north, in Hazleton, Pennsylvania, there was a group of wonderful volunteers that started an American Cancer Society telethon in 1979, a year before us. And amazingly, Clemmy Yamona is part of that originating team for this kind of event, and she's still at it. And what we had hoped to do at our Cancer Fighters dinner this year was to recognize Clemmy, and we'll have that dinner as soon as we can all be in a dining room together. But I just wanted to say welcome to you. I wanted to offer a salute to all of the people I know there in Hazleton who make the American Cancer Society telethon up there a very great thing, and something that we have followed closely for years and years since we got started. And that includes Clemmy, and that includes you, and it includes Barry J.S., who I have known, I think, since 1982, and all the others. So welcome to our program during these crazy, unusual times.
Thanks, Joe. Tonight I bring greetings and support from the Greater Hazleton family of the American Cancer Society. We're all in this fight together. We've come a long way, but we still have a long way to go. As you said, Joe, 42 years ago we started our telethon, and Clemmy was part of it. Clemmy has been with the American Cancer Society as a volunteer for more than 50 years. And you've chosen to honor Clemmy with the Pat Houghton Award. And of course, Clemmy and I are around long enough to remember Pat Houghton well as our staff partner for the ACS. But by honoring Clemmy, you really honor all of us on the Hazleton team. I am Clemmy's co-chair, and there's a whole host of people behind us who work with us. And by honoring Clemmy, you honor all of us, because Clemmy is the ultimate team player.
Yeah.
And I know she's watching tonight. So Clemmy, I send you a big virtual hug. And I want you to know, as we say often, but I need to say it again, you are the wind beneath my wings.
Oh, how wonderful. How wonderful. Thanks for those words. And I'm glad you brought up Pat Houghton, because Clemmy and I talked about Pat Houghton today. And I wanted you and everyone to know that I brought my picture that I always have on our set when we're at the Penn's Peak venue. We always have Pat on set nearby, and she's with me today. So I hope that I get to visit you at the next telethon that either of us get to do under more normal circumstances. It would be a pleasure to visit with you and with Clemmy. And as soon as we can have that Cancer Fighters dinner and give Clemmy the appropriate recognition and her little plaque, this is what we look forward to doing. It is great to be on the same team with you and Clemmy.
We'll do it. And I can't go because I'm the co-chair of the Hazleton Telethon. I have to remind you what that number is to call. So please donate what you can, 800-883-2109, or you can donate online at cancertelethon.org.
Oh, thank you so much, my friend Jane Doherty. And thanks, Clemmy, for watching, and thanks for everyone, to everyone in Hazleton who might be watching right now. It's all one American Cancer Society. We all realize cancer hasn't stopped, so neither should we. Please make that call at 800-883-2109. And now here is a word from your American Cancer Society.
Thought love was only true in fairy tales, made for someone else, but not for me. Well, love was out to get me. That's the way it seemed. Disappointment, honey, and all my dreams. I saw her face. I'm a believer. Trace down in my mind, and I'm in love. Ooh, I'm a believer. I couldn't leave her if I tried. I thought love was more or less a given thing. Seems the more I gave, the less I in trying to do. All you get is pain. When I needed sunshine, I got rain. When I saw her face, I'm a believer, but not a trace went down in my mind, and I'm in love. Ooh, I'm a believer. I could leave her if I tried. Love was out to get me. That's the way it seemed. Disappointment, honey, and all my dreams. Then I saw her face. Now I'm a believer, but not a trace down in my mind, and I'm in love. Ooh, I'm a believer. I could leave her if I tried. Then I saw her face. Well, I'm a believer, not a trace went down in my mind. So I'm a believer, yeah. I'm a believer. 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 So I'm a believer, yeah. I'm a believer.
All right. Thank you, Dave Freeman, and our wonderful house band. It's the American Cancer Society Telethon for 2020, where at the moment we have an opportunity to match pledges of $50 or $50 at 800-883-2109 or cancertelethon.org. George, can I go ahead and interview Catherine? Are we good to do that? All right. All right. So I want to introduce you to a senior program manager from the American Cancer Society, and she is involved in cancer control, which, after all, that's what this is all about. Catherine Kortum, welcome to the program.
Thank you so much for having me, Joe.
All right. Well, I appreciate your joining us this way as we try to do this program in a way that we've never been called upon to do it before. These are strange and unusual times, but it gives us an opportunity to talk about the importance of voluntary support for the ACS mission. Tell us about what you do.
Absolutely. So essentially my job is to kind of manage our patient programs for the whole state of PA. But really what that means is I need to get out of the way and let our amazing volunteers do the amazing work that they do every single day. We have a bunch of different programs that our volunteers are really passionate about and really make us at the core who we are, the American Cancer Society, here to serve patients.
Yeah. You know, I spoke with Jamie Kane earlier in the day, and he was telling a story that really is important because when an individual or a family hears of a cancer diagnosis, the mind starts to work and questions arise, and sometimes they don't pop up during business hours. They pop up at 2 o'clock in the morning. And fortunately, the American Cancer Society is there at 2 o'clock in the morning to address those questions. So that's one really important service that is available, the 800 number.
Absolutely. So this is I think one of the most amazing things that we do, our National Cancer Information Center. We have specialists standing by, like you said, 2 a.m., 2 p.m., 2 p.m., 2 a.m., 2 p.m., somebody's there to answer the call. It's a different 1-800 number. It's 1-800-227-2345. And last year, there were over 1.4 million outreaches to our National Cancer Information Center. Pretty amazing.
That is amazing, and it is something that can be useful to the person who has just learned of a diagnosis. It can be useful to someone who is a caregiver and just wants to understand more about how to think through being a caregiver and to be a better caregiver, right?
Absolutely, absolutely. You know, in addition to caregiver resources, we have a lot of COVID-19 resources for patients, which 1 month, over 80% of our calls were all COVID related. So we're here for you to talk through your cancer diagnosis, information, patient resources, to have oncology nurse support and health insurance assistance for anybody in the community, patients, caregivers that might be sick.
What else before we move on? Is there anything else that any points that you wanted to make that our viewers should know? Because this is the opportunity to help them understand.
Yeah, absolutely. So one program that we currently have to have on hold due to safety, but I'd love to bring up and talk about it for just a quick minute, is our Road to Recovery program.
Yes.
It's free transportation by volunteers to cancer-related appointments. Last year alone, across the whole United States, volunteers provided over 375,000 rides to get people to treatment, which is pretty incredible. And so we're, unfortunately, as I said, it's on hold right now, but when we do open that program back up, volunteers are going to be more critical than ever. And so if that's something you might be interested in, again, I'd ask you, to call our 1-800 number. But really what we need is your support of these programs are critical to Carbon County and the people that live in Carbon County. And so I'd just like to encourage anybody interested in giving what they can so these programs can continue to call 1-800-883-2109.
All right. Well, thank you so much, Catherine Kortum, Senior Program Manager for Cancer Control at the American Cancer Society. Thanks for all that you do. I speak on behalf of all of the volunteers on this end to say that we're proud to support what you and your colleagues are accomplishing at ACS. And I think about those numbers, mind-boggling. 375,000 rides, over 1 million phone outreach accomplished. This is an example of dollars at work, and that it doesn't even begin to speak of the research. So again, I thank you for taking the time to lay that all out for us. People now have even more information and more reason to know how important participating really is. So thanks again.
Thank you for your time. I appreciate it.
All right, everyone, you heard the news. Your pledge counts for accomplishing all of this and more, and we'll continue to learn more about this as we go through the weekend. The telephone number is 800-883-2109. You can pledge online at cancertelethon.org. $50 pledges are being matched dollar for dollar until we use up a $5,000 anonymous pledge, a matching gift opportunity. And as you dance your way over to the telephone to make that pledge, do it to the music of the Pennsylvania Villagers.
Coming back, it'll come to Doggy. Dziewczyna powiera mnie ślejka solowącia. Nie miała druzia, łockami kręc buga, śmieje się jak gruza. Powiedz mi, zielono zielone, ja chciałbym mieć ja ze moje żony. Maleńka, halejka, morwana dziewczyna, powiera mnie ślejka solowącia. Dziewczyna powiera mnie ślęka solowącia. Nie miała na drodze łuckami kreśmuga, śmieje się jak gruza. Powiedz mi, zielono zielone, ja chciałbym mieć ja za moje żony. Maleńka, haleńka, morwana dziewczyna, powiera mnie ślęka solowącia. Thank you so much there.
I want to introduce you to somebody very special to me. Know her a long time, I know her family a long time. And she's going to share her story of battling cancer, which she's still not out of the woods. But I'm going to let her tell her story. Folks, this is Jillian Nicole Dotchko. Good to see you, Julian.
Nice to see you, buddy.
I'm so happy you're here with me.
Thank you.
I just want to start with let's explain what you have and when you were diagnosed.
Okay. I was diagnosed in May of last year with primary CNS lymphoma. I started getting sick several months before that, and I was misdiagnosed. They thought I had MS for several months, so I was treated for that until they found out what I had.
So your treatment started where? What hospital?
St. Luke's in Bethlehem.
In Bethlehem?
Mm-hmm.
And then you went to?
University of Pennsylvania.
Which is a wonderful hospital.
Amazing hospital.
And so there, I'm assuming, is where you first started chemo?
Yes, they diagnosed me May 6th. I got the diagnosis, and immediately they started chemo. I had 4 rounds of chemo. When I went back for my 5th, they told me that I built up a resistance to the chemo.
You know, I just for the folks at home so they understand, this was tumors in your brain, right?
Yeah, lesions on my brain, and I had multiple, yeah.
More than one?
Oh, yeah.
So you had that chemo and it didn't help?
It did, it helped, but then it stopped working. My body just knew what it was and said, we're not going to let this chemo work anymore.
So now what do you do?
So they actually sent me down to the National Institutes of Health for a clinical trial that was going on for primary CNS lymphoma. I went down there and started that trial.
And that meant more chemo, right?
More chemo, yeah. It was a cocktail of 6 different chemos.
Oh, dear.
Yep. And the same thing happened. After 4 rounds, I went back for my 5th. And I built up a resistance to that as well.
Wow. So then I imagine there was a little time before you moved on to another.
So they were giving me different chemo cocktails. My cancer is a very aggressive cancer, so it works very fast. They had to keep me on chemos and different chemos to kind of trick my cancer. Every time it, realized what was going on and stopped working. Different. Yeah. So they wanted me to go up to Boston to Mass General Hospital. So they kept me on a couple chemos till I could get into a clinical trial up there.
Okay, so now with COVID,
yes,
it certainly made it, I know for a fact that when you went to Boston, no one can even come in with you.
No.
And
I went 14 weeks without seeing my 13-year-old son.
Oh,
it was
dear
hard.
Lord. Oh, yeah. Dear Lord. And that's Brady.
Yep.
It's hard to see for you at home, but Jillian and her son Brady had sent in a $100 pledge a few hours ago. Here she is fighting it, and she's sending in a pledge. God love you. So you get to Boston, and you get in a trial. Now, I know because you and I spoke last night, this was a very new trial.
Very new. Yes.
2 people.
Yeah. With my cancer, primary CNS lymphoma, I was the 2nd person in the world to receive this therapy.
Wow.
Mm-hmm.
And?
And my last 2 scans have shown no lesions on my brain, and I'm cancer-free.
Now, I want everybody at home to understand, though, she's cancer-free right now. And there's hope that she'll stay cancer-free, but that's not promised, is it?
No, it's not promised, but I'm just going to live every day, no regrets, and just be happy every day. And
so there was another gentleman in that trial with you. It was just you and this other gentleman. And he had basically the same results you did, is that correct?
Yes, he's cancer-free as well.
So now they're enlarging the trial because it's shown to work.
Mm-hmm.
And that's all through cancer research.
Mm-hmm.
That's what we want you to help us with. 1-800-883-2109. I want to read a couple of pledges here that Jill brought with her. First one's from, well, they're both from your mother, actually. And it's a $100 pledge from Kathy Dotchko, her mother. And it says, in memory of my sweet sister Maggie Alonge, who we lost to cancer in December. And she fought for a year or more and went through a nightmare as well, and did not have, dare I say, a very peaceful death.
Right. And you know, that was very hard for me because her and I, that's my aunt, we got diagnosed at the same time. So that was very hard for me.
Were you still able to see her?
Yeah. Yeah.
Maggie was a great friend of mine, you know that. She ran the sound for the Mud Flaps. I played in the Mud Flaps for 10 years, and we were just good friends. So Kathy sends another $100. Oh, I'm sorry. Oh, it says in honor of Jillian. Okay, but it says here, in honor, in honor of my Jilly Dumplin, Jillian Dotchko, in her fight. And I assure you, I'm speaking for everybody that's involved with this telethon. We all wish you the absolute best.
Thank you.
Is there anything else you would like to say?
Yeah, I would definitely love to mention, and if I could remember everyone's name, I absolutely would, of all my doctors.
Oh, yes.
From down at the NIH to up in Boston, my amazing team in Boston, Dr. Matthew Fragalt, he's doing the CAR-T therapy that I'm receiving, and my research coordinator, Keegan. They're wonderful. I could text message them in the middle of the night if I wanted to, when they'd get right back to me.
Wow.
We're like a little family. They're great.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Well, I want to thank you from the bottom of my heart for sharing your story with us.
Thank you, buddy.
And again, we all wish you the very best. Okay? And now we're going to go back for some more of the Pennsylvania Villagers.
Thank you so much there. All right, let's get everybody that's pledged some money in here this afternoon, or early evening, I should say. That was one called Malutka Halenka Polka. And we're going to do the next one here for you. This is from the Polka Family Band, and it's called We Are Family. The country playing polka music, East Coast to West Coast and places in between. One love for this music binds us all together. We are one part of one big polka family. 'Cause we are family, polka family. We're the best of friends getting together now and then. 'Cause we are family, polka family. This is what a family's supposed to be. Travel the country supporting polka music, East Coast to West Coast and places in between. Old friends meet new friends at every destination, knowing that the parties and the good times are coming. 'Cause we are family, polka family. We're the best of friends getting together now and then. Oh, we are family, polka family. This is what a family's supposed to be. the friends getting together now and then. Oh, we are family, polka family. This is what a family's supposed to be.
All right, it's 800-883-2109. Make your pledge right now. Be as generous as you can. And what does generous mean? Generous means $5, $50, $500, $5,000. Whatever is right for you is going to be great for moving forward the life-saving mission of your American Cancer Society. I should mention, however, that right now, up until we reach a limit of $5,000, $50 pledges are being matched dollar for dollar. So if you had in mind sometime this weekend kicking in $50 for the American Cancer Society, this is the time to do it, because your dollars will go twice as far thanks to that generous match from an anonymous donor. 800-883-2109 or cancertelethon.org. Step with me, if you will, over to the screen, because I want to acknowledge our two-day sponsors for the ACS Telethon. Bobby O'Gurk Web Design and Services, Carbon Oral Surgery, Community Bank of Lehighton, Katner Coal and Oil Incorporated, we thank them. Magic Touch Floor Covering, a two-day sponsor, Muk Chunk Trust Company, Mountain Vista Realty LLC, the Palmerton Lions Club, Panther Valley Irish American Association coming in as a two-day sponsor, Paul Wanzelak Home Improvements, thanks very much, Perfect Balance Boutique, R.A. Honor Furniture, Rebs Pallet Company Incorporated, Representative Doyle Heffley, a two-day sponsor, Rock Hill Concrete, Summit Hill Lions Club, Wagner Industries Incorporated, Yvette's Property Management. These are the two-day sponsors that we want you to think about, thank when you get the opportunity to acknowledge their generosity to the American Cancer Society's life-saving mission. 800-883-2109. Let me see if I can't just go back over to the board again and show you our 6 o'clock total. Hope it works. Here we go. We are now at $33,804. We're very grateful. We're making progress. Every hour the number is moving. That means you get the idea. We don't know how this is going to turn out. What we knew was not acceptable was to let the year go by and do nothing. So if you can do something to make that number move in the next hour and beyond, I hope that you'll do it right now at 800-883-2109, cancertelethon.org. And remember, right now, $50 pledges are being matched dollar for dollar. Let's acknowledge some of our major sponsors.
The American Cancer Society thanks our principal sponsor, Lehigh Valley Cancer Institute, the region's leader in advanced and compassionate cancer care. When you want personalized cancer care and a partner in your health, choose Lehigh Valley Cancer Institute. Our hope sponsor, Silverline Manufacturing in Lansford and hometown. Silverline's products dramatically enhance the visual appeal of coatings, paints, inks, plastics, and textiles. Our major sponsor, Hiles Brothers Plumbing, Heating, and Fuel Company, located at the top of the hill in Summit Hill, serving the Panther Valley and surrounding areas for nearly 40 years. Hiles Brothers is an EFM franchise dealer with certified oil burner technicians and 24-hour emergency service. Hiles Brothers also offers construction services. Call for a free estimate. Our Chairman's Club sponsors, Cool Breeze Imaging, professional DJ, MC, voiceover, and audio production services since 1990 by Anne-Marie Calabrese. Get a professional sound at an affordable price. Hope and Coffee Tamaqua, a coffee shop with a mission to support recovery, created to be a social gathering place for those under 21, families, and for those in recovery to connect with others in a substance-free environment. Lehighton Outdoor Center, Lehigh Drive, Lehighton. Rafting, kayaking, biking. Open 7 days a week from 9 until 6. Get outdoors and have some fun. The historic Lakeside Ballroom Barnesville, now under new ownership. Available for classes, workshops, special events, weddings, or parties. Contact Chrissy at 570-778-9949 or email thelakesideballroom@gmail.com. Zoostock 2020. It is back to normal with a new zoo crew for the 21st annual free concert, Labor Day, Monday, September 7th, from noon until 8 on the grounds of the Halftime Bar and Grill at the Zoo, Lansford. Bring a lawn chair and enjoy food and entertainment for the whole family. The Creative Services Department, LLC. Magic 105.5 WMGH. A better mix of music, now streaming on www.wmgh.com. WLSH AM 1410. The music you grew up with. And WGPA Bethlehem, sunny1100.com. Raft Against Cancer 2020, the signature regional event in support of the American Cancer Society, is back on Monday, September 7th for fun on and along the Lehigh River. For more information, go to cancertelethon.org/raft.
What we do when you get lonely, no one waiting by your side. When running and hiding much too long, though it's just your foolish pride, Layla, got me on my knees, Layla, begging, darling, please, Layla. Darling, won't you ease my worried mind? Trying to give you consolation. You're a man who let you down. Like a fool, I fell in love with you. Turn my whole world upside down, Layla. Got me on my knees, Layla. Please, Layla, darling, won't you ease my worried mind? Made the best of the situation before I finally go insane. Please don't say you never find a way. Tell me all my love's in vain, Layla. Got me on my knees, Layla, begging, darling, please, Layla. Darling, won't you ease my worried mind? Layla, got me on my knees, Layla, begging, darling, please, Layla. Darling, won't you ease my worried mind? Layla, got me on my knees, Layla, begging, darling, please, Layla. Darling, won't you ease my worried mind? Layla, got me on my knees, Layla, begging, darling, please, Layla. Darling, won't you ease my worry mind?
The American Cancer Society Telethon for 2020. Thanks so much for watching. Thanks so much for staying with us as we work out the logistics of putting together a program with so many people in so many different places. That's the way we need to do business right now. Isn't that the case? And there's something that we must do. What we couldn't do was just step away and say, well, better luck next year. We needed to figure out how we could do something. And I don't know how this will turn out by tomorrow night, but I can tell you that at last check, we were over $33,000. So something is starting to happen, and we're very grateful for that. And that did not happen because of what one or two people did. That happened because of what many people have already decided to do, to commit $10 or $100 or $1,000, whatever feels right. You don't have to feel pressured by what you did last year. I worked that out in my own mind and heart months ago. Last year was a banner year. It did not mean, if we were going to do a 2020 telethon, that we had to meet 2019 levels of support. What it meant was we wouldn't walk away from this fight. We would not allow ourselves for a year to go by and score a 0. That's the assignment. The assignment is, let's see what we can do. I don't know what you can do. I think you have an idea of what you can do. I'm just asking you to do it. 800-883-2109, cancertelethon.org. If you can swing $50, this is a really great time to do that, because still $50 pledges are being matched dollar for dollar. When you call the number, 800-883-2109, or when you go to the website, cancertelethon.org. Decide the pledge amount that suits you best, whether that's 50 or 10 or 500, whatever it is, that will work for us. But just keep in mind those 50s are being matched. Keep in mind, too, that at Memorial Park in Jim Thorpe tonight at 9 o'clock, we will have a luminary service. We couldn't have a relay this year, but people really love the luminary service at the relay, and we figured out that we could do the luminary service. Well, how do you get a luminary bag on the display at Memorial Park tonight by 9 o'clock? Well, you can, wherever you are. Simply go to cancertelethon.org, click the relay button, and it will take you right to the place where you can say, I want this $10 luminary bag to be in honor of someone, and then later in the form you fill out that name. And in one form, you can make up to 5 bags. So this one's in honor, this one's in memory, this one's in honor, this one's in memory. And at the checkout page, it asks you to assign a name to each of those bags. And then you do that, and as soon as you click submit, that information goes to a volunteer who's going to write it right on the bag, put in the candle, make sure it's on the display at Memorial Park tonight at 9 o'clock. You are welcome to go to Memorial Park and see the luminary service in person. There will be a reading, there will be singing by a trio, there will be the candles, of course, and there will be great camaraderie with social distance. You can drive by, you can walk by, everyone will be respectful, and those dollars will flow into your ACS Telethon. So that's just a great way for you to be involved, and for many people the luminary service is quite meaningful. I hope that turns out to be the case for you. Sometime after 9 o'clock, we'll put up, at least briefly, some video highlight from the luminary service. So we're very grateful to those who have signed up for those already, and we invite you to do the same at cancertelethon.org, or make your pledge directly to the telethon right now at 800-883-2109. Here's a word from your American Cancer Society.
I'm a mother of 2 wonderful children, and I'm a wife. And 12 years ago, I was really uncertain of the future. Now I have something to live for. My name is Vanessa Ramirez, and I was your regular 23-year-old college student until I was diagnosed with ovarian cancer. I don't think people realize the importance of cancer funding and how many lives have been saved just by getting early detection. I'm heading to a monthly meeting, and this is actually the event that got me started advocating with the American Cancer Society. I feel that my advocacy efforts saved coverage for many other people out there. I have the opportunity to work with lawmakers that will change our policies. I'm really working on getting our government to provide more access to cancer screenings and cancer treatment. I've become very passionate because I don't want my daughter or my son having to sit here and possibly talk about their story with cancer. I don't think I would have ever imagined that my life would have turned out this beautiful. (800-883-2109). Your American Cancer Society is at work, but the American Cancer Society's work is only as good as the voluntary support that comes from the community. This, like for everyone, has been an exceptionally difficult year. Relay for Life events all over the country had to be canceled or postponed. There's a projected $200 million shortfall for the American Cancer Society. So what did that mean to us in this community? That meant we couldn't do the telethon the way we always do it, but we needed to find a way to do the telethon to gather as much support as we possibly could. And we even found a way to bring in an element of the Relay for Life by including a luminary service. So that is an example of what I talk about and have talked about for decades. The celebration that this telethon represents of the compassion, talent, generosity, and should I say in this case too, ingenuity of people of this area. People have found ways to get the job done and come through. We had a basket raffle last weekend with 600 prizes, 500, 600 prizes. Well, that's normally an event where hundreds of people are packed, seated right next to each other to see all the winners drawn. We didn't have anyone in the ballroom when we drew those winners, but we still gave away all of the prizes because we found a way to do it with distancing, announcing the winning numbers over a radio channel, and people sat in their cars and waited to hear the numbers and came to the door if they were a winner of a prize. So there was no crowd. We got the job done in the same place we usually do it, with the same number of people, with the same kind of success that we usually have, but we did it in a way that fits the times. Now we're doing this telethon in a way that we think fits the times. And we think we'll end up with a dollar total tomorrow night that is befitting the times. But that number is not going to be zero, and that makes it automatically a success. What can you do? I hope that if you're in a situation to do more than zero, that you'll go ahead and do that. And you'll be following in good company because many people have already answered the call. Please make the most generous pledge you can make right now at 800-883-2109. Let's have some more music from your Pennsylvania villagers.
All right, we're going to do a little number here from the new brass band, and this is called Y'all Come Polka. You'll be bringing ones up to the great big polka dance in town. Our favorite band is playing those happy snappy polkas, so we'll all be hopping up and down. Now y'all come, well y'all come. There's a great big polka dance in town tonight. Now y'all come, well y'all come. There'll be polka music till it's broad daylight. Dzisiaj jak dziewankiem, a będzie dzisiaj hudlandi. Kiedy będzie śpiewać, orkiestra prasknają, 'cause the civils echoes up of it. Now you all come, now you all come. There's a great big polka dance in town tonight. Now y'all come, well y'all come. There'll be polka music till it's broad daylight. Great big polka dance in town tonight. Now y'all come, well y'all come. There'll be polka music till it's broad daylight. Oh yeah, a little number there from the new brass band, and that one there was called the Y'all Come Polka.
Okay, we are back here in Lansford, and I have been joined by Mr. Jason DeMarco. Jason, welcome to Lansford. We saw you before, a little bit anyway, from your home. It was a pretty nice setup you did there.
Well, thank you. I did it all this morning.
You did?
No.
Okay. Well, you did a better job than I am because I'm here. Anyway, we have some pledges to read, I think, that are very important because people out there are really responding to us telling them to call 1-800-883-2109. And people are responding, and some of the stories and the people that we have heard from today and where our funding goes, especially to research, is so important. So we really appreciate these pledges. So we'd like to get them read. I have one here, and this is in honor of the PA Villagers who we just had entertain us. It's a $50 pledge from Carol Hunandi from Palmerton. And it's also in memory of Walter Spack.
I have one here for $100 by Lee Green, and that's in memory of Bonnie.
I have $150, which is at least a daffodil up here, and that is in honor of Jillian Dedeco, and it's from Glenn Fritzinger of Nescahoning.
I have another $100 pledge, which is another daffodil on the board, and that's by Jessica Turpak, Gregory, Tanner, and Hunter, and that's in honor of Aunt Jillian Datchko.
Okay, in memory of Gerald Surface, I have a $50 pledge from Lorraine Luge.
Another $50 pledge by David and Elaine Lipinski, and that's in memory of Monica and Joan Satlock.
Connor Satin-White is being honored with a $100 pledge from Ted Purcell.
$50 pledge from Jesse Hiles. Jesse, how you doing? It's a long time no see.
Yeah.
In honor of ACS volunteers, in memory of Carrie Sinclair, Sandy Weishulis, and Frank McHugh.
Yes. Okay, great. And in honor of our one and only Bud Weishulis, and in memory of Betty Stoll and Fred McHugh, I have a $50 pledge here from Kathy and Chris Stoll.
Another $100 pledge, which is another daffodil on the board by Paul Yeager, and that's in honor of John Stapleton.
Okay, in honor of Kathy Rim and Cats 22. That's an interesting one. I want to know who Cats 22 is.
That was her band.
That's her band. Oh, thank you, Butsy. I learn something every day. In memory of Joe Rim, Michael Rim, Rita Rim, Wester, and Joe Cavell, and this is a $50 pledge, and it's from Marlene Rim.
A $150 pledge by Danielle and Joseph Satterwhite, and that's in honor of their son Connor Satterwhite.
And Cheryl Merkel made a $50 pledge in honor of all of the Merkel family, and we thank you all very much.
I got a couple here, Maureen. I'll give you
Good.
that one if you want.
Oh.
I'll look with you one more time. So I got a $50 pledge by Jay Smar, and that's in honor of Buddy. And if I'm not mistaken, I believe Jay Smar will be here tomorrow.
Tomorrow?
Yes.
Good. Okay, I have a $50 pledge here, and it's from Sandy Jones, and it's in memory of her Aunt Patsy Jean.
And I have one last $50 pledge by Susan Kitaj, I think I'm saying that correctly, and that's in memory of Buddy's wife.
Ah, great. So, it's up to you all out there now. We need you to call 1-800-883-2109. And right now, we're going to go to Susan Petro.
All right, we're getting ready to hear some performance from Susan Petro, and we're looking forward to that. But we just need to work out a few more details before we get there. Meanwhile, I will remind you that this is an important time in the life of the American Cancer Society. We figured out that one activity that could happen this year to raise money for ACS is the annual telethon. We can't do it the way that we've always done it, but we can do it the way you're seeing it now, with people distributed all over the community rather than in one big performance venue, to try to pull this show together. And we will do our best to entertain you, to inform you about the life-saving mission of the American Cancer Society, and to respectfully request your financial support. And you get to decide what that amount is. $5, $50, $500, $5,000. Every pledge counts. And tomorrow night, whatever the number is when it's all said and done, it will be a success, because we will have not given up. We will have focused on what is possible, what we can do, rather than focus on what might not be possible in these unusual times for all of us. 800-883-2109, cancertelethon.org. I want to remind you that an anonymous donor has contributed $5,000, which is available as matching funds. And specifically right now, we're asking those who can consider a $50 pledge to make that $50 pledge, because it can be matched dollar for dollar as long as that matching money remains. Once it's gone, it's gone. But some people each year look forward to the matching opportunity. And if that's you, this is the time. Please make that call now at cancertelethon.org or 800-883-2109. And what's that, George? Okay, so let me talk about Labor Day. Labor Day, we have some events planned for you. And this is exciting. And these we have figured out how we can do, and it's relatively easy to do them because they're outdoor events, open air. Creates an opportunity to do some things. And I'm saying events, plural. And so you might be familiar with Zoostock, the free outdoor concert, which happened in Lansford for 20 years and then came to an end after 2018. And you might be familiar with the raft race, which we brought back last year in 2019. Well, I'm here to tell you that we're going to be busy on Labor Day weekend because we're doing both. I am happy to let you know that Zoostock is back in Lansford. The halftime bar and grill at the zoo is bringing Zoostock back, the free outdoor concert. And we're very grateful to Kevin and everyone over there at the zoo for making this possible. And we are going to continue with the raft race at the Lehighton Outdoor Center with a finish line festival there as well. So sounds like we're going to have two major events going on Labor Day, two stages with performances going on, one in Lansford, one in Lehighton. We're very excited about this. It is another way to get out, to engage, to be safe, and to support the American Cancer Society. So we're working very hard on this. You haven't heard about it much until today because it takes time to work out these details to make sure we're doing things responsibly. But I'm pleased to say that we're doing it. And if you are interested in being a sponsor on the Zoostock t-shirt, which you can do for $100, you can call the pledge line and ask to talk to Lisa, and she can give you the information about being included on the very popular collector's item which is sure to be the 2020 Zoo Stock t-shirt, because just when you thought the event was no more, it's back. And so this is a shirt that you will want to have, and if you want your business to be recognized on that Zoo Stock t-shirt, you can call the pledge line there, 800-883-2109, and ask for Lisa, and someone will get back to you to put you on the Zoo Stock t-shirt. All right, Mr. Taylor, what are we ready to do now? Okay, so let me see if I can bring up our Saturday sponsors, because that's an important thing to do. And I will meanwhile acknowledge some pledges that have come in online. Andrea Mixick of Lansford has contributed $25, and that is in honor of Sister Marlena Mixick. Thank you very much for that. Here's a $100 pledge from Marie Ritzik from Tamaqua, and thanks Marie and thanks Bobby, and we really appreciate this pledge of $100, making our telethon total grow. Here's a $100 pledge from Bob Stevenson. Bob is a longtime friend and volunteer, big proponent of the American Cancer Society. His $100 pledge is in memory of Doc and Laura Thomas and Laura T. Stevenson, all taken by cancer. So we say thanks to Bob, and we say thanks to everyone who's pledging and participating right now. If you have not yet been counted, we ask you to do what you can to participate with the most generous pledge that you can make. I believe I might have a few more pledges to share with you. Okay, let me, and here we go. Trying to get all the information to you that I can, looking at three different screens. But I'm pleased to let you know that we do have some more pledges to read for you, and as soon as they come up on my screen, I will share them with you. We're kind of paperless for reasons that I think you can understand. So we're not shuffling papers around, but I will get the information here on the screen. And you are watching the 2020 American Cancer Society Telethon.
Yeah.
All right. I want to tell you about our Wall of Honor. Over there in the Lansford office, we have the red wall that we call our Wall of Honor, and it's a place where we recognize larger pledges. And you know what? The wall is smaller this year because we're not sure that a lot of people are going to be able to consider these things, but we're reserving space for those who can. When you make a $100 pledge, you get this daffodil icon with your name next to it, and that will be placed on our Wall of Honor over there, and you will see that when we go back to Maureen and Buddy and some of the others over in the Lansford studio. So that's at $100. And by the way, if you go to cancertelethon.org, then you will see the $100 option, and it even has the daffodil pictured right there on the website. So that's $100, the daffodil icon. The American Cancer Society sword is kind of recognized everywhere as a symbol of hope. And when you make a $250 pledge, we'll put your name next to the sword icon, and that will go on our wall of honor. And we're pleased to recognize you in that way for that super generous pledge. At $500, we have the rainbow icon. And where does this come from? Why are we using a rainbow? Way back in telethon history, the house band used to play over and over again Somewhere Over the Rainbow. It was kind of a theme song for the program because volunteers talked about imagining a world somewhere over the rainbow where cancer was no longer an issue that adversely affected people's lives. We still hold on to that goal and that dream, and your $500 investment takes us closer, and we recognize your family name on the daffodil icon. And we kind of say that at $1,000, you're sort of the star of the show, and this star with your name will be added to the wall of honor if you consider a $1,000 pledge. Now, there are a couple of pledges on the wall of honor right now that are even bigger than $1,000, and Alyssa and the team over there in the office, they come up with something creative to put on the wall to acknowledge those extraordinary pledges. And I hope that you will make the most generous pledge you can at 800-883-2109 or online at cancertelethon.org. My friend Dave Freeman is heading up our house band, and they are over in Weisport, and I hope that we can hear from the band right now.
Thank you very much, Joe. It's great to be part of the Cancer Telethon once again. This is a big honor for me. This is one of the first things I ever got to do when I moved to the Palmerton area, was be a part of this many, many moons ago, thanks to my friend Bud Weishulis, and also, of course, to you, Joe. Take a quick minute to introduce the band because everyone else here is doing their first telethon, so I want to just take a moment and once again, all the way on the other side there from Long Pond, Pennsylvania is Mark Mecca, and Mark plays in a band called the Jeffrey James Band. They're pretty big up in Scranton area, so if you ever get a chance, go check them out. And next to Mark is Amber Pierce from Copley, Pennsylvania. She's 14 years old, making her first appearance on the telethon, hoping that it's going to be a lot, many, many, many more times after here. And on drums is Mr. John Sampson from Stroudsburg, Pennsylvania. And we're going to be here all weekend long until we, of course, bow out to the one and only Danny Farrell, who will be doing his thing later on tomorrow night. I'm going to play a song right now and feature everybody, and this is one of the songs that I never played before I played on the American Cancer Society Telethon.
Well, it's a marvelous night for a moon dance with the stars up above in your eyes. A fantabulous night to make romance neath the cover of October skies. And the leaves on the trees are falling to the sound of the breezes that blow. Well, I'm trying to please through the calling of your heartstrings that play soft and low. Well, the night's magic seems to whisper in a hush. The soft moonlight seems to shine your blush. Can I just have one more moon dance with you, my love? Well, can I just make some more romance with you, my love? Born to make love to you tonight. Well, I can't wait till the morning has come. I know that the time is just right. Straight into my arms you will run. And when you go, I know my heart will be waiting to make sure that you're never alone. All my dreams will come true, dear. That's when I know I'm round and around. 'Cause every time I touch you, I just tremble side. 'Cause I know how much you want me bad. You can't hide. Can I just have one more moon dance with you, my love? Well, can I just make some more bells with you, my love? The stars up above in your eyes, and timeless nights you make romance neath the cover of October skies. Now the leaves on the trees are falling to the sound of the breezes that blow. Well, I'm trying to please through the calling of your heartstrings that play soft and low. 'Cause night's magic seems to whisper in us, and the sun moonlight seems to shine. Your blush, can I just have one more moon dance with you, my love? Well, can I just make some more bells with you, my love? Can I just have one more moon dance with you, my love?
Hi.
Hola. Hey, fighters.
Hi, my name is Katie, and this is Charlie.
I'm Steve Shue.
I'm Shelley Arnold, and I'm a proud ACS volunteer.
Pediatric cancer doctor.
Four-time cancer survivor.
Vice President of Diversity and Inclusion for the American Cancer Society.
Well, my workspace has changed a bit over the past few weeks. The work that I'm doing has not.
To anyone struggling with cancer right now, just know that we will not stop.
Even though we're working from home and maintaining social distance, we are still here for cancer survivors, their families, patients, every single day.
Tratemos de juntarnos más cercanamente, espiritualmente e emocionalmente.
I'm here. We are here.
We're all thinking about you.
We're all in this together.
Your American Cancer Society has not gone away.
Call us anytime. 1-800-227-2345.
24 hours a day, 7 days a week.
Or visit us online at cancer.org.
Cancer won't stop.
Cancer won't stop.
Cancer won't stop.
And neither will we.
And neither will we.
And neither will we.
That, in a nutshell, is the message of the weekend. Cancer hasn't stopped, so neither have we. Do what you can. Make a pledge, 800-883-2109, cancertelethon.org. Let's have another selection from Sweet Revenge.
When you can't find the light, got you through a cloudy day. When the stars ain't shining bright, you feel like you lost your way. When the candlelight at home burns so very far away. I think back to what my daddy said, boy, there's a darkness for the dawn. Let your soul shine, better than the sunshine, better than the moonshine, damn sure better than the rain. And now people, if you don't mind, we all feel this way sometimes. You gotta let your soul shine, shine to the break of day. Grew up thinking that I had it made, gonna make it on my own. That I can take the strongest man and make it feel so all alone. And sometimes when the cold wind blows through my aching bones, I think back to what my daddy said, boy, there's a darkness for the dawn. Let your soul shine, better than the sunshine, better than the moonshine, damn sure better than the rain. And now people, if you don't mind, we all feel this way sometimes. You gotta let your soul shine, shine to the break of day. Sometimes a man can feel this emptiness, like a woman, rob a woman's very soul. Sometimes a woman too, she can feel like this. And when your spirit takes control, you gotta let your spirit take control, yeah. Gotta let your soul shine, better than the sunshine, better than the moonshine, damn sure better than the rain. Hey now people, if you don't mind, we all feel this way sometimes. You gotta let your soul shine, shine to the break of day.
We're back in the studio at 800-883-2109. Volunteers are standing by ready to take your pledge of support for the life-saving mission of the American Cancer Society. We have accumulated more than $37,000 toward this end for the weekend so far. We don't know how things will end tomorrow, but we feel confident that we're doing, and specifically you are doing, all that is possible to be successful in this life-saving mission. This is about the time in the program when we do a salute to survivors. And normally that involves getting a lot of people in the room and having them all together to tell their stories. We're going to handle it a little differently right now and bring in Coach Pat Cramsey. You might recognize him for any number of reasons, but in the telethon context, you might recognize that he was a recipient of the Courage Award in 2019, some time ago. And Coach, if I can take you back to that time, I'll ask you in a little bit about how you're doing right now, but reset the table. Tell us where you were at the time that we recognized you with the Courage Award. Tell us about that part of your life.
Hi, Joe. You got me? I was a little in and out there.
Okay. Did you hear my question?
I got you now. Thanks a lot for having me. How's everybody doing?
Doing good, doing good. Yeah, so I wanted you to tell everybody about how things were at the time that we first recognized you with the Courage Award.
Yeah, that was just about 8 months after my diagnosis, and it was actually at a pretty trying time. It was right after my surgery, a few months post surgery, and things were still kind of a little uncertain at that time. And so since then, everything's been fantastic. And I wanted to say thanks for having me back on, and commend you guys for a tremendous job you're doing this weekend under difficult circumstances.
Well, listen, no good deed goes unpunished. I have to say, back then, as you say, this was a really trying time for you, shortly post-surgery, and still you agreed to let your story get out there, because what we try to accomplish with the Courage Awards is to help people understand the cancer journey, which is not the same for everyone, and which is difficult for different people in different ways. And not everyone can, frankly, bear to have the added responsibility of putting their story out there. But you agreed to do it, and fortunately, that set the stage for where we are today. Talk about that. Talk about where you are today.
To be honest with you, going through the whole ordeal, that is definitely the most rewarding part, was being able to share my story and have so many, particularly so many guys, maybe younger men that wouldn't have even thought about prostate cancer at their age, and to raise that awareness. And I've had a lot of guys that have, communicated to me that because of that, they got tested, they got screened. I've had some that, unfortunately, that led to, some findings that were unfortunate for them, but they were able to, then deal with it. So that was definitely the most rewarding part about, sharing the story, because it was definitely something at the time that was, at my age, certainly not common.
Absolutely, that's the case. So you probably learned a lot of things along the way, but what do you think is one of the most important things to share with others? As you say, what should guys be mindful of? What is it that they should do to be vigilant about this?
Well, I think early detection for me was key. That was such a huge part of my recovery. Me being able to have a very good recovery was because of that early detection, and that's that doesn't happen if you're not taking the steps needed. You're not getting the tests that are needed and addressing any any issues, when they arise. So that would be the biggest, the biggest lesson that I would hope to put out there, specifically for, guys in my age group to, get tested, to be vigilant with that, because it wasn't something that was common, at that time for a 40-year-old to get tested for prostate cancer. I didn't really have any symptoms at the time. And, fortunately I did get that test, and early detection for me was key. And since then things have gone great. And that certainly would not have been the case if, I waited, until later, until symptoms arose, or, until I was recommended to get tested at age 50 or so.
Yeah. So here we are in 2020, and the world is crazy, and lots of people are trying to figure out how to do things in their normal work life and their normal family life, and volunteers like us are trying to figure out how to get the job done for worthy causes like the American Cancer Society. Why did you think it was important to step out today and lend your voice one more time to this program?
Well, I feel very fortunate for the support I had along the way, and along that, during that time, along that journey, I was fortunate enough to talk to people who went through it, and that was extremely helpful. That was actually the most helpful part, being able to talk to people that either were going through that process or had gone through it, or a few steps ahead of me, and had given me an idea of what to expect. And very reassuring to say that this is something that's it's something that you could overcome. So I would hope to be able to be available, put that out there for guys, and again specifically for guys in my age group, that how that support is just so important. So I feel fortunate that I've been since that time I've been able to do that. And, I just want to kind of give back in any way I possibly can. Everyone at the American Cancer Society does a fantastic job. We couldn't be more thankful for all that you do. And, especially this year with, like you said, these trying times, it's not easy to do what the society is doing this weekend. So, I just wanted to, hopefully raise a little more awareness and, put that out there for younger guys to, not ignore that, and not ignore any symptoms, and get checked out.
Well, listen, it's no surprise to me. You are already in the mode as a coach of being a leader and setting an example, and here you are doing it again in the context of this fight against cancer, spreading the word and getting young men to be vigilant and do the right thing, and calling upon everyone to do what they can to support this fundraising effort. So, Coach Crampsey, thanks for your time today. It looks beautiful where you are today, and actually I lost track.
It's a beautiful Saturday night. Thanks again, Joe. Appreciate it. Everyone's doing a great job. Thanks, Maureen, for reaching out. Much appreciated, and wish you guys the best with the rest of the fundraising this weekend.
All right, you take care. All right, that's about it from the studio right now. The number is 800-883-2109. Let's switch over right now to our folks in Lansford.
Can I bring him in first?
Bring him in.
Okay. Well, how are you today?
I'm great. How
I am good. I am doing fine, and I understand that part of our social distancing is not just because we are all being very careful, because you're allergic to dogs.
I am.
She's allergic to dogs, and we are a real family here. Just so you all know, we have a little doggy, and his name is Buddy, and he has been here with us all day. So we're gonna do this good, Kathy. Okay?
Awesome.
I'm not allergic to dogs, though my cat may think I should be. So, Kathy, you are in a fantastic position right now. You have that title. Everybody loves titles. Survivor.
Survivor, yes.
What does that mean?
That means the world. Just every day is a blessing, and I thank God for every second of every day. It's all good. It's all good stuff.
So tell me your journey. You had a journey to become a survivor.
I did. 5 years ago yesterday, I was diagnosed with ovarian cancer. 10 more days, I'll be 5 years cancer-free. So I had a good outcome. I was one of the lucky ones.
Good. And what type of, did you go through a lot of treatments? Was this locally? You live in Stroudsburg, right?
I did.
Okay.
Yep, I went to the Francis Hughes Center for my treatment. The
Okay.
nurses there were fabulous. I had 18 treatments in 17 weeks, so it was fast.
It was fast.
But it's all good. It was well worth it. I'm still here.
And you're still here, and you know what? You're still here, you're a survivor, and you're a volunteer.
I am.
So tell me about being a volunteer. How did you become a volunteer?
Well, my friend Lisa Hoey.
Oh, I know that name.
And it all happened through St. Matthew's.
It did.
Yeah, I was, new to the parish, and I said, how can I get involved? And I told Father Jerry the story, and he said, let me introduce you to Lisa Hoey.
To Lisa Hoey.
And,
And that's great. So how do you think being a survivor makes you different from being a patient?
That's a good question.
I'm so glad.
I think because I walk that journey, I know what people going through treatment are going through mentally and physically and emotionally. It's not an easy journey. It takes a lot of strength and community backing and your family and your friends to support you, and that's key. Just a good positive attitude will get you through it.
I think one of the things that most people say to me whenever we talk is family and friends seem to be right at the top of the list.
Absolutely.
For being there for you.
Yes.
Were you surprised?
No, not with my family. My sister's my hero, and I had the support of my mom and my brothers and my sister-in-law and my nieces and nephews, and
Did this come on you as a shock? Like, what would you tell other women? I mean, were you surprised when someone says, gosh, I've got cancer?
Yeah, the diagnosis surprised me, absolutely. I would just say stay strong. Keep forging through, you'll get through it.
And what about testing and those types of things? Going for regular checkups and...
I was still at my 6-month checkup, and then come another couple weeks, I'll be at a year, so it's all good stuff.
That's great, and I understand. We talk about family, we talk about friends, and how we get through this. I want you to explain to me what a BBFF is.
Well, it all happened one afternoon at a bar. No, just kidding.
Now you're talking my language, girl.
We just enjoyed being with each other and sharing.
Okay, shall we bring in this BBFF? How about Tom? Come on in, Tom. I feel like I'm gonna yell, come on down.
And I'm gonna scooch out.
Okay.
Oh. So Tom, this is your BBFF.
Yes.
Tell me the story. I love it.
Yeah, we're friends through my wife Lisa, and we were just hanging out at a bar and just having a lot of fun. And she said, "Hey, you're my BBFF," and it just kind of stuck. So
I
we
love
are.
it. I love it. And you too, not only BBFFs, but you also share the title of being survivors.
Correct.
So tell me about your journey.
So in the year 2000, I was 35 years old. Never thought that I could be diagnosed with cancer. I thought it was just for much older people, and lo and behold, there I go. I was diagnosed with cancer. I had Hodgkin's lymphoma, and started going through the treatments. I went for radiation. I was down in Lehigh Valley. And, a few years later after that, I was diagnosed again and made it through that journey, and here I am.
So you are now have that great title, survivor.
Correct. Yeah.
Was your wife involved with the Cancer Society at the time?
Not at the time. It was soon after my second diagnosis that we found out. Well, she had applied for a job. I didn't know much about the American Cancer Society myself either, but then just got to learn more about what they do, And I actually went through a clinical trial in 2006, and that got me to where I am here today.
That's great. Well, isn't it funny how we talk family, we talk friends and everything? It is a circle. It's
Yes.
kind of the circle of life. And this BBFF I really like. And obviously you both went. I'm looking at your shirt. I must take note of the shirt because it says paint the town purple, pub crawl.
Correct.
It kind of fits right in with the rest of the theme we have going here.
Yes.
And I think it's wonderful because you know what? Life is short. We should all enjoy it. And blessings to all of you for your new friendships and your survivorship. And I'm so glad you all have so many titles. Thank you so much. I really appreciate you telling your story. And now I believe we are going to Catch 22. Another good theme. Catch 22.
Well, I had a boy trying to meet me one day, told him all the things that he didn't understand. Whoa. Then I let him go. Now there's one in California who's been cussing my name. So I found me a better lover in the UK. Hey, until I made my getaway. 1, 2, 3, they're gonna roll back to me. I'm the best man that they never gotta keep. 1, 2, 3, they're gonna roll back to me. They always wanna come, but they never wanna leave. Access, honey, honey, say hi, man. Why you gotta say one man to make a man on that one man? God, this is hell. And so over down in New Orleans, every morning the winter frozen in the spring. My man, how the seasons go by. I get high and I learn to get low. God's keep breaking and the heads just grow. You know, it's how the story goes. 1, 2, 3, they're gonna roll back to me. 'Cause I'm the best baby that they never gotta keep. 1, 2, 3, they're gonna roll back to me. They always wanna come, but they never wanna leave. Access, honey, honey, say honey, like a gun, say one man to make a man that won't let go. Access, honey, honey, say honey, like a gun, say one man to make a man that won't let go. Access settles. 1, 2, 3, they're gonna roll back to me. Climbing over mountains, sailing overseas. 1, 2, 3, they're gonna roll back to me. They always wanna come and they never wanna leave. My access, honey, honey, say hi, man. Like a gun, say one day to make a man that won't let go. Access, honey, honey, say hi, man. Like a gun, say one day to make a man that won't let go. Access.
800-883-2109. If you have not yet made a pledge and you are able to make a contribution to support the life-saving mission of the American Cancer Society, now is the time to do it. You can use that telephone number. If you're not feeling like a phone call right now, you can go to cancertelethon.org. I also want to mention that in about less than 90 minutes from now, there will be a luminary service at the Jim Thorpe Monument, and I have had the opportunity to see part of the display that's being set up at that location, and there you see it. You can tell that when darkness comes and those candles are lit up, this is going to be beautiful, and you will be able to drive by or walk by and see all of the individuals that are remembered and honored through these luminary bags. And there's still time for you to place a bag on that display by going to cancertelethon.org, clicking on Relay, and filling out the form. With a $10 contribution, you can customize a luminary bag in honor or in memory of someone special in your life, and a volunteer will prepare that bag immediately and add it to the display. That's going to happen there at the Jim Thorpe Monument at approximately 9 o'clock, and we hope then sometime afterward to bring you video highlight from that ceremony, which will include a brief reading as well as singing from a trio that's been scheduled to appear there. And of course, the most spectacular part of it are the candles and the light and the warmth and the spirit that is characteristic of this luminary service that is usually a part of the Relay for Life. But because these unusual times have canceled relays in most communities, we were able to preserve this part as part of our Telethon Saturday. You are watching the 2020 American Cancer Society Telethon, where volunteers are standing by ready to take your call and where pledges are welcome all the time at cancertelethon.org. Let's enjoy some music from Cole County Express.
Listen to the big trucks whine. Going out on the highway. Listen to the big trucks whine. Oh, white Freightliner, won't you steal away my mind? Oh, white Freightliner, won't you steal away my mind? Oh, white Freightliner, won't you steal away my mind? Thank you so much for the song.
Oh, I love Coal Country Express. It's 800-883-2109. That's the number that will put you in touch with a volunteer who's working hard this weekend to record pledges of support for those who can make them. It's the 2020 Telethon, and it's summer. We normally do this in early spring, but this is a different kind of year, and we're going to see what we can make of this. Every indication is that we can make something pretty substantial, pretty special out of this. And I want to reflect on how we are bringing elements of the program together and of the whole annual fundraising effort together. Let me say one more thing, because soon it will be too late to talk about it anymore. There's a luminary service happening, and it is at the Jim Thorpe Monument. It is on Route 903. And we have shown you some of the pictures of the display that's being put together. You can go to cancertelethon.org, fill out a form, and for $10, your luminary will be customized and added to that display. At 9 o'clock, you can go over there to the Jim Thorpe Monument, and you can drive by or walk by and see all of those on display, or you can look for some video highlight from it later on this telecast. Okay, there's just part of the display that is put together. We think it's going to be, as it always is, quite striking. So this is normally something that's part of the Relay for Life. We couldn't have a Relay for Life, and this has been the case all over the country. So we kept the luminary service as part of the telethon, and we're glad we did, and we're glad that so many people are participating. So thank you. The other thing that you're accustomed to if you've been watching the telethon for many years is that we normally have a different telephone group at the phones every 2 hours, and we go interview those voices and those representatives and those faces from the telephone groups. And you know, that's not what we can do this year. We have one telephone group that's in all day for 12 hours, and they're all people who are close together all the time anyway, and that eliminates the risk that would be associated with rotating a bunch of people, strangers, through a room. But we still want to bring in these community voices, and that's what we're using Zoom for in part this weekend. So the Carbon County Register of Wills is standing by on Zoom, and why don't you say hello to everyone, Jean, and please give your full name and just tell us anything that you want to tell us. I'm just really pleased that you were able to join us today for the program.
Hi, thank you so much for having me tonight. My name's Jean Pepe. I'm the Carbon County Register of Wills, Clerk of Orphans Court. I'm honored to be here tonight. Wanted to thank you very much again for having me. American Cancer Telethon has been a huge success all these years, and again, being that we're in this pandemic, I'm just asking all my friends, family, anybody out there to please make a donation, especially this year here when we're not able to do this. For many, many years, I've been sitting in there at TV 13 in the telephone room, taking the calls, excited for the donations that we were receiving. So I know this year is going to be a lot different. So again, like I say, every year, even if it's $5, $1, $10, whatever you have, any little bit will help. So I'm asking everybody out there to please send in a donation. Cancer touches, I think, everybody's life. There's somebody in everyone's family who has gone through cancer. It's a horrible disease. So anything you can do to help would be greatly appreciated. So thank you so much.
Well, I certainly thank you for being with us and lending your voice to this cause. It is important for people to know that in these unusual times, even though you can't necessarily be with us in the phone room, that you are very much with us in spirit, and that you're willing to lend your voice to this effort and call upon your peers and your neighbors and your friends and your relatives to support ACS. So again, thank you, and we salute you, and I hope that we kind of see you next year under more normal conditions, God willing, right?
Oh, you better believe it. I enjoy that time we spend up there. It's a great atmosphere, great people who run the American Cancer Telethon. So definitely want to hopefully have everything normal next year.
All right. Thanks again, Gene. It's a pleasure, and thanks for the pitch. And we hope to see you again next year. George, are we going over to Lansford?
A little bit.
Okay. So then I want to tell you that we have the luminary service. If you want to hop in your car and get over to the Jim Thorpe Monument, this would be a great time for you to head over and do that, because it's going to start right around 9 o'clock. I think it's going to be a beautiful thing to see. You have seen just a handful of the luminaries that are already on that display. There will be many more you'll see when you arrive. We're grateful to everyone who has participated. And now we can go back to Lansford and check in what's going on over there.
Here we are. Let's go. Let's go.
Go
We've
ahead,
got
Marie.
some. I'm sorry. We've got some pledges. We've got some pledges to read here. I have a $100 pledge from Tom McBride from Jim Thorpe. Thank you, Tom.
I have a $50 pledge by Mary Ashner, I believe. Yes, Ashner, in memory of family and friends that have passed.
Okay. This is in honor of John Cephas, Mike Harleman, Bill Berger, Lori Lishko, and Joanne Murtoff, and it's from Roxanne Downs of Jim Thorpe. It's a $50 pledge. Thank you, ma'am.
I got a $100 pledge, which is another daffodil on our board, and it's from Yvonne Cormier. I hope I said that right. It's Carrie's daughter, all the way from the UK. All the way from the UK.
We
in
were
honor of
talking
Gina
about,
Gabrielle and in memory of Carrie.
I know. We talked about Carrie early today.
Yes.
We miss her so much. And, you know, she has such an extended family. As you know, she had a lot of kids.
Yes.
And all the way to the UK.
All the way to the UK.
So we are now international. How
We are
about
global.
that?
We are global.
We are global. Okay. In honor of son Patrick Crampsey, we have a $20 donation, and this is from James and Laura Crampsey. Thank you.
I have a $25 pledge by Margie Kester, and that's in honor of Jillian Dachko in memory of Matthew Hafer.
Okay.
All right, I got another one here, Maureen. I'll give you that one. I'll read one in the meantime. I got a $25 pledge by Anne Marie Delaritis in honor of cousin Bud White Shores, in memory of Sandy White Shores, Mary Ann, Andrewitis.
I feel like a lot of love around here with all of these pledges that are coming in for people that we know and love.
Now, what I just handed you, Marie.
Okay,
Marie, that's a nice one.
I have one here, and this is something I want you to take note of. Shenandoah Senior Living Community. Now think about this. The senior living community right now are all very secure, to say the least. They are going through a lot of trials and tribulations, to say the most. But they're up in Barnesville, and we would like to thank them so very much for an $800 donation. This is really something. Diane Ziegler from the Shenandoah Senior Living Community, we thank you very much, because we know this isn't an easy time for anybody, especially for our seniors. Sure. So this pledge really means a lot to us.
Yes.
It really does.
They all do. They all do. Every bit makes a difference, big and small. So
definitely.
So that's all I have right now.
That's all you have right now. Okay. Well, guess what? The number is 1-800-883-2109. It's your time to call. It's 8 o'clock on a Saturday night. What better way to spend a Saturday night than to watch the telethon and to call in a pledge? Believe me, I remember Joe used to say how important it was to give till it hurts. Well,
Yes.
You know what? A lot of people are hurting. So we do understand that. So any little bit you can. Also, there's an address that you can send donations to, and it's Post Office Box 33 in Lansford. And the zip code is, This is a test, bud.
18232.
18232. You passed. Way to go, bud. Still a good night. We're doing good. We thank you very much for everything that you have already done. We know that we have today and we have all day tomorrow. And we're just looking for as much support and caring as we can possibly get.
No doubt.
We are a big family here, and the love that has been going back and the donations that have come in memory of and in honor of really mean a lot to us. So, Joe, now it's up to you.
Hey, thank you, Maureen. If you're going to quote me, then I'm going to take the opportunity to once again quote Jerry Lewis. Back when he was doing his big telethon for another organization, he talked about the Love Network, where there were different hosts and different performers in different corners of the region, and they all came together to make a big success. And this year, I think more than ever, we're a little bit like that. We have our own 21st century, or at least 2020, Love Network with performances and volunteers and community voices in places like Weisport and Pottsville and Stroudsburg and Lehighton and Lansford and many more over the course of the weekend. And so we're grateful to each and every one. And speaking of community voices, I guess let's go ahead and bring in one more right now. Hello, sir. Can you hear me?
Hello.
Yeah, okay, good. So why don't you tell everyone who you are?
Hello?
Yes, hello. Tell everyone who you are.
Hi, I'm Lee Becker. I'm the chairman of the Carbon County Republican Committee. Is this Joe?
Yes, it sure is, Joe. Why don't you tell us what you have to tell us? I'm glad you were able to lend your voice to the telethon this year.
Joe, thank you for being back at the telethon again, this virtual telethon that we're having. I am the chairman of the Carbon County Republican Committee, and I am happy to tell the viewers that our committee stands behind the work and the efforts of the American Cancer Society and the Carbon Schuylkill Cancer Telethon Committee on this, the 41st telethon that you are conducting. But most importantly, this weekend, we are warriors joined with the thousands of other people in Carbon County and Schuylkill County that are working hard to find a cure, helping to ease the burdens of the families who are afflicted by cancer. My mother died. Yeah.
All right,
and,
I think, okay.
Similarly, and you are in remission. Thank God for that. I am not going to use those words we have all heard too many times in the past several months describing the time that we are living in 2020. But you all know that nobody has been spared the difficulty associated with the COVID, and neither has the Cancer Society. So I'm asking the viewers to join me and the Republican Committee and the thousands of other warriors in Carbon and Schuylkill counties by pledging a donation to the telethon now using one of those telephone numbers. Our committee will be sending in a check to the telethon, and I would be really happy to see the rest of you warriors jumping on the train and doing likewise. Good luck, Joe, and the rest of the telethon volunteers. We hope that you have a successful telethon. That it needs to go on. We're looking forward to the 42nd telethon.
Okay. Well, I really appreciate your lending your voice to our efforts, and we'll spend another day or so getting this 41st 41st under our belt, and then we will, of course, turn our attention to the 42nd and hope it's under a little bit more normal circumstances. So thank you very much again. You are watching the 2020 American Cancer Society Telethon.
Okay, if you don't have the band there, you go to the logo. And
We're going to feature Dave here on an Eagles tune.
You started off that big guy.
Midnight flyer, engineer, won't you let your whistle blow? Midnight flyer, paid my dues and I feel like traveling on. A runaway team of horses ain't enough to make me stay. Throw your rope around another man, blow him down your way. Make him into someone to take the place of me. Make him every kind of fool you wanted me to be. Ooh, midnight flying, engineer, won't you let your whistle blow? Ooh, midnight flying, pay my dues and I feel like traveling on. Maybe I'll go to Santa Fe, maybe San Antonio. Any town's where I'm bound anyway to get me gone. Never think about me, never let me cross your mind. Except when you hear that midnight lonesome whistle whine. Ooh, midnight fire, engineer, won't you let your whistle blow? Ooh, midnight fire, paid my dues and I feel like traveling on. Midnight fire, engineer, won't you let your whistle blow? Midnight fire, paid my dues and I feel like traveling on. Paid my dues and I feel like traveling on.
All right. 800-883-2109 is the number. We're speaking to you from the TV 13 studio as part of this collection of telecasts that we're pulling together as Telethon 2020. We have our location in Lansford, and our wonderful band is situated in Weisport, and performers all over. And this is an opportunity for us to do something different, really just to see what is possible when we all band together during unusual times. I want to take you over to the board and show you the total. And I think this is probably our 7 o'clock total, but, because things have been a little jumbled and running behind. But let me tell you that at least as of 7 o'clock, it looks like we have $40,801. And boy, am I grateful for this. This means we're making progress. Means we're doing what we set out to do. We don't know what the number will be tomorrow night, but what we said we were determined to have is a situation where 2020 does not go by with a goose egg. We could not skip this year. And it took us some months to figure out how to put the program together responsibly and safely. And that doesn't mean we were able to rub off all of the rough edges for something like this. But you get the point. It is still a celebration of the compassion, generosity, and talent of people of Central Eastern Pennsylvania. It is still producing money from sponsors and individual contributors alike. And there are lots of community voices that are participating. And, not everyone can pledge. And we're not putting any pressure on anyone. Some people might realize this is a difficult year and that they personally have the capacity to maybe do a little more than they did in the past. And we are certainly grateful to the people who have stepped up in that way. So you decide the amount, $5, $50, $500, $5,000. Every pledge matters when you make it right now at cancertelethon.org or at 800-883-2109. All right, let's go. Let's do another Zoom interview. Hey there, can you hear me? Hello, are you hearing me, Doyle?
Yes, I get it. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, I can. It's good to see you.
Right.
It's good to see you. And thanks for participating in the telethon, both financially as a sponsor and by lending your voice during this most unusual program in most unusual times.
Yeah, I'm so happy that we're figuring out a way to do it. A lot of people are anxious right now, and I can only imagine somebody that's suffering or dealing with cancer at this time. And it's great that we're putting this event together to help them out.
So normally you would be happily with your colleagues in the phone room, everybody tight in that little room at Penn's Peak. None of that was possible under these conditions, but we're still getting the phone answered, and we're still recording pledges, and we still get to hear from you. So do your best right now, Doyle, to encourage everyone you know to participate in the way we can, acknowledging that not everyone can right now.
Yeah, these are different times. A lot of people are struggling. A lot of businesses are functioning at 25% or less. But if you have the means to help and support the American Cancer Society, now is a very important time to do that. We have always been a very generous county, a very generous state and nation. And now is the time that if you can afford it, to send a pledge in, whether it be $5, $10, $20, $100, whatever you can do. It's so important that we help out these individuals that right now are dealing not only with the disease of cancer, but also with the concerns of a weakened immune system and whether they can get out and participate in other activities. Some of them are having to stay at home. So now's the time that we can really, help out your neighbors, help out your friends. This money supports the American Cancer Society right here in Carbon and Schuylkill counties, and it's a great program. Definitely would encourage folks to get out and turn out if you can and send a donation, and whatever that amount can be. It all adds up and it all helps out.
Yeah, well said, sir. American philanthropy is an amazing thing, has been for generations, and it's really typified here in our region, and has been for 4 decades with the American Cancer Society. And we just didn't want to miss a beat this year, and I appreciate you again lending your dollars and your voice to making sure that we score some kind of victory this year and not letting the year go by without doing our very best. So again, I thank you, and we look forward to having you participate again next year. I hope in more normal conditions, but we will fight the fight no matter what situation is brought our way. Right?
Yeah, it's wonderful that we're thinking outside the box, figuring out ways to do it. I do miss being at Penn Speak, answering the phones and listening to the music, but it is nice being right here on my porch and talking to you and asking people to turn out and support the Cancer Society.
Yeah.
Thank you and the American Cancer Society for putting this event together and all that you do.
Again, Representative Doyle Heffley, thanks very much for your support. And now let's enjoy some music from our own house band. Dave Freeman, go.
When the night has come and the land is dark, where the moon is only light we'll see. No, I won't be afraid. No, I won't be afraid. Just as long as you stand by me. Darling, darling, stand by me. Oh, stand by me. Won't you stand out? Stand by me. Stand by me. Stand by me. If the skies we look upon would tumble and fall, will the mountains crumble to the sea? I won't cry, I won't cry. No, I won't shed a tear. Just as long as I stand by me. Darling, darling, stand by me. Oh, stand by me. Won't you stand out? Stand by me, stand by me. Whenever you're in trouble, stand by me. Oh, stand by me. Won't stand out. Stand by me, stand by me. Go ahead, Mark. If the skies we look upon tumble and fall, where the mountains will crumble to the sea. I won't cry, I won't cry. No, I won't shed a tear. Just as long as you stand by me. Won't you stand out? Stand by me, stand by me. Whenever you're in trouble, won't you stand by me? Oh, stand by me. Won't you stand out? Stand by me, stand by me, stand by me. Won't you stand? Stand by me. Stand by me.
All right, back to the studio here. It's 800-883-2109. cancertelethon.org, pledges coming in. So far we've gathered probably over $41,000 and maybe a bit more than that. I'll have an update for you shortly. So we're on our way to something that is going to be respectable and is going to be productive for the American Cancer Society. So already, thanks to your neighbors and some area businesses, we have in hand what we set out to do. We're not allowing this year to go by. We're not allowing extraordinary circumstances to prevent us from fighting this fight. I want to bring in another voice from the American Cancer Society. Nino Cimino, thank you for being here with us tonight. I want you to tell everyone about what you do at ACS and what new things you're working on, because I think it's all very exciting, and you know, feel free to share any thoughts about this crazy TV program that we're putting together this weekend.
Hi, thank you so much for having me on today. So I just want to start off by saying that this is great what you guys are doing, persevering through everything that has been going on this year. So thank you, Joe, and thank you to the committee. Lisa Hoey has been doing a great job. She's a colleague of mine. But my name is Nino Cimino, of course. I am a community development manager with the American Cancer Society. I have multiple programs, including Coaches versus Cancer in Northeast PA. I have the Hazleton Telethon, which you are very familiar with. And I also have the Gamers versus Cancer program. I'm the lead for the Northeast region. That runs from Maine down to the Delmarva area.
Yeah, so go ahead. Well, you mentioned the Hazleton Telethon, so I hope that you maybe heard my conversation with Jane Doherty and heard about my conversation with Clemmy Yamona. And even if you didn't, we'll cut to the chase and say what you already know. They're wonderful people. Clemmy made me cry. She was just so supportive so early in the day, and gave us a big boost in terms of her support for what we're trying to do this weekend. They meant a lot.
Yes, Jane and Clemmy are the heart and soul of the Hazleton Telethon. Honestly, I could not do my job without them too. They are the leaders in Hazleton, and they do an excellent job. It's been going on over 40 years, just like this telethon. And again, year after year, they persevere through everything to put on a great show. And as you know, Joe, it's not easy. It is a year-long endeavor, whether it's a fundraiser or actually putting on the telethon. It takes so much time and effort, not only from Jane and Clemmy, but from the entire committee, as you know.
Yeah, it's absolutely the case. So, I mean, if you can tell, and I would understand under these conditions that maybe you can't, but what's up next for you? What are you working on?
So right now, I have a big focus in Gamers versus Cancer. That is a new initiative within the American Cancer Society. I really started ramping up this year. It started last year, but this year we're really pushing it. And I think that has a lot to do with just where we are at in society and in the world today. With everything going on with COVID-19, it's a great time to be playing video games. And I know that might sound a little weird because it is just video games, but even the World Health Organization has come out and said that video games are a real positive in the world today. And
listen, it doesn't sound at all odd to me, because you know, rule number one in most of these things is meet people where they are. And I think this is an opportunity perhaps even to engage a little different generation and a little different part of the population in this fight. And I just think it's brilliant, and I salute you for getting there.
Yeah, absolutely. And like I said, this is a new program for us, and it's not something that everyone knows is available to them. But if there are any gamers out there watching right now, or any parents whose kids play games, this is a way to get not only gamers involved, but the youth involved. And that's something that I'm always striving to do, is get the youth involved within the American Cancer Society. And I do that with Coaches versus Cancer, whether it's a high school basketball team or a Little League baseball team. all the way to gamers. It's really getting the youth involved because, as we all know, eventually the youth has to come together and help support us, because without the youth, you know, where will we be in 10, 20 years? We need to bring them along to help fundraise and continue our mission for years and years to come.
Absolutely. Before I let you go, I hope I have this right. There's just been so much going on, but I think I noticed somewhere on Facebook, you're a new dad?
Yes, yeah.
All right.
I have a baby boy, Rocky. He is 7 weeks old today. He's a little handful, but it's going great. I love it.
All right. Well, good wishes to you and the family. It's exciting and probably no sleep, but that's the price you pay. Okay. Well, thanks again for joining us, and hope to talk to you again soon.
Thank you so much. Have a great day. Thanks again.
All right. And now let's have a performance from Susan Fetro and friends.
Let there be
right, Susan Fitro and friends, part of the American Cancer Society Telethon for 2020. And we're very grateful for the performances. We're very grateful for the people who will respond with pledges of support at 800-883-2109 and cancertelethon.org. This is a good time for us to acknowledge some of our major sponsors. Let's do that now.
The American Cancer Society thanks our principal sponsor, Lehigh Valley Cancer Institute, the region's leader in advanced and compassionate cancer care. When you want personalized cancer care and a partner in your health, choose Lehigh Valley Cancer Institute. Our hope sponsor, Silverline Manufacturing in Lansford and hometown. Silverline's products dramatically enhance the visual appeal of coatings, paints, inks, plastics, and textiles. Our major sponsor, Hiles Brothers Plumbing, Heating, and Fuel Company, located at the top of the hill in Summit Hill, serving the Panther Valley and surrounding areas for nearly 40 years. Hiles Brothers is an EFM franchise dealer with certified oil burner technicians and 24-hour emergency service. Hiles Brothers also offers construction services. Call for a free estimate. Our Chairman's Club sponsors, Cool Breeze Imaging, professional DJ, MC, voiceover, and audio production services since 1990 by Anne-Marie Calabrese. Get a professional sound at an affordable price. Hope and Coffee Tamaqua, a coffee shop with a mission to support recovery, created to be a social gathering place for those under 21, families, and for those in recovery to connect with others in a substance-free environment. Lehighton Outdoor Center, Lehigh Drive, Lehighton. Rafting, kayaking, biking. Open 7 days a week from 9 until 6. Get outdoors and have some fun. The historic Lakeside Ballroom Barnesville, now under new ownership. Available for classes, workshops, special events, weddings, or parties. Contact Chrissy at 570-778-9949 or email thelakesideballroom@gmail.com. ZooStock 2020. It is back to normal with a new zoo crew for the 21st annual free concert, Labor Day, Monday, September 7th, from noon until 8 on the grounds of the Halftime Bar and Grill at the Zoo, Lansford. Bring a lawn chair and enjoy food and entertainment for the whole family. The Creative Services Department, LLC. Magic 105.5 WMGH, a better mix of music, now streaming on www.wmgh.com. WLSH, AM 1410, the music you grew up with. And WGPA Bethlehem, sunny1100.com. Raft Against Cancer 2020, the signature regional event in support of the American Cancer Society, is back on Monday, September 7th for fun on and along the Lehigh River. For more information, go to cancertelethon.org/raft. Our patron sponsors include the following: Banning Orthodontics, PC, Tamaqua, for smiles that last a lifetime. Brace yourself. Jim Thorpe Neighborhood Bank, a real community bank with offices in Jim Thorpe, Lehighton, Nesquehoning, and Lansford. Strubinger Law, PC, Palmerton. Tamaqua Lions Club, serving our community for over 70 years. Joseph Volitsky Esquire, of Volitsky and Fricklin Law Offices, Summit Hill. United Brotherhood of Carpenters, Local 167. Schaefer's Pharmacy, Center Street, Tamaqua, a telethon sponsor every year since 1980. Turpac Insurance, Claremont Avenue on Route 309 in hometown. Call 570-668-2788. Ted's Used Cars, LLC, Stroudsburg, family owned and operated since 1949.
Yeah, so look at that list. It's a pretty long list. It represents a handful of businesses that haven't been on the list before. That means in these difficult times, there were some businesses that raised their hand and said, yep, I'm going to do this. And of course, there were some who simply couldn't do it. Some businesses reduced the amount that they were able to contribute this year, and some actually increased. So this is not a one-size-fits-all proposition. There's only one thing that I believe holds true for everyone. We got to do what we can. That's different for everyone. And so far, I think what we see this weekend are people really get that, and people are doing what they can. And for some people, it's the same that they've done before. For some people, it's very different, plus or minus. And we're grateful. We're grateful that this is coming together. And we have 3.5 hours remaining in this telethon Saturday. We'll run the whole show again overnight, continue to answer phones, continue to grab pledges online at cancertelethon.org. And then at noon tomorrow, we'll get back and we'll go for the big Sunday finish. And by big, I don't have a particular number in mind. That's not the kind of year we're in, is it? The big Sunday finish is going to be whatever that number is. I'm feeling good already that something special is happening, and I'm extending, starting right now, and I hope I've said it already a few times today, great gratitude for what you are putting together. Again, the telephone number, 800-883-2109. Volunteers standing by right now to take your call. Always available, cancertelethon.org. I'm thinking about the people who are in the vicinity of the Jim Thorpe Monument, because in about a half hour over there, people will experience the beautiful experience that is a luminary service, normally part of a Relay for Life. This year, we're folding it into the telethon because there can't be a Relay for Life. And I hope that we'll grab some video of that, and later in the evening you'll have a chance to see what that looks like. But it's hundreds of luminary bags in honor and in memory of special people from our region. There is a reading, there's a music, vocal trio, and I think it's going to be wonderful. And thanks to everyone who's making that possible. So that's the report from the studio. And what is it that we want to do next, George? Susan Fitro and friends. Thank you.
to you when we're in need. You listen to your children plead. You're always there, America and the whole world. We meet in prayer. God of all countries, God of our country, as we struggle, you hold us tight. We look up to your constant light. We bend our knees and bow our heads.
right. Love our house band. Dave Freeman, thanks for putting all of that together. 800-883-2109. I want to read some pledges that have come through at cancertelethon.org. $25 pledge from Gary Eckley of Jim Thorpe. This pledge is made in memory of Father Chester Eckley and Brother Gordon Eckley, who had cancer. $40 pledge from Jen, Matt, Jacob, Luke, and Noah Matiak. This pledge is from Tamaqua. And the pledge is made in honor of Jillian Datchko in memory of Jen's aunt and godmother, Maggie Allange. And we've been hearing pledges remembering Maggie, and that's so appropriate, and our heart is right there with you. $50 pledge from Keegan Casey. This is a pledge from Providence, Rhode Island. Thanks for participating. And this is a pledge in honor of the amazing, flawless, spectacular, and courageous Jillian Datchko. How about that? $25 from Paula Boney. This is from Lewisburg, and it's in honor of Teresa Long. Thanks so much. $100 pledge from Jessica Neal, Summit Hill, and the pledge is in honor of cousin Regina Gross, fighting for her life today. 800-883-2109, cancertelethon.org. Make the most generous pledge that you can, and we have no judgment about what generous means. It could be $5, it could be $50, it could be $500, it could be $5,000. You decide the pledge amount that suits you best, but let's do the best we can together this weekend. cancertelethon.org. And now let's check in with our friends over in Lansford.
Hi, Joe.
Hi.
Are we gonna have a split screen that I can see you?
I don't know.
And talk to you? No.
I don't know. Can you hear me?
I can talk to you. I can hear you.
Yeah.
Yes. Can you see the screen, Joe?
I sure can.
Well, if the cameraman wouldn't mind, we're doing pretty well here with daffodils, stars, swords, and I wanted you to see that because you were talking about, we have no goal, but I think based on what I'm seeing there, I think we're doing pretty well considering the circumstances, and I wanted you to know that, and we're real happy up here. We're having a good time, and we're so proud to have you as our chairman, believe me.
Well, listen, buddy, I think the idea is catching on, and I just had a text from our friend Jerry Knowles, and he's looking at that number too, and his comment was that he thought the number was looking pretty good for this hour, and I'll tell you what, we knew going in that the goal was to do what we can, and the community gets to decide what that is. But the indications are this is pretty nice. This is going to turn out okay. We still don't have any illusions about breaking any records or meeting any particular number. Whatever the number is the number that we're going to love and embrace and celebrate. But it doesn't look like anyone's in the mood to disappoint.
So, Joe, I want to, while you were there, I just want to remind everybody that we didn't talk enough about this, I don't think, is that if you made a donation, if you made a pledge, they can mail it to Post Office Box 33, Lansford, PA, 18232. So I wanted to remind people of that. Is that correct?
It is very correct, yes, as a matter of fact. And
You're
it's
shaking your head
essential,
at me
too.
here.
It's quite correct, and it's essential because we can have all of this talk about all these pledges coming in, but then if they don't arrive in the mail, then it was all just a
Don't
pretty
amount to
teeny
anything,
thing.
does it?
Right, that's right. But you know what?
Okay.
That's the other track record that we have racked up over these 30 or 40 years. People follow through. That's something you can count on in this area. People say they're going to send you the money, and they do.
Great. Well, Joe, good talking with you. I'm going to bring Jason in now.
All right.
And Jason, what do you got over there? What's going on?
Well, you know, Bud, first and foremost, it's an honor to be sitting next to you here this evening. I enjoy it thoroughly, and I haven't seen you in a while, so it's good to see you also. But, you know, with everything that is going on, obviously with the different locations, the different venues, and everybody's pretty much scattered about. So for myself, tomorrow from 12 to 12, I will be broadcasting live on TV from my place again, as I did this morning, or this early this afternoon. With that being said, I live in the Kemper Park Carriage House in Jim Thorpe. If you're in Jim Thorpe and walking around, or driving, or passing through, you can stop by and you can fill out a donation form or pledge right there. That will be read later on, on our broadcast.
Sure.
So I encourage you, if you're out and about, feel free to stop in. I think we could do that in a couple other locations, if I'm not mistaken, as well. But especially for mine, feel free. My daughter and my son should be there. They're going to do all the legwork, and they're looking forward to it. So I encourage it.
Great. So I will say right now, the phones are quiet.
They're really quiet.
We don't have pledges to read right now, which is a little disappointing.
Yes.
But it's okay if you can possibly, you know, like last year maybe you gave $50. Maybe you can't do that. Maybe you can give more. But if you gave $50 last year and you can't do it, can you send us 10? That would be great. So and no pledge is too small. If you got a $5 pledge, we're going to read it just the same as we would a $1,000 pledge. So please make it your point to go to 1-800-883-2109 and make that call as soon as you can, because Sunday night comes, people tend to hold off till Sunday night, and then the phones get really busy. And we don't have as many operators this year because of COVID as we normally would. So them phones could get really jammed up and you might not be able to get through. But if you can't get through, you can go on cancertelethon.org, hit the big red donate button, and you can donate right there. And don't forget, in about 15 minutes, the luminary service is going to start up in Jim Thorpe.
Should be beautiful.
Yeah, I seen the pictures they had up earlier. There's a lot of luminaries up there, and I thank everybody for that. And I want to say a special thank you to Jillian Nicole Dotchko for coming in, and Kathy Quinn Farber for coming in and telling their stories. And a special shout out to my neighbors, Susie and Teddy Bortnick. Happy 50th anniversary. Thank you so much. So what are we doing now?
Well, I believe we're going to go to our next performer who has been on our telethon before. And they are quite remarkable, if you ask me. A blues band. I believe, Bud, you would know more about this than I do, but the piano that is used, it has a spinning Leslie. Did I say that correct?
Leslie, yeah.
I think is the warmer that thing gets, the better it sounds.
Oh, absolutely.
So I'm looking forward to it. I look forward to it every year. And so why don't we go ahead and let them go ahead and do their thing. Ladies and gentlemen, the Sheila Mark Band.
Sounds good.
1, 2, 1, 2, 3.
Talking trash.
All right, 800-883-2109, cancertelethon.org. That's the Sheila Mark Band, and stay right where you are because we're going to hear some more from them. But, you know, I know the music form is the blues, but as I was listening and watching that performance, I thought, you know, during all of these interesting times that we live in, it's great that humans can still get together and collaborate, in this case musically, and put some joy in the world, because that was a great sound, and we're going to enjoy more of it here in a minute. And, you know, let's pause and let's celebrate what we can. There are good people in this area. There are people of goodwill and good intention and good spirit, and together we can do good things. We can accomplish good things. One good thing that we must keep our eye on is this fight against cancer. Why? Because no matter all the crazy in the world, cancer hasn't stopped, so neither can we. And that's why we're grateful that the Sheila Mark Band put together these selections for us to be part of this rather unusual American Cancer Society Telethon for 2020. We're grateful to them. We're going to enjoy some more, but this time while they're playing, won't you just think about it, dig deep, and act. Make the phone call. 550, 500, 5,000, whatever the amount is, it's going to be great. And I promise you're going to feel good about it. 800-883-2109, cancertelethon.org. Let's enjoy some more from the Sheila Mark Band.
And you need some love and care. bottle of whites, bottle of red, perhaps a bottle of rosé instead. Get a table near the street in our old familiar place, you and I, face to face. Ooh, bottle of red, bottle of whites. It all depends upon your appetite. Meet you anytime you want, our Italian restaurant. Things are okay with me these days. Got a good job, got a good office, got a new wife, got a new life, and the family's fine. Lost touch, long road, lost weight, did not know you could ever look so nice after so much time. Do you remember those days hanging out at the village green? Engineer boots, leather jacks, and tight blue jeans. Time in a box, place song about New Orleans. Cold beer, hot life, my sweet manic teenage nights. Whoa, 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 whoa. Put the man in where the popular status and the king and the queen at the prom. Riding low in the car top down and the radio on. Nobody looked any finer. Overheated the Parkway diner, but never knew we could want to let out of life. Draw the preliminary, we always know how to survive. Whoa, 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 whoa. The net was still going steady in the summer of '75. When they decided the marriage would be at the end of July. People said they were crazy. When you know that you're much too lazy, and it could never afford to live that kind of life. There we were, baby, Brendan and Eddie goodbye. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Well, we got an apartment with deep parked up and a couple of beds and seats. We want a bed laid park with a friend, they'll see for a couple of years. Finding a flight when the money got tight, but they just didn't count on the tears. Whoa, 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 whoa. Rock and roll! different Eddie had had it already by the summer of '75. Highs and the lows, end of the show, all the best of their lives. Couldn't go back to the greasers. Best they could do was pick up their pieces. We always knew they would both find a way to get by. Whoa, that's all I heard about Ben and Eddie. Can't tell you more, cause I told you with Betty, and here we are, waving Ben and Eddie goodbye. Whoa, 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 whoa. Bottle of red, boom, bottle of whites. Whatever kind of mood you're in tonight, I'll meet you anytime you want in our Italian restaurant.
For my good friend Bud right there.
Hey, Dave, can you hear me?
Hey, Joe. I can hear you just fine. How are you?
I'm doing okay, and you are doing way more than okay. I appreciate everything that's coming out of Weisport today. So thanks for putting all of this together under most unusual circumstances.
Well, glad to do it as always, and a special thank you to the Hoffert Mill for having us. Probably the safest place we could possibly be. It's a restaurant the size of the Titanic, so social distancing and masks and all that good stuff is exactly what the Hoffert Mill is all about. So we're grateful that they opened up their doors for us, and you got to come down here, Joe. It's a really nice place, and there's like axe throwing if you get bored.
I heard about that earlier in the week, and I saw pictures, and I do need to get there. So it is terrific that they were so accommodating to us and to you. Listen, well, thanks for doing that great number for Buddy. Can you take a minute and tell me about your bandmates there?
I would love to do that. So this is all new people because, as we talked about earlier, Ivan and Damien were able to be here and fill in some big shoes. And of course, Buddy, that's the shoes I have to fill. But all the way on the other side of the stage from Long Pond, Pennsylvania, is my good friend Mark Mecca playing saxophone, clarinet, singing.
Nice.
And I've known Mark for a really long time. We've played together off and on through the years. And next to him is, wow. What do you think? If you heard her sing a little bit earlier, I don't know. That's Amber Pierce from Copley, Pennsylvania. Joe, Amber is 14 years old.
You know,
so she's making her first appearance on the telethon.
It's
14 years old, but from Stroudsburg, Pennsylvania, on the drums. This is John Sampson, who plays in a band with me when I'm up here called Trio Grand, and a good friend of mine for a very long time. And everybody dropped everything they had to be here this weekend, and I'm grateful to all of them.
It's amazing to me, and I did know that the young lady was 14, and I actually mentioned that on the air. Here's what I really want to know: did you explain to her how this works? Did you explain to her that the first time I did the telethon, I was 17, and I'm no longer 17? That I'm decades past 17? Is she aware that that's how this works?
Amber, are you aware?
Yeah, I'm aware.
All
She's
right.
aware.
All right. She's just doing a
Because
great
as Buddy
job.
once told me, yes, I agree, and it's great to have her, and I'm grateful that she could be a part of this. You know what Buddy told me once, Joe? Once you're in, you're in.
Yes. Yes, indeed. And you can't get out. Just ask George Taylor. He tried for about 12 and a half months saying, I'm 70 years old. Well, you know what? Now he's 71, so he no longer has that excuse. So that's just how it works.
You know what? The best years of his life right here, he should be helping out as much as he can.
That's right. That's right. Well, listen, you keep doing the good stuff there, and looking forward to the rest of this evening and tomorrow. And we're making this happen. You know, this is one of those crazy things where we don't quite know the destination, but it's looking like it's going to be a pretty good place by the time we get to tomorrow night, don't you think?
I agree. And I also wanted to say on the air, because I don't know if I'll get to talk to you later on, that you better be getting a lot of donations from the state of Florida, because all the people who told me they're donating better actually do it, or I'm going to sick Danny Farrell on them tomorrow night.
Well, that's now that there's some weight behind that that phrase right there. You don't want to do not provoke Danny Farrell. That's all I'm saying. Okay. Well, thanks to our house band, thanks to Dave, thanks to everyone there on that stage at the Hofford Mill. It's really great. Can I bring in Lori Kane? Can I say hello to Lori Kane? Because for the balance of this telethon Saturday, Lori Kane, are you broadcasting live from Calares?
I am. In the flesh, I feel like I'm channeling my inner Kelly Ripa.
Yeah, switching to our Calares studio, we have Lori Kane. So that's quite interesting. I told you we would be popping up live from all over central eastern Pennsylvania, and there is Lori. So thank you for doing everything that you do, Lori. And you were over in Lansford earlier. Now you're safe at home. And what do you think so far? We thought we could rally this community, and I think we guessed right.
I think you're right. I actually was in Lansford yesterday, Joe. I know your days are starting to run together because you've been nonstop, but I was in Lansford yesterday, and today I was in Pottsville to do our live remote down at the Schuylkill County Historical Society.
Yeah, and how about that?
To answer your question, yeah, today I think was a fantastic day, and it just goes to show you how the community continues to pull together, no matter COVID-19, cancer, we're all in this together, and the support of making this happen throughout the day, it's just been a pleasure to watch and, again, just be part of. Certainly miss the norm that we normally have, but it's okay, because it's all the good that we're doing is making a difference in someone's life, because as the words of Joe Krasinski, cancer hasn't stopped, and neither do we.
Yeah, listen, this is not turning out to be the prettiest television that you're likely to find in your lifetime, but it is meaningful television because unlike the rest of what's going on in the world, we're not screaming at each other, we're not taking shots at each other. We are unified around something that everyone can agree on. Cancer hasn't stopped, so neither should we. And we're getting it done. And as far as Pottsville, I am thrilled that each year we're deepening the connection to Pottsville. We're grateful to be on Comcast for the second consecutive year. It was nice to have Dave Clues there joining you. It was good to have Jerry Enders there in spirit. We heard from council members. We're grateful to Gina for opening the doors and making all of this possible. I just think there's only up potential there as we embrace that part of Schuylkill County.
Right. And the thing that should be also noted is, like you mentioned earlier, it doesn't matter where you are. Cancer touches our lives everywhere. And just as noted with all of our guests that we had this afternoon over the Schuylkill County Historical Society, each one of the members that came to the microphone had some sort of connection to either a family member or a friend who's been affected by this and shared their stories. And just like all of us, we wanted to end, and we have to be in this together to do as much possible to make it no more.
All right, Lori, again, welcome aboard for this remaining part, and I think you're going to take us to some more entertainment, right?
That I am, Joe. We are going to be continuing to be joined by the Sheila Mark Band, who will be sharing some more of their favorite tunes from the past. So turn it on over to them.
1, 2, 3.
Promises,
All right, how about that Sheila Mark Band doing a great job for the American Cancer Society Telethon. Listen, let's turn time way back and show you just a brief moment from our history when I had the chance to entice Don Everly of the Everly Brothers to participate in the telethon. And I love this clip because at that time, our house band was principally built around Bud and Chet brothers, Bud and Chet Waishulis. And I'm hoping that tomorrow we can show you a performance prepared by Chet. He lives on the West Coast now. He hasn't been at the telethon in a while, and Bud's back this year, and it's wonderful. But when you see this clip, you will see that I got Don Everly to help me set up a little bit of a punchline that connected the Everly brothers with what Bud and Chet were bringing to the telethon. Take a look.
Hi, I'm Joe Krasinski.
And I'm Don Everly. Please join Joe for the 17th Annual American Cancer Society Telethon, April 13th and 14th.
We are people you know helping people you know, and your pledge helps in the early detection, treatment, and cure of cancer.
Tune in to enjoy 24 hours of great local entertainment, and I hope you'll make a big donation for the American Cancer Society.
Hope to see you all 24 hours right here on Blue Ridge and Service Electric Cable TV.
Well, okay, that wasn't the clip that I thought it was. All right, so in the other clip that I did with Don Everly for the 17th Annual American Cancer Society Telethon, I turned to Don and I said, Don Everly of the Everly Brothers, I am imagining what it would be like to have the greatest brother duo of all time in rock history on the telethon. And Don Everly looked at me and said, what are you talking about, Joe? Bud and Chet already do the telethon every year. And it was a lot of fun, and I wish you could have seen it on the tape rather than my reenactment 23 years later. But it was a nice moment, and we like to look back because there has been a lot of fun, and there have been a lot of really serious and poignant moments in the history of our telethon. This is one of the more challenging trips around the sun, isn't it? With this telethon and with our whole world. But we're going to do something special here together. I believe that. I'm counting on you. I believe in you. And your neighbors and friends and relatives, in many cases, have been calling in, have been clicking, have been contributing, and have been making a difference. I now understand that we are north of $44,000 on the board. And Saturday, typically anyway, is bigger than Saturday. Sunday is often bigger than Saturday at the telethon. So if we can push tonight close to 50 and then do similar or even a little better on Sunday, we can have a telethon that is over $100,000. And that's not like it was last year, but it's real money. It's a big deal. So let's work on that together with your $5, your $50, your $500, your $5,000 pledge at 800-883-2109 or online at cancertelethon.org. Lori?
Thanks, Joe. You know, you're right. It definitely is a big deal because it doesn't matter how many dollars are raised. Every dollar is going towards a cure to make a difference in our world. And so with that said, it's kind of strange right now. I'm sitting here in my living room. Before I was sitting in my front room, and now out of the corner of my eye, I could see myself on my big screen TV, so can't look. But just wanted to pass on about every dollar counting. Back a few years ago, when things weren't doing well in the world with the recession, we were over at Penn's Peak, and I put a Facebook post out because at that point, I believe it was like 8 o'clock. We had raised $38,000, and that was great, but we had done more in the past. And I just put a post out and I said, you know, if you could just call in and $5 pledge, donate online $5, $1, it doesn't matter, whatever you can donate. And people started writing, I donated $5, I donated $10. And it was really great to see. This one girl wrote, I went and I made a pledge. And I was like, what wonderful. What I didn't realize is when she made the pledge, she called in to make her pledge. I was sitting in the phone room and the person answering the phone said, the girl wants to talk to you. So she said she made her pledge, and she said that it was like in honor of the memory of her grandfather who had passed away from cancer. And that was all great, but the beauty of it was she no longer lived in Schuylkill County. She had lived in Frackville at the time. She lived in Texas, and she saw my Facebook post and made that call. And so we're encouraging everybody to make that phone call to their friends and family, to put that Facebook post that said that they made their donation to at cancertelethon.org and make their own difference. And with every dollar, we can help erase this deadly disease. And so we're going to turn it on back to our talent and to go back to the studio to the Sheila Mark Band.
Thank you.
was good, he resent it, and it was blank again, so I sent her another email.
Good. All right, welcome back. I'm here with Maureen. And Maureen, it's starting to feel like the telethon again, if you ask me.
It is. It is.
We're talking around here about camaraderie. We're talking about a vibe, a buzz that we create with this weekend. And you know what? It's here, it's apparent, and it's growing, I think, by the hour.
I know. And I think the buzz will continue.
Definitely.
We just need to make it work.
No doubt about
Right?
it. So we got some pledges here. Why don't we go ahead and
do.
read them off? I'll start, if it's all right with you?
You, certainly.
All right, great. $30 pledge from Janet Greenberg, and that's in honor of Liz Brennan and in memory of Charles Surfield.
Okay, I have a $25 pledge, and this is in honor of Nathan and Susan, and it's from Beth and Bob Hellner from Summit Hill.
I have a $100 pledge, and that's by Alice, I hope I get this right, Placentia, and daughters Margaret and Catherine.
Okay. Oh, I love this one. Roll Tide Tavern in Summit Hill. I've never been there.
I've never heard of it.
But we need to go there. I think
Definitely.
we need to go there.
We're done at 12.
Roll Tide.
And you know why? Because they have pledged for the telethon $50, and it's in memory of Perry Shelton, and it's in honor of Karen Kaminsky Green, and they're in Summit Hill and Roll Tide Tavern. Is anybody from Summit Hill that we can? We need to check
I'm sure
this
we can
out.
conjure somebody up.
Thank you, because if you pledge to us, we'll come share our wealth with you.
So I have a $100 pledge here by Skinny G, and that's in honor of sax player Mark, keyboard Dave, and by Skinny G, and that's our house band over at the Hofford Mill.
Okay, Karen Bason, B-A-S-O-N, and this is in memory of her mother. Karen, thank you very much for your $25 pledge.
I have a $50 pledge by Rocky and Connie Arner, and that's in honor of everyone fighting and a future cure.
Okay, Kathy Higgins wants to honor all of the volunteers, and we thank you so much for that. And she sends us a $10 pledge. Thank you very much, Kathy.
I got one more here, and it's a $50 pledge, and it's in honor of Denise McFadden. And that's it.
That's it?
That's it.
That's it?
That's it. So
That's
it's been
not
quiet around here,
good.
Maureen. The phones,
That's
as
not
we listen
good.
now, there's no phones ringing.
That's not good.
So it's a good time to call. If you're watching right now and you haven't called yet, you're looking to call and make a pledge, now's the perfect time to do it, when the phones are not ringing.
It is.
Bud had
And
mentioned
you
earlier about...
You shouldn't let us with nothing to do. It's
That's
not
right.
a good thing.
Not a good thing. Bud mentioned earlier about Sunday. Sunday seems to be an influx of calls on Sunday evening, and sometimes the phones are so jammed up that some of those calls might not get through. So we urge you, if you're going to call tomorrow, there's no reason why you don't just call tonight.
And
when
it
we need
is,
you
you know,
most.
every year with our telethon, we have had organizations coming in. We had the Lions, we had the Democratic Club, we had the Republican Club. We had a lot of groups coming in that
East
really
End
wanted
Fire
to
Company.
show their East End Fire
Sure.
Company, biggies, would come in and show their support, and they would answer the phones and everything because there were a lot of calls. This year's different.
It is.
It's a different year. We're not asking people to come in and do that because it's not the right thing to do. It's not social distancing, and we're trying to do the best we can. So if you're going to call in at 1-800-883-2109, now's the time to do it. We want to be able to process all of these donations and everything that we get, and we want you to be acknowledged because we really do appreciate it. It's special and it's important. You heard some of the stories today that are amazing. People who are survivors, people who are still struggling. That's what it's about. We do it for them and we do it for you. So do it for us and just call in.
Yes, and again, that number is 800-883-2109, and mail your donation or pledge in.
You can mail
it's
it in.
P.O. Box 33 in Lansford, and that zip code, I believe, is 18232. Just taking a shot there.
Very good.
I used to live in Lansford.
You
that's
got
how I
it.
knew that,
You
so.
got it.
So please, make those calls. Send those donations in.
I know. You
It's
don't
of the utmost
want to. You don't
importance.
want to let us just here alone with nothing to say. It could be dangerous.
It is dangerous, not could be.
Yes.
It is dangerous.
It is dangerous.
So I don't know where we're going next, Marie. Do you?
To Joe.
Oh, we're gonna go
of
to
course.
Joe.
When all else fails,
Go to Joe.
we go to our leader, Joe.
Thank you, Jason. Jason is our latest winner in the Guess My Zip Code sweepstakes, so that's very good. Thank you for everything that you're doing over there in Lansford. I want to share with you a couple of pledges. I want to urge those of you who have not pledged to do what you can, and then I want to remember a special performer from the American Cancer Society Telethon history and archive here. $25 from Paul and Stacy Vleck of Tamaqua, and this is in honor of Jillian Datchko. Thanks very much. $25 from Kristen Hallinar of Allentown in honor of Nathan Hallinar and in memory of Michael Hallinar. Thanks very much for that. And $100 from Lee and Kay Becker of Lehighton in loving memory of Gertrude Baker. And these are some pledges that came in online. You can make your own pledge online at cancertelethon.org. Of course, the phone line is always open at 800-883-2109. Decide the pledge amount that suits you best, but go ahead and make that call now. We're going to have a little flash match opportunity here. Earlier, we had $50 pledges being matched. For the next short period of time, let's say between now and 10 o'clock, just 15 minutes, your $100 pledge will be matched. Now, not everyone can consider a $100 pledge, but for the people who can do that right now in the next 15 minutes, that $100 pledge will be matched dollar for dollar. 800-883-2109. Please consider any pledge amount important to us, but consider a $100 pledge urgently important during these 15 minutes, because during these 15 minutes, that $100 pledge can be matched if you make it right now. 800-883-2109 or online at cancertelethon.org. As long as that $100 pledge is time-stamped from the web between 9:45 and 10 o'clock, it's going to count during this, for this match opportunity. Okay, so as promised, I want to introduce a recording, which is just from last year, but it is from a telethon performer who has been on the telethon a number of times, but last year was her first time back in some time. And unfortunately, since Telethon 2019, we lost Helen Torak. And Helen and I reconnected in March of last year, barely a month before our 40th anniversary telethon, and we had a nice conversation, and she recalled her performances on the telethon in years past. And you know, she said to me in those conversations that she had some pictures that she wanted to share with me that she was sure would make me laugh. And sadly, I have to say I never got to see those pictures. But there's another thing that she shared with me in March, before last year's telethon, that turns out to be especially relevant and poignant this year and in these times. So last year in March, Helen's mother, Alma Corley Odom, I think was right around it was right around the 100th anniversary of her birth, Helen's mother's birth. And so Helen recalled her mother's most loved poem called Don't Quit. And it's a poem by John Greenleaf Whittier, Don't Quit. And she sent it, as she said then, in March of 2019 for encouragement. I'd like to share this briefly with you now for all of our encouragement in these times and during this rather unusual American Cancer Society telethon. Don't quit. When things go wrong, as they sometimes will, when the road you're trudging seems all uphill, when the funds are low and the debts are high and you want to smile but you have to sigh, when care is pressing you down a bit, rest if you must, but don't you quit. Life is strange with its twists and turns, as every one of us sometimes learns, and many a failure comes about when he might have won had he stuck it out. Don't give up, though the pace seems slow. You may succeed with another blow. Success is failure turned inside out, the silver tint of the clouds of doubt. And you never can tell just how close you are. It may be near when it seems so far. So stick to the fight when you're hardest hit. It's when things seem worst that you must not quit. Cancer hasn't stopped, so neither have we. And it is my privilege to introduce an encore performance from the late Helen Torok.
The first time ever I saw your face, I thought the sun rose in your eyes, and the moon and the stars were the gifts you gave to the dark and lonely skies, my love, to the dark and lonely skies. And the first time ever I kissed your mouth, I felt your heart so close to mine, like the trembling heart of a captured bird that was there at my command, my love, that was there at my command, my love. And the first time ever I lay with you, I felt the earth move in my hand, and I knew our joy would fill the earth and would last till the end of time, my love. It would last till the end of time. And the first time ever I saw your face, your face, your face, your face.
Well, how about that? Helen Torok, her last appearance on the American Cancer Society Telethon. A beautiful rendition there. And I remind you of the words of her mother's favorite poem. Stick to the fight when you're hardest hit. It's when things seem worst that you must not quit. Cancer hasn't stopped, so neither must we. 800-883-2109. 5 minutes remaining during which your $100 pledge can be matched dollar for dollar. If you have the means to make a $100 pledge, this is your moment. Don't allow it to pass you by. Be as generous as you can. And we're going to make something special happen this weekend together. Some of your friends and neighbors and relatives have already done that. And it's an important thing. It's an important thing. I can't emphasize it enough. Cancer hasn't quit, so neither will we. What's up next, Mr. Taylor? All right, let's have a word from our principal sponsor, Lehigh Valley Health Network.
Welcome to our newest inpatient unit at our Cedar Crest campus for the Lehigh Valley Cancer Institute. Whether you're here for a few days or a few weeks, we want all of our patients and their families to feel right at home. This new unit will be such a plus for our patients because of safety, privacy, and comfort. All 22 rooms have positive pressure and HEPA filters. We have 6 rooms that are equipped with positive pressure for the patient room to keep infections away from the patient. And we have negative pressure in the anteroom to also keep infections from going out into the hallway. So all of our patients will be protected by this very unique feature, which is very rare at any other place. Our Patient and Family Advisory Council, which is composed of survivors, took a lead effort in designing the floor. And one of the nice features that they added is 3 benches spread out over the floor as patients are going on their walks so that they can take a break. We also have a family lounge, and this is so important because families are a big part of the healing of our patients. Fighting cancer is a very emotional time period for patients, families, and staff. And one of the features that we have here is a meditation room so that people can go in there, have some quiet time, and the power of meditation is very important to healing. In the middle of the unit, we have a beautiful conference room, which is an educational room for our nurses, our oncology fellows, and staff. And we can often do video conferences with our Sloan Kettering colleagues. I've been amazed at the warmth and compassion and professionalism of our nurses and staff. Now we have a floor to match that warmth and compassion, and this is so exciting to be in this very healing environment.
All right, back here in the Lansford office, and it is my pleasure to introduce you to someone who you've met several times today. This is Jay DeMarco. Jay's going to entertain us a little bit right here from our office. Go ahead, Jay.
All right, bud, I'm ready to go, I think. How long, baby, how long has it been? How long you gonna keep me wondering? How long before you ceased, all of me was wrong? How long, how long? How long, babe, keep slapping my hands away? How long you gonna keep my love at bay? How long before you're sure that my love was strong? How long, how long? How long, babe, keep telling me you like me fine? How long until I'm gonna make you mine? How long before you wake up and find a good man gone? Well, how long, how long? Gone, how long? Gone, how long?
everybody. I'd like to thank you all for calling up and making your pledges and making your donations. And just to show you how things operate here, we had other songs planned, but since we got a really nice donation from our very good friend Skinny, we're going to play this song for him instead. So here you go. If you want to hear a song, call the phone number, pledge soon. 9 o'clock on Saturday, regular crowd pledges in. There's a nice man sitting next to me, playing his drums for a while. Skinny at the bar, he's a friend of mine. Gets me my cranberry juice for free. Quick with a joke, he'll even light up a smoke. There's nowhere he'd rather be. He said, Dave, I believe this is killing me. As a smile wiped away from his face, I knew I could be a movie star. Real estate novelist, hasn't got time for a wife. Talking with Davey, I ain't ever been in the Navy, probably won't be this life. Well, the waitress is practicing politics. Spent slow get stoned. Share a drink they call loneliness, better than drinking alone. Sing us a song with a piano man. Sing us a song. Great crowd for Saturday night. Everybody's got a big smile. We all know why we're here tonight. Take care of life for a while. Well, the piano sounds like a carnival. Microphone smells like beer. Sit at the bar, put bread in the jar. Say, man, we're glad we're here. La da 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 da. La da da.
us all night. I'm in the mood for a melody. You got us feeling alright.
All right, loving that great house band over there at the Hofford Mill in Weisport. Thanks very much, Dave and company. They're doing a fantastic job for your American Cancer Society Telethon. Well, as promised, over by the Jim Thorpe Monument tonight at around 9 o'clock, we had a luminary service. We couldn't have a Relay for Life this year, though some teams did some nice fundraising, which is being incorporated into our total. But we wanted to hold a place for the relay, just like we're holding a place for the telethon this year. And we thought the best way to do that was out in the open air with a luminary service, just like you would see at the relay. And so there was a reading, and there was singing, and of course there were many, many candles in luminaria bags around the area of the monument. So let's take a look, at least a couple of minutes of video taken from that just about an hour ago.
Amazing grace, how sweet the sound that saved a wretch like me. I once was lost, but now am found. Was blind, but now I see.
Tonight, hundreds of luminarias light this monument to celebrate the lives of those who have battled cancer, to remember those who have lost their battle, and to highlight the fight against a disease that has already taken too much. From the poem, What Cancer Cannot Do, let us please remember, cancer cannot cripple love. It cannot shatter hope. It cannot erode faith. It cannot destroy peace. It cannot silence courage. It cannot suppress memories. It cannot stop friendship. It cannot invade the soul. It cannot conquer the spirit. This ceremony of light symbolizes the hope and perseverance with which we all continue to fight. We would like to say thank you, and a special thank you to our Singers from Faith Church in Orovsburg, all of our volunteers, and most importantly, our donors, whose generosity made tonight's event possible. Thank you for joining us.
How about that? We held our place for the Relay for Life, and to all of the teams who did fundraising and who were preparing for a relay experience, I think it was scheduled for June 27th. Thank you for all that you did. And I'm glad that we were able to get a luminary service together. And I look forward to being with all of those relay teams and even more relay teams for the Relay for Life of the Anthracite Region 2021. Date and location to be announced. But thank you. You know, there are some things that we can't pull off this year in these unusual times. But we're not focused on that this weekend. As that service just suggested, we're celebrating what we can do together. What can you do? Can you make a $5 pledge, or $50 or $500 or $5,000? We've had pledges in all of those amounts that I just mentioned. And whatever pledge you have in mind for us is going to be great. And it's going to be celebrated here. And it is going to contribute to a special weekend, a weekend of accomplishment for the American Cancer Society. So, thanks to everyone who put that luminary service together, Sherry Lynn, Lisa, all the rest. Kathy Lengel was over there, and so many others that made that possible. So thank you, thank you. Right now, I want to acknowledge an hourly sponsor. This hour of the American Cancer Society Telethon is brought to you by Marco's Pizza, a neighbor there in Lansford, and we're very grateful. So thanks again to Marco's Pizza. And now let's acknowledge some of our major sponsors for the program.
The American Cancer Society thanks our principal sponsor, Lehigh Valley Cancer Institute, the region's leader in advanced and compassionate cancer care. When you want personalized cancer care and a partner in your health, choose Lehigh Valley Cancer Institute. Our hope sponsor, Silverline Manufacturing in Lansford and hometown. Silverline's products dramatically enhance the visual appeal of coatings, paints, inks, plastics, and textiles. Our major sponsor, Hiles Brothers Plumbing, Heating, and Fuel Company, located at the top of the hill in Summit Hill, serving the Panther Valley and surrounding areas for nearly 40 years. Hiles Brothers is an EFM franchise dealer with certified oil burner technicians and 24-hour emergency service. Hiles Brothers also offers construction services. Call for a free estimate. Our Chairman's Club sponsors, Cool Breeze Imaging, professional DJ, MC, voiceover, and audio production services since 1990 by Anne-Marie Calabrese. Get a professional sound at an affordable price. Hope and Coffee Tamaqua, a coffee shop with a mission to support recovery, created to be a social gathering place for those under 21, families, and for those in recovery to connect with others in a substance-free environment. Lehighton Outdoor Center, Lehigh Drive, Lehighton. Rafting, kayaking, biking. Open 7 days a week from 9 until 6. Get outdoors and have some fun. The historic Lakeside Ballroom Barnesville, now under new ownership. Available for classes, workshops, special events, weddings, or parties. Contact Chrissy at 570-778-9949 or email thelakesideballroom@gmail.com. ZooStock 2020. It is back to normal with a new zoo crew for the 21st annual free concert, Labor Day, Monday, September 7th, from noon until 8 on the grounds of the Halftime Bar and Grill at the Zoo, Lansford. Bring a lawn chair and enjoy food and entertainment for the whole family. The Creative Services Department, LLC. Magic 105.5 WMGH, a better mix of music, now streaming on www.wmgh.com. WLSH, AM 1410, the music you grew up with. And WGPA Bethlehem, sunny1100.com. Raft Against Cancer 2020, the signature regional event in support of the American Cancer Society, is back on Monday, September 7th for fun on and along the Lehigh River. For more information, go to cancertelethon.org/raft. Our patron sponsors include the following: Banning Orthodontics, PC, Tamaqua, for smiles that last a lifetime. Brace yourself. Jim Thorpe Neighborhood Bank, a real community bank with offices in Jim Thorpe, Lehighton, Nesquehoning, and Lansford. Strubinger Law, PC, Palmerton. Tamaqua Lions Club, serving our community for over 70 years. Joseph Volitsky Esquire, of Volitsky and Frickland Law Offices, Summit Hill. United Brotherhood of Carpenters, Local 167. Schaefer's Pharmacy, Center Street, Tamaqua, a telethon sponsor every year since 1980. Turpac Insurance, Claremont Avenue on Route 309 in hometown. Call 570-668-2788. Ted's Used Cars, LLC, Stroudsburg, family owned and operated since 1949.
And we're back right here from my living room. I'll tell you, this has been quite the experience to kind of move around from room to room to make sure we get the good lighting, the TV, and see what else is going on. But first off, kudos to the Relay for Life for having the Luminaria ceremony. As part of the Relay for many years, it's really nice the fact that our cancer survivors, as well as our those we lost to cancer, can be recognized in this signature event for the American Cancer Society. And it means a lot to those who who have lost someone to be able to keep them in their memories of all the things that they've accomplished. And want to thank Sherry Lynn and the rest of the crew for putting on a beautiful service, even though we couldn't see the full effect this year. So we are going to be hearing from Caitlin Smith in a moment, but we're having some technical difficulties. So in the meantime, we are going to wait to try to get those figured out. Remember, this is live TV, and we're going to roll with the punches. And we're going to go over to Joe Krasinski, because Joe is our master of ceremonies, our wizard. I don't know how else to sum him up, except he's a great guy. And we're going to send it back on over to Joe till we get our technical difficulties right away.
Lori Kane, thank you very much. We're here in the studio, and when things get challenging, this is a community that rallies around. Well, 2020 has brought plenty of challenges, and people are rallying around the American Cancer Society right now, and it's important. We had a little piece of relay flavor tonight, and you saw that video from the Luminary service, but we couldn't have the whole relay, and all over the country, communities had to cancel their relays. And in point of fact, that leads directly to what might be a $200 million shortfall for the American Cancer Society this year. So we can't fix that, but what we can do is not make the loss even greater by skipping our community effort through the telethon to support the life-saving mission of the American Cancer Society. So here we are. We couldn't gather dozens and hundreds of us in a performance venue. That's just not right for the times that we're in. But what we could do is we could, each of us, find a location to speak to you, to perform, to answer phones, and try to knit it all together. Back in his day, in his big event, Jerry Lewis referred to this as a love network. And this is what I think we have put together for 2020, our own love network in Central Eastern Pennsylvania, with live segments coming from Weisport and Lehighton and Lansford and Calairs and Pottsville and Stroudsburg and Bethlehem. And we're just going to keep going. And you saw some video just now from Jim Thorpe from the Luminary service. We are going to have all of our communities represented with spokespersons, with volunteers, with performers, and I hope with telephone pledges and online pledges. The telephone number, 800-883-2109, online at cancertelethon.org. And are we good with Caitlin Smith now? Yes, I'm happy to introduce to you one of our live performances for this evening on Telethon Saturday. Caitlin Smith, take it away.
Shannon's after.
Can you hear me now? I'm Caitlin Smith. I'm from Bowmanstown, PA, and I have a couple pledges for you. I have a $20 donation from my grandmother in memory of loved ones. I have a $20 donation from Daniel Howard. I have a $10 donation from Lisa and Daniel. And I have a $50 donation from my mom and dad in honor of my performance and in memory of loved ones. Can I play it? Couldn't turn around, you were upside down. Feel it back, I know how. So I ain't too proud. I couldn't be there, even when I tried. You don't bed. I'm waiting on you again, so I don't take the blame. Run away, but we're running in circles. Run away, away, run away. Maybe you don't understand what I'm going through. It's only me. What you got to lose? Make up your mind. Tell me what are you gonna do? It's only me. Oh, let's take eternal love when it goes. Oh, leave the place 'cause we can't let it go. Oh, run away, but we're running in circles. Run away, tell you to do something. I'm waiting on you again, so I don't take the blame. Run away, but we're running in circles. Run away, run away, run away. Ground control to me to talk. Ground control to me to talk. Take your protein pill and put your helmet on. Ground control to me to talk. Commencing countdown, engines off. Check ignition and may God's love be with you. It's ground control to me to talk. You really made the grade. And the papers want to know whose shirt you wear. Now it's time to leave the capsule if you dare. It's Major Tom to ground control. I'm stepping through the door. And I'm floating in a most peculiar way. And the stars look very different today. We're here, and I'm sitting in a tin can. Oh, across the moon. Planet Earth is blue, and there's nothing I can do. I've crossed 100,000 miles. I'm feeling very still. And I think my spaceship knows which way to go. Tell my wife I love her very much. She knows. Ground control to Major Tom. You forget that there's something wrong. You hear me, Major Tom? Can you hear me, Major Tom? Can you hear me, Major Tom? Here, am I floating in a tin can? Far across the blue. Planet Earth is blue, and there's nothing I can do.
Hey, Caitlin Smith, thanks for doing a great job for your American Cancer Society. And thanks to all of the wonderful people who pledged in anticipation of your performance. It's really terrific. I wonder if we can step over here so that I can bring you up to date at what our total looked like at 10 o'clock. So this is about 24 minutes ago. I'm not sure much has changed in the last 24 minutes, but it gives you a sense of where we might end up tonight at midnight if we focus. We're at $47,923. Do you think we can get to 50 before we say goodnight at midnight? And then we'll run this 12-hour show, this telethon Saturday overnight between midnight and noon. And we have someone answering phones overnight, and not a lot happens overnight, but for some people who work on a different shift, this is the only time they get to see portions of the telethon. And so we're pleased to be there for them. And when we get up tomorrow and we start again live at noon for Telethon Sunday, then we will have an opportunity to celebrate what they contributed overnight. And maybe by then we could be at 51 or even 52,000 going into the noon hour. Wouldn't that be wonderful? And then we'll see where it goes tomorrow. You know, we've been saying among ourselves, you know, we surely want to do at least $100,000. If we really focused, we might get even to 150. Now that's a far cry from what we did last year, but that's a lot of money in some challenging times. But I don't want to get ahead of ourselves, because we don't do this in big steps. We do this $5 at a time, $50 at a time, once in a while, $500 at a time, and once in a blue moon, $5,000 at a time. I trust that you will do what you can. I can tell you that all around me and in all of these communities that we've been reporting from, you have volunteers working on behalf of your American Cancer Society, each doing what he or she can do. Taken together, I think we're going to score a success here by any measure. 800-883-2109 is the number you can call to do your part, or pledge online at cancertelethon.org. And let's have some more performance from Caitlin Smith. Let's go.
Been cheated by you since I don't know when. I've made up my mind and it's come to an end. Control. There's a fire within my soul. Just one look, I can hear it already. One more look, I forget everything. Oh, wow, Mama Mia, here I go again. My, how can I resist you? Mama Mia, does it show again? My mind, just how much I missed you. Yes, I've been broken hearted since the day we parted. Why did I let you go, Mama Mia? Now you know, my, I should not have let you go. I was angry sad when I knew it was you. Can't count the times that I've cried over you. When you go, when you slam the door, I think you know that you're way too long. Yeah, you know that I'm not that strong. Just one look, I can hear it already. One more look, I forget everything. Oh, Mamma Mia, here I go again.
still be sending me a Valentine? Birthday greeting, bottle of wine. If I went out to 2:45, would you lock the door? Will you still need me? Will you still feed me when I'm 64? You'll be older too. And if you say the word, lending abuse when your life's gone. You can get just left by the fireside. Sunday mornings go for a ride, doing the garden, digging the weeds. Who could ask for more? Will you still need me? Will you still feed me when I'm 64? Every summer we can rent a cottage in the island, right? If it's not too dear. He shouts grim and bright children on your knee. Pick up book and dig. Send me a drop. Stating a point of view. Indicate precisely what you mean to say. Waiting. Send me your answer, filling a form. Mine forevermore. Will you still need me? Will you still feed me when I'm 64? Thank you.
We were born before the wind, also younger than the sun. Yeah, the bounding boat was one as we sailed into the misty. Hark now here, sailors cry. Smell the sea and feel the sky. Let your soul and spirit fly. Sail into the misty. When that fog blows, I'll be coming home. Wanna hear it. I don't have to fear it. I'm gonna rock your gypsy soul like way back in the days of old. And magnificently we will float to the misty. When that fog blows, I'll be coming home, yeah. When that fog whistle blows, wanna hear it. I don't have to feel it. I'll rock your gypsy soul, just like way back in the days of old. too late to stop.
Hey, let's take a look at our Saturday sponsors for the telethon over here on the screen. Thanks to these businesses for helping to make our Saturday possible: Amatec, Beaver Run Gun Club, Blue Ridge Auto Service and Tire, George T. Schleicher Trucking, Lengel's Restaurant, Pencor Services, Rotet Motors Incorporated. These are the Saturday sponsors, and we're very grateful. Wanted to acknowledge them at least one more time today. I want to acknowledge the people who are calling in and making pledges. Your pledge on the line next, please, at 800-883-2109. You get to decide the amount that feels right for you this year, and we will accept it gratefully, and we will add it to our total. I'm starting to hope that we can surpass $50,000 for this night, this telethon Saturday, and then we'll take a break, rerun the show between midnight and noon, go back live for telethon Sunday tomorrow, and just see where this thing can go. I want to give a couple of minutes to tell you a little bit more about our principal sponsor, Lehigh Valley Health Network, but if you'll bear with me, I just want to see, I think there are some online pledges here that I can share with you, and I want to, if that is possible, and it may very well be. 800-883-2109, cancertelethon.org, and they're coming. Here come some online pledges. Later that same evening, Andrew Sirfus of Bethlehem pledging $10, and we're very grateful. $100 from Lynn Fegley Meadows in Ellicott City, Maryland. Thanks, Lynn. Thanks for participating. Her pledge is in honor of Louise, John, Michael, and Cindy, and in memory of Darrell. Thanks again, Lynn, for that $100 pledge. Let's have your pledge on the line right now at 800-883-2109 as we join for a word from Lehigh Valley Health Network.
Many women throughout eastern Pennsylvania do not have convenient access to screening mammography. This mobile coach program is going to bring screening mammography to them.
We are really excited here at the Lehigh Valley Cancer Institute to offer this 3D mammography coach to the community because we are the first in the region. It's simply another example of us offering the best compassionate care to the community. 3D mammography is one of our newest tools to particularly help with identifying early breast cancer in women with dense breast tissue. It really helps reduce unnecessary callbacks, which we all know leads to anxiety. In addition, we're able to detect breast cancer earlier.
We can call it a department because it really is. Everything that we provide in our screening locations will be provided on this coach. As a patient, when you walk in on the coach, you'll be greeted by our registration coordinator, and they will register you for your mammogram. They'll take your insurance and get you into our system. They'll walk you back to our private changing rooms that we have. They'll get you changed, and they will walk right into our screening mammography room. The screening mammogram will take anywhere from 5 to 10 minutes, and then you'll be free to go and on your way.
Annual screening mammograms are the best tool that we have. It's the only proven tool that we have to detect breast cancer as early as possible. I'm really excited about it because it is yet another example of how we're able to offer the latest and greatest technology to the community.
You'll find this coach throughout the community, at local sporting events, a mall, even at local businesses where women can have their screening mammography while they work. We're excited to have the coach, and we're proud to share that throughout the community and the regions that we care for.
Their fiscal year ends in the end of June, so July starts.
All right, welcome back to our Lansford office. I'm sitting here with Bud Weishulis, and before we get to our next performer, I would just like to urge people watching to make that call, make that pledge. 800-883-2109. And then on top of that, we must send those pledges in, and I'm going to give you that address right now. It's P.O. Box 33, Lansford 18232. I memorized the zip code. So make those calls, make those pledges. Our phones are silent. If you listen, chirp, chirp, there's nothing. There is nothing. So now is the most important time to make that call. If you are going to call, if you wait till Sunday usually to call, please don't. Please do that now. We need your call now. The phones are not ringing. We have people on standby waiting to answer your call to make that donation to help fight this terrible disease. So our next performer, who has performed on our telethon in years past, before I get to him, I'm going to announce him first, but then I have a pledge to read. So Kane Brobst, who will be performing next, but before we get to him, I'd like to read a $100 pledge, and that's by Marilyn Skype, in honor of Kane Brobst, and in memory of Doc Kovac. So there you go, $100 pledge. That's a daffodil on our board. And ladies and gentlemen, Kane Brobst.
We're going to do a Dave song, Dave Matthews, Line Our Graves. We'll try it out now. I was told if I wore this hat, I'd get an extra $20. So, why not? When I step into the light, my eyes are open wildly. I say when I step into the light, my arms are open wildly. Come up my toes to my ankles, I'm blown away. When I was walking by the water, splish splash, me and you taking a bath. You know, I was walking by the water, come out from my toes to my ankles, to my soul, I'm blown away. I'm blown away. I'm blown away. Way. Step into the light, I see my eyes were open wildly. When I step into the light, would you not like to be sitting on top of the world with your legs hanging free? Would you not like to be okay, 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 I'm blown away. I'm blown away. I'm blown away. Way. Said I can't believe that we were lying our graves, and we were spending our mortal days. I can't believe that we were lying our graves, dreaming what might have been. I would like to be, I would be now. No, I'm dreaming away. Would you not like to be sitting on top of the world with your legs hanging free with me? Thank you, Jen. Thank you all very much.
Thank you, Kane Gropes. Wonderful as always. And we always thank you for your support of the American Cancer Society. And now we are going to head on over to hear a performance from the Shannon
Marciata
Trio. I know this. I've had such a difficulty today with pronunciations of last names. But I got a chance to see Shannon and her group up at the Hazleton American Cancer Society Telethon back in February, and I was just blown away. And I will tell you, Shannon, I've heard rumors about you before, how wonderful your group was, but I never heard you firsthand until then. And when I came back, I went over to Lisa Connect, and I asked her, can you give me some information so we can get in touch with her for our telethon? And I messaged George Taylor. I'm like, if you need entertainment, I have one for you.
Well, thank you.
You are welcome. And so we are going to throw it on over to you and your trio.
This isn't what it was like in 1981. Heard you on my iPod in 2002. Lying awake and TV on just to see you.
this time to acknowledge and thank the American Cancer Society for allowing us to entertain you guys, and also our friends and family who've made contributions to the American Cancer Society in honor of loved ones. So with that, I'd like to thank Anne-Marie Gimby for a $25 donation in honor and loving memory of Catherine and Daniel Tracy. Thank you. A $25 donation in honor and loving memory of Nancy Guarneri, anonymous. Thank you. A $25 in honor and loving memory of Jennifer Work, anonymous. Thank you. A $50 donation from Dave and Jeannie Rich in honor of all the Pennsylvania State Police. So thank you guys. A $100 donation in honor and loving memory of Evelyn Zerdin, love Amy Loftus and family, and Evelyn, also known as Nana, love Alona. Thank you guys. And a donation of $500 in loving memory and honor of Thomas and Agnes Haven Gatsky, with love from their son, Gary Gatsky. So thank you all who were able to give something this time, and again, thank you for having us.
This next song is called Be My Little Baby by the Ronettes.
Very nice performances here on your American Cancer Society Telethon for 2020. Listen, I have the advantage of having a little sense of what's coming up most times anyway, several minutes in advance of it appearing on air. And so, if you saw the performance by Kane Brobst, you want to hang with us because Kane is going to come read his pledges from this year, and it represents really good news for tonight's total. And so hang on with that. I think it's going to be good. Meanwhile, you can make your own pledge at 800-883-2109 or online at cancertelethon.org. And we have acknowledged our featured sponsors, and I want to say thanks once more to Marco's Pizza in Lansford, one of our hourly sponsors. So we're getting the job done for the things that we needed to do for Telethon Saturday. We'll have Kane in here shortly to read his pledges, which is going to move our total. Meanwhile, I will simply say that you are watching the 2020 American Cancer Society Telethon.
Now, I'm amazed by all of the wonderful talent that we have come our way throughout this whole evening. And in fact, what I think is even more awesome is how it's been done, whether it's been the garage having the performance with Shannon's trio, or having a past performance to kind of take us down memory lane. And it's just really been great to be able to see all of the different performances throughout the evening. And I hope you're enjoying it as much as I am from the comfort of home. And so we're going to continue to hear some more from the Shannon Marziata Trio and their fantastic performance with a few more songs that they're going to pass on to us right now.
This next song is called Cosmic Love by Florence and the Machine.
Star fell from your heart and landed in my eyes. I screamed aloud as it tore through them, and now it's left me blind. The stars, the moon,
Will you pledge at cancertelethon.org right now? Whatever you can pitch in is going to make a big difference for your American Cancer Society. And we've been enjoying some nice performances tonight, and some of them live, some of them recorded, some of them in a garage, some of them in a band shell, some of them from a living room, some of them in our volunteer office over in Lansford. We're piecing this thing together. We're doing it the way that is available to us under the circumstances. And that's how we're all making our way through our work lives and our family lives these days. And I think in the end, something special is going to come together. Now, I am told, and I wish I had a drum roll and I wish I had a number on the screen. I don't right now, but let's cut to the chase. I am told that we have over $51,000 counted already. So that's some nice progress. And I still have not had the opportunity to bring in Kane Bropes and have him give you his good news. So, spoiler alert, that might move the number by as much as another $1,000. And we still have almost an hour to go in Telethon Saturday. So there's something brewing here. There's something very positive happening. And it isn't easy necessarily to piece this show together the way it is, the way we have to do it. And it isn't always the prettiest thing to look at. But by the end of Sunday, I think it's going to be a beautiful thing. I really do. And we have you to thank for that. You who have called in, you who have clicked at cancertelethon.org and made a pledge. So that's the message. You can still make a difference in the remaining 51 and a half minutes of Telethon Saturday. And then we'll encore this entire telecast, this entire day, which will take us all the way up to noon tomorrow when we go live once again for Telethon Sunday. But there's still some things we can accomplish between now and midnight. And speaking of all that, I wonder what they have to report for us over there in the volunteer office at Lansford. Go ahead.
Go.
We got a few pledges to read here on our...
Notice how we're social distancing.
We are social distancing, and it's been the norm here, the new norm, let's say.
And the masks, other than when we're talking, when we're far enough apart, we're okay.
That's true. So, welcome back to our American Cancer Society Telethon here at the Lansford office of 2020, and we have a few pledges to read, and I'll go ahead and start, Bud.
Yeah.
All right, I got a $50 pledge by Diane Dagger, and that's in honor of family and friends, and hi to Lisa, and it's in memory of family and friends.
I have a $100 pledge from Jason Gilbert, a friend of mine in Coaldale, and it's in honor of Kaylee, who last year at the awards banquet was the Generation Next winner. And she's worked very hard for us for quite a while. And it's in memory of Skylar Herman.
$100 pledge, Daffodil on the board, from a friend by Bruce and Betty Wolf.
I have a $100 pledge. I hope they're still awake and watching. Ruth and Lyle Augustine. This was a match, a $100 match. So this is actually a $200 pledge, but they're only liable for $100. And they're from Nescahoning, and there's a message with it that it says, they're good friends of mine as well. It says, in memory of two dear friends who lost their battle with cancer in the last few months. They are loved and missed. My wife, Sandra Whitechulis, and Maggie Alonge. And it says, and in honor of our dear friend, Bud Whitechulis, welcome back to the telethon. As some of you may have known, last year I couldn't make it because of my illness. But I want to tell you that it's great to be back, and I'm grateful to be back, that they'll still have me. And it says, thank you to all the volunteers who make ACS functions successful.
Well, I'll tell you, but I think we're more grateful to have you back than you can be to be back. And I bet that echoes to everyone else in this room and every other location that we're at. So, it's just fantastic to have you here.
Thank you.
We missed you tremendously last year. And, so thank you for being here. Let me read some more. Let's go on. So I got a $20 pledge by Angel Urosky. And that's in memory of her grandmother. And then the last one I have here is a $25 pledge, and that's by Barbara Aguiar, and that's in memory of James Aguiar. That's all I have for now.
We got this 800 number. And I can hear the phones. They're in a different room than us, but we can hear when they ring. And I'm hearing nothing but
There's no
crickets.
ringing. There's no ringing.
1-800-883-2109. Won't you please make a pledge now so that we have something to read for the next hour, because Jay and I are getting tired. Because it's without something to do here, you know, we're kind of lonely.
It's a little more tiring with nothing to do. You know, and Bud, you had mentioned earlier about the matching pledge, and correct me if I'm wrong, I know every year on the Sunday we do a certain time period where that every donation of a certain dollar amount is matched.
We actually did that twice already today.
We did.
We did a $50 matching pledge, and then at 10 o'clock, well, quarter of 10 to 10, any pledges that of $100 that came in got matched.
So
and we'll do it again tomorrow.
I was going to say, I can only imagine we're going to do the same thing tomorrow.
Absolutely.
That's how we usually go about it, and
Yes.
I can't foresee us straying from the norm for
No.
that. So,
And if you made a pledge, we'd like you to mail your pledge, your check into American Cancer Society, P.O. Box 33, Lansford, PA, and unlike you, I have to read it, 18232. Please mail it in, because we don't send reminders out. We don't send you an envelope with you to send it back, because that would come out of the money that we're raising. So we ask you to just take it upon yourself. You made the call, now pay the pledge, right? So, but people are great about it. They really are. But I'm just reminding you where it is.
Yes.
And tomorrow, I'll be here again all day tomorrow.
Yes.
Not that I'm leaving yet.
And you're playing, correct? I mean, that's the only thing we're missing for you, Bud, is back on those keys.
No playing at all for me.
No.
No.
We'll see about that.
No, that's over. It's over.
It don't sound over to me. I don't know. That don't sound like over to me.
Maybe I'll bring my accordion and I'll play with Danny Ferrol.
It's better than you on the drums, I'm thinking.
Yeah, much better. So, you want to read where we're going now?
Do I know where we're going?
Did you lose it? Did you lose that paper that you
I
gave?
did
There
lose it.
is.
So let me make sure I get this right. I think that's why it was handed to me. So we are going to go to our next performer, and I'm going to go ahead and read it off if that's okay. Our next performer, if I'm not mistaken, newcomers to our telethon. If I'm wrong, I apologize for that. But Shannon Marchada Trio, welcome to our telethon, and take it away.
Hi guys, this next song is an original song called Sappy Love Song.
This is a nice way to spend a Saturday evening in the summer of 2020, and good music, good spirit, good intentions, and an important goal. And this year it's not a numeric goal. This year it is a goal of just pledging to do what we can. And you see that coming together. I want to show you this total. I kind of mentioned it earlier, but seeing is believing. So let's take a look. We still have some time to go in Telethon Saturday, but here we are as of 11 o'clock at $51,398. And we are really grateful for what has happened here, thanks to all that you are getting done for your American Cancer Society. This evening had an element to it that no telethon has ever had before. Normally something that's reserved for the Relay for Life event became part of our telethon tonight, the luminary service. And we showed you the video of that, and it was beautiful. A reading, a trio singing, lots of wonderful candles that people came out to see and to have a look at, honoring and remembering people affected by cancer. I wanted to show you a picture of the crew that put that together, a small but mighty crew. There is your 2020 Luminarious Service crew, and because I can't see and because they're wearing masks, I'm not going to try to name them because that can only lead to disaster. But I did want to acknowledge these half dozen special people who made the whole thing happen over there near the Jim Thorpe Monument tonight. So thanks for that. And now I'm going to send you over to Lori Kane, who has more good stuff to talk about.
Thanks, Joe. You know, I just want to kind of mention what Dave Marco mentioned earlier, and that is do not wait till tomorrow to make those phone calls. It happens every single year. People wait till the last second, and then, you know, the phones are ringing. We're trying to keep up with it. And with people being spread out as much as they are, seriously, make the phones ring so that Jason and Buddy can have the chance to answer them and really go and make their night go a little bit faster, because it's a really long day for all of our volunteers. And so I want to thank everybody who has called in so far tonight, and just thank you for helping make a difference in the Cancer Society. One thing to mention as well is that, you know, our volunteers work very hard to make this event happen. And with all of the extra precautions that have been thrown into place and plans had to be reinvigorated over and over again, just want to say kudos, because as Joe mentioned, this hasn't been the most perfect event, but it's an event nonetheless, and it's helping make a difference for people who are battling their cancer every day, who don't have a perfect day every day. And so while we do our part to help them get better, we need you to do your part to make them get better. And by raising funds is the best way to do so. And so we're going to continue on with our talent, and the Shannon Marziata Trio. Like I said, I heard them perform at the Hazleton American Cancer Society Telethon back a few months ago, and they were just superb. And I know that you're thinking the same thing and popping your head and tapping your foot as they're performing along the way, because I know that's what I'm doing. And so without further ado, Shannon Marziata Trio.
This is something beautiful. Imagine light falling like stars around you, the smell like roses on the air, a world where every person is valued, every moment treasured beyond compare. And even in those darkness, we're still safe here. And even if there's heartache, we'll find love. And even when the sun's rays disappear, life is so beautiful, and that's enough. With something beautiful here, and that's enough. empty hands out reaching for another hand, another heart to hold. How can only one person really think they can make a difference in this bruised and broken world? Don't be afraid to let yourself be stronger. Believe in you, yeah, you can break all chains. Though there may be so much more seeming wrong here, there's nothing having a little faith can't change. 'Cause even when there's darkness, we're still safe here. And even if there's heartache, we'll find love. And even when the sun's rays disappear, life is so beautiful and that's enough. With something beautiful here, and that's enough. The past stays buried in the past. The sun will rise, a new day just ahead. Nothing in this world anymore is meant to last. So just let go and love and live each breath. 'Cause even when there's darkness, we're still safe here. And even if there's heartache, we'll find love. And even when the sun's rays reappear, life is so beautiful and that's enough. With something beautiful here, and that's enough.
So I packed minimally to come to the studio because this is a different kind of telethon. Normally when we're headed over to the Penns Peak venue, I bring a carload of stuff. But I didn't bring much today, but I brought this. And as I was coming in, someone said, "Why do you have that?" And I said, well, if we get to a certain place, as we very well could under these circumstances, I don't want to be there without a paddle. Get it? All right, but actually, I brought this out because I want to let you know that once again on Labor Day, we're going to have our, what was for many years a signature regional event for the American Cancer Society, our annual raft race, a raft against cancer. And we're working once again with the Lehighton Outdoor Center. And so a raft race and a finish line festival coming up on Labor Day, I believe is Monday, September 7th. This year, so it's barely more than a month away. But Monday morning, as soon as the telethon is over, we're going to start posting a link so that you know how to register your 4, 5, or 6 member team for a raft in the 2020 Raft Against Cancer event. And the Finish Line Festival is going to be fun as well. So that's one thing we're doing on Labor Day. And then in our spare time that day, we're going to bring back Zoo Stock. After a 1-year absence, the zoo there in Lansford has a new owner, and he got right to us as soon as he took the reins and said, I want to help you bring that event back. And so we're in. We have Zoo Stock and we have Raft Against Cancer with the Finish Line Festival in Lansford and Lehighton respectively. So there's a lot to look forward to here in the remainder of 2020 for your American Cancer Society. There's a lot to look forward to in the remainder of this telethon, which consists mostly now of Telethon Sunday, all day tomorrow, noon to midnight. But we still have a half hour here. I want to talk to Kane Brobst briefly, or send it over to Kane Brobst to read his pledges. We're going to hear from our house band one more time tonight, and a few other surprises before we get out of here. You are watching the 2020 American Cancer Society Telethon.
We get it almost every night. And when that moon gets big and bright, it's a supernatural delight. Everybody's dancing in the moonlight. Everybody here is out of sight. They don't bark and they don't bite. Keep things loose, they keep things light. Everybody's dancing in the moonlight, dancing in the moonlight. Everybody's feeling warm and bright. It's such a fine and natural sight. Everybody's dancing in the moonlight. We like our fun and we never fight. You can dance and stay uptight. It's supernatural delight. Everybody's dancing in the moonlight, dancing in the moonlight. Everybody's feeling warm and bright. Such a fine and natural sight. Everybody's dancing in the moonlight. Well, everybody here is out of sight. They don't bark and they don't bite. They keep things loose, they keep things light. Everybody's dancing in the moonlight, dancing in the moonlight. Everybody's feeling warm and bright. Such a fine and natural sight. Everybody's dancing in the moonlight, dancing in the moonlight. Everybody's feeling warm and bright. Such a fine and natural sight. Everybody's dancing in the moonlight.
All right, a couple of pledges to share with you before we move on to the next element. People in the Tamaqua area will certainly recognize the name Andy Liebenguth, and he is in Florida these days, but he made a pledge of $25, and he says it's in honor of all volunteers who make this happen every year. But he also sent me a message, which I thought was kind of interesting and worth sharing. He said that this kind of, the way this all came together kind of reminds him of the military, in the sense that we assessed the situation and we adapted. And I think that's a pretty good way of explaining what's happened here at the telethon. These are not usual times, but we assessed the situation, we adapted, and now we're asking you to do what you think is possible. And we trust that if you'll do that, things will turn out well by tomorrow night. So that's the premise, and we're on our way, and thanks to Andy for his support. Meanwhile, Lauren, Jesse, Nicholas, and Kelia Wall of Tamaqua, this pledge is made, it's a $10 pledge, and it's made in memory of volunteer Michaela Wall, who used to help me out at our basket raffle Chinese auction. And we kind of watched her grow up at the auction, and we lost her way too soon, way too young an age. And we think of her, and we remember her, and we're grateful to have a pledge in her memory during this unusual time at Telethon 2020. It's 800-883-2109. It's cancertelethon.org, where you're making your pledge right now. Let's go over to Kane Bropst. My friend, you have drummed up some mighty good business for the 2020 telethon.
Sure.
Want to tell us about it?
Okay, I've been very fortunate this year. We've been very adaptable to the COVID crisis in this country. So with that being said, y'all led a great charge on how to improvise, overcome, and adapt. And I came in from our old home place, Penn Creek, Jim Thorpe. So with that being said, I brought my pledges up here to read them. So it's still like we're being a part of the event here at Penn Peak. With that being said, my performances this year that you heard were in honor of gentlemen that are still in the fight against cancer, but they're heroes to me. Mr. Mike Mistician and former Monty Area School District Superintendent John Merton. They're both basically in the remission, and it's not in their fight. So with that being said, there's another little guy I call my little cancer ninja. He knows who that is. This year I lost my father. So with that, I'm playing in honor and memory of the Brobes, Kite, Lachlan, Homer families. They're all my namesakes in honor of my Aunt Lois. And this goes to Justin McCarroll. Hold on, I'm back. Justin McCarroll is a dear firefighter friend of mine. District 27, Tuscarora Fire Company is involved with my pledges. The Southside Bar and Grill. With that being said, this goes out to Kurt Strauss and the restaurant that he's opening, Southside Bar and Grill. There's an American Cancer event that I was just with last week up in Maine, and it was the Blackman family. They made a counter donation to our donation to them. They actually broke $6,500. Tight little family there in Boothbay, Maine, and $6,500 was great for them. For us, they donated 100 back, so that's where your lobsters come from. My former union, Pennsylvania State Corrections Officers Association, all my brothers and sisters still behind the barbed wire. Stay safe. 32nd Scottish Rite degree of Freemasonry. They made donations. Now we'll move on to businesses. In Minersville, Trish's Ice Cream Shop, Father and Son 2 Barber Shop, Stadium Cafe, Tony Prudente, coach there. They're all involved with that. With that being said, the Hideout over there in Mary D. You haven't lived life until you went to Mary D, PA. And then it comes down to my supporters, my families, my friends. So it's the T-Bisco family, Al Smith and his family, the Slanes, the Pedron family, Bobby Hammer, Stoyer family, Krell family, Wadalick family, DeWald family. And then there's my neighbors, Rosie, her daughter Cindy, her husband Frank and his family, their family, excuse me, Mike and Hannah across the street. To a gentleman who means a lot to me, Dr. Professor Steve Roman. To the Boyle family, my old neighbors over there in Brockton. And now to some dear friends that why I play, and they mean a lot to me. But Jay Smart played earlier. This is in honor of these guys, Pat McGeehan and Joe Urban families. The Travis Hamrick family, Brian Keith, Brian Calloway, Joe Sabor's families. This is all in honor of all y'all. In honor of Mama Sue, Naomi and Maeve, Tracy and Lindsay and their families. And then there's one that I saved for last, Luigi's in Tamaqua. There's a woman, I'll leave her anonymous, but she's fighting cancer, and if not close to being a survivor, but she's gonna take a hold of cancer and beat that. So thank you very much for the time. My pledges are coming in close to almost 900 to 1,000. There's some still coming on just because this whole ordeal is different. But thank you to Joe, George Taylor, Lori Kane, and everybody else who's hosting. It's been a pleasure, but live from Penn Street, that's my pledges. So thank you very much, gentlemen, ladies, for having me.
Jane, that's pretty awesome. Pretty awesome. $900. That's fantastic. And I just love the fact that you put the touch of coming to Penn's Peak to keep that tradition alive. And I'm really very, very impressed. So you always go out of your way to go above and beyond to get extra pledges for us. And my gosh, to go get a pledge from Maine, that's that's pretty out of the ordinary. So thank you very much again for all of your abilities to ask people, especially when you were reading the names of the businesses that contributed. All I could think of is some of those businesses have been shut down with the shutdown through the governor, and that's really something to say that they could dig deep when things aren't well for them with all the restrictions that are in place and lots of business for them. So thank you, Kane, for going above and beyond and making that happen.
Lori, no problem, no problem. And like you said, some of them were ready to open, and I'm involved with an endeavor, Southside Grill down there in Summit Station. They'll open up. Please check it out. But it really takes people to go ahead and pull together. And like this, we still made this happen, even though it's a hybrid version of the telethon. It's been an honor to still be a part of it. And losing my father, it's just an honor to serve his name like that. And honor my father, and I appreciate y'all still pulling it out.
Yes, most definitely. You know, especially the trying time that you've had this past year with your father, that's something that to go above and beyond again, we really appreciate it. So we thank you for all that you've done to raise those additional funds. That's from one Kane to another. So thank you very much, Kane Brooks, for all that you have raised for us. And now we are going to be going right back on over to the Shannon Marciata Trio and let them continue on to share their talent with us here on the American Cancer Society Telethon.
Hey everybody, we're the trio. I'm Shannon Marciata, Mike Marciata, and Lisa Connect. And we're opening with Beautiful Day because today is a beautiful day and we're happy to be a part of this.
Your eyes are blue, shoots up from the stormy ground. There's no room, no place to make in this town. You're out of love, and the reason that you have to care the traffic is stuck, and you're not moving anywhere. You thought you found a plan to take you out of this place. Someone who could lend a hand in return for grace. It's a beautiful day. Sky falls and fever. It's a beautiful day. So let it get away on the road. But you got no destination, healing blood. In the maze of her imagination, you're loving this town. Even when that doesn't ring true, you've been all over, and it's been all over you. It's a beautiful day. Oh, let it get away. It's a beautiful day. See China right in front of you. See the canyon broken by cloud. See the tuna fleece clearing the sea. See the bedouin flies at night. See the orchids at first light. See the bird with a leaf in her mouth. After the flood of the coastline now. It's a beautiful day. Sky This next song is an original song called Learning to Love. Ever tried doing something with hands bound in chains? Ever try moving while quicksand swallows your legs? Ever try breathing as the current pulls you down? Imagine feeling it's better in the ground. This world ain't so big. What are we afraid of? Take one deep breath in. Breathe out and feel the rush. I get your back and you get my back, 'cause we all we have that could be enough. No empty heads left in between us when we learn to love, learn to love. Ever try sleeping underneath the stars alone? It's even darker when there's no one to call home. Ever try breathing as the judgment's passed around? No one should ever feel it's better in the ground. This world ain't so big. What are we afraid of? Take one deep breath in. Breathe out and feel the rush. I get your back and you get my back, 'cause we all we have that could be love. No empty heads left in between us when we learn to love, love, learning to love. When we learn to love, learning to love. All you need is love, but it quickly passes us by. You never know who needs your love, but you just might save a life. This world ain't so big. What are we afraid of? Take one deep breath in. Breathe out and feel the rush. I get your back and you get my back, 'cause we all we have that could be love. No empty heads left in between us when we learn to love, love, learning to love. When we learn to love, learning to love.
Hey, listen, we are about 10 minutes away from Sunday. 10 minutes away from Sunday. So here's how things go if you're not familiar with how it goes at the end of a telethon Saturday. In about 10 minutes, by then we will have given a final number. We will have said goodnight. And then, starting at midnight, we will roll over the entire program from today. Someone will still be answering the telephones, but it will be a re-telecast of everything that has happened through the day. The good parts and the kind of messed up parts. And that's okay, because those are the times that we're in. And so that means by noon tomorrow, we will have yet another number to report, and we'll go back live and we'll carry it through till midnight tomorrow night, and we'll just see how this thing turns out. But you have seen some people do some really good work today. I'm talking about good work musically. I am talking about good work in terms of financial contributions. I'm talking about good work like organizing a luminary service when there isn't even a Relay for Life event. I am talking about a crew that put together kind of an impossible television program so that this community can rally around the life-saving mission of the American Cancer Society. It's all been very good. It hasn't all been easy, it hasn't all been pretty, but in the end, we seem to be headed in the right direction, and that is thanks to you. We have had generous donors that have stepped up, generous with their $5 pledges and generous with their $5,000 pledges. Some of them we have had the privilege of naming their names. And by the way, I have one more pledge, and this is going to sound like a repeat, but it isn't. It's a second pledge. So from Lauren, Jesse, Nicholas, Kalia Wall of Tamaqua, this is a pledge now made in memory of Renee Williamson. And for those who have been around the telethon the longest, you will remember Renee Williamson, who we lost after she was recognized as a Courage Award recipient back, I believe, in the 90s. And also in memory of Carla Mesa and Joanne Shuck. And so we're very grateful for that $10 pledge. But we need to get over to Lansford. Well, no, we're going to go have a word from the ACS. We'll say goodnight in Lansford, and then we'll have a final number.
Because of you all, I was able to have an absolutely amazing experience last spring at the Virginia Tech Relay for Life, along with staying at the Baltimore Hope Lodge with my mother for 6 weeks and saving more money than I can comprehend. And the best part about it is I'm cancer-free, so thank you, ACS!
Thank you for all the support you gave my mom.
Thank you for 17 more years with this beautiful woman.
Thank you for everything that you're doing to help us to eliminate this disease and the pain and suffering that it causes. Thank you.
We are exhausted, but I want everybody to see that we are following CDC guidelines, including Buddy. There's my buddy. So Joe, your dog is doing really well, and we're loving him. He got his mask on. So we'd like to just thank everybody for their generosity today. I feel it was a wonderful day. What do you think, Jay?
All things considered, I think it was wonderful also. Exceeded my expectations for today, and I think it's going to exceed everyone's expectations come the end of tomorrow as well.
Well, again, we don't have very high expectations, but, well, maybe we're getting a little bit high expectations. Yeah. Buddy, we're going to take this off you, okay? I love you, buddy.
While you take that off, Bud, if I can, I'm going to read one more pledge that I have in my hands here. I have a pledge for $30 by Monica Surfield, and that's in memory of Charlie Surfield, Beverly Fazio, and Judy Akowski.
So we're going to say goodnight from here, I guess, and just once again, thank you all, and we'll see you tomorrow because we'll both be around. You'll be at home.
I'll be at home.
Zooming in. I'll be here at the Lansford office. I think Maureen's going to be here with me tomorrow. If not all day, most of the day, I believe. And I'd just like to say thanks to everybody here that was helping us out all day. Lisa, Alyssa, I don't even know everybody's names up on the phones. But we thank you very much, all of you. And thank you, Joe, for allowing us to be a part of the show again.
Yes.
Any last words?
You know, just Bud, if I had any last words, it would be just about tomorrow. I'm excited about tomorrow. Tomorrow we have a remote live or live remote. I'm not sure if I'm even saying that correctly, but through the Lehigh Valley tomorrow.
That's right.
So that's pretty exciting, and I'm anxious to see what comes of it. First time, if I'm not mistaken, we're reaching out to the Lehigh Valley. We're having a live remote from the Lehigh Valley. So that is something to be excited about. It really is.
Yes.
So I'm looking forward to it. But other than that, all in all,
Buddy,
I'm looking forward to it tomorrow. And I'm looking forward to seeing Buddy again in the
what do you want to say? You want to say goodnight? Joe, your dog's in good hands. Buddy, and Jason, we say goodnight.